We have the AI and Future Society Day today, kicking it off with an amazing panel. I think given the panel, given the talks that we have today, I would ask everyone, if you want to reshare our live stream as well. In the last days, I think maximum was 4K in visitors we had on a live stream. And for today, my goal would definitely be to beat it. Ideally already an opening panel. So if you want to, feel free to retweet it, share it. I think people are coming down now. People are on the way from breakfast. But given also the time constraints that we have, I would say we kick it off soon. And yeah, super happy to have you all here and looking forward to the panel.
Great, thank you for introduction. Maybe to start, because a big part of our conversation will be about the prediction markets. I imagine, or maybe we touch it, and there was a prediction market. Whether I'll forget that I'm a moderator, so I'm an oracle here now. I haven't this time. So great. Let's start with introduction of great guests that we have today.
Self-introduction. Okay, I'm Joe Lubin. I work at a company called ConsenSys. Been in the crypto industry since 2011, early 2011. I was a Bitcoin maxi when the only thing around was Bitcoin, and I've evolved. I'm still a big Bitcoin fan. I also, for about a decade, or a little less than a decade, did work in robotics, machine vision, and AI, or neural networks. Some people called it connectionism back then, and it was essentially shallow learning. So similar stuff. We used backpropagation back then. You had to write your own backpropagation code back then, and we didn't have any data, and we didn't have any compute. I was lucky enough to work in the graphics laboratory, so we built simulation environments and built landscapes. We drove cars through landscapes and created a lot of simulated data, and then took over the graphics lab at night and wired all the machines together and did training that way.
I'm Robin Hanson. I was an AI researcher in good old-fashioned AI about the same years that he was doing neural nets, from 84 to 93. Then I went back to school to get my PhD in formal political theory. I became a professor of economics. I, along the way, became an early proponent of prediction markets and the inventor of futarchy. And I've done many institutional design, invention, vision things. And two books, The Age of M, Work, Love, and Life, When Robots Rule the Earth, and The Elephant in the Brain, Hidden Motives in Everyday Life. And I don't stay in my lane. And so we can go anywhere in this conversation.
Amazing. So you both used to do the AI research, and now we see all the big AI changes. And in the context of maybe your moonshots of thinking and businesses that you've started, what do you think worked? What is changing dramatically? What will be the next moonshots that come from that set of changes that you're observing now?
So what worked in AI, what's changing dramatically? Some things have worked in AI. You were doing symbolic AI, and symbolic AI turned into production systems, and it was a way of sort of thinking about semantics and graphs of knowledge and tuplets of things, and I think it was more about how humans thought about stuff and tried to program that than the machine learning stuff, which is basically, so symbolic AI required human programmers to implement it, and machine learning required humans to program the systems, then find some data, and then find a lot of compute power, and then the machines essentially program themselves via things like categorization systems and reinforcement learning and stuff like that. So very different paradigm. So that worked. We're essentially building machines that can learn and eventually self-replicate. And so there may be, it's subject to interpretation, but we may be spawning a new form of life. We'll see how that goes. And I think even if that's not the case, there's just so much intelligence, best procedures, wisdom, stupidity on the internet and in books and things like that, that we've managed to collect all of that and create machine learning architectures that can boil that down into a few different kinds of machine learning architectures, boil it down into just remarkable search engines that can spit out coherent and sophisticated responses and analyses. And so what's going to happen, even if we aren't birthing a new form of life, is we're going to hybridize biological and machine intelligence and level us all up massively in real time. B, every academic, business pursuit, artistic pursuit in the world will be supercharged. So the kinds of innovation that we'll see over the next bunch of years will change life quite significantly.
For well over a century, we've doubled the world economy in less than every 20 years. And that doesn't happen without an enormous amount of innovation and improvement in most industries. For the last half century, much of that change has been mediated by computers. And not just hardware has gotten better, but in fact, on average, software improvements have equaled hardware improvements in making computers work better. A part of that software improvement is AI. That is, it's just often given as the name to the things that seem very ambitious to do things that humans could do that machines couldn't at the time. And for that half century or longer, we've had waves of interest in AI because there was a new technology that had become feasible and became popular. And over that whole time, roughly every 30 years, we have these bursts of interest and attention to something like AI. And there's always been a vocal minority of that world that says, could this finally be it? Could this new technology finally be the one that lets computers do most everything humans do? And of course, up until now, that wasn't true. And the biggest question about this wave in many people's minds is this finally it? Or will this just be one more generation and we'll need yet another generation of somewhat different approaches to eventually have machines take most human jobs? But machines taking most human jobs has been consistently the fear people have most often voiced about AI. And so it's a very reasonable thing to think about. And there's a simple insurance approach that could help people insure against that. But basically, that's the center question in many people's minds. Is this the finally when we have enough technology to have the machines do most everything and we just push on what we got? Or no, we'll have to have yet another generation.
Yeah, and there's a balance between how many jobs will be destroyed by machines and how many new roles will be created by machines. So when my dad was growing up, web designer, there may have been something around spiders or something like that, that there would be a role for a web designer, but it really wasn't anything that was contemplated back then. Prompt engineer wasn't contemplated 5 years ago. So things are moving fast, and we're really, so decentralized protocols. How many people are in either the blockchain decentralized protocol space or the AI space? Okay, perfect. So decentralized protocols are going to give us all a lot more power. They're going to grow political and economic agency to anybody who can access the technology and grow expert in the technology. And so I think it's going to be a pretty significant leveler. There's certainly power functions and things, but it's going to raise a lot of boats pretty massively. If you combine that, direct access to your own capital, to governance in decentralized political systems that you're part of, and then you have a digital twin agent ally that knows you intimately and that you can operate through, you're going to be a very powerful actor. So on the internet, we never read terms and conditions. In the traditional economy, we don't read terms and conditions. Crypto will be indecipherable for most people unless they have a translator. DeFi will be indecipherable. We can put very nice user interfaces, but then people are going to be depending on the priests to explain it to them. But if you trust your ally, because you own it and it owns you, it's your life partner in a sense. You trained it early on. It's serving as a mentor for you. If that is your representative in Web3, then it's going to explain things to you for DAOs or other kinds of groups that you're associated with. It's going to keep you up to speed. It's going to explain this new proposal. You might delegate voting rights to it. And so we are all, I think, going to become enormously capable agents. Hopefully, all the people on the planet will have access to both technologies.
So the co-creator of Ethereum, inventor of Future Key, so the governance solutions, decentralization, altogether defining the coordination, human coordination. Also knowing AI is incoming to all of those setups. So we had Cody's Law, we had prediction markets. How all of this combines into the future form of coordination? Will it be humans using AI as a tool? Will it be AI setting the world stage for us and us only living in there? It'll be collaboration on equal terms. How does it evolve?
Modularity is one of our most powerful concepts for designing systems and thinking about the world. And so the key question here is a modularity question. If you think about designing better oil fields or better cars, do you need to think about the oil fields when you think about the cars? If not, they're modular and you can focus on each problem separately. If they're interconnected, you have to think about them together. So here the question you asked is about institutions, including prediction markets and AI. And the modularity question is, what's the interdependence of these questions? So my first assumption is modularity. That is, institutions are important, humans need institutions. AIs will also need institutions, and the sort of institutions that'll work well for AIs won't be that different from the sort that work well for humans. But my first cut would be to say, if you have an institution and you have humans in it, and you think AI is coming, ask, is your institution robust enough to let AIs participate in your institution? And if it is, you have less to worry about. But say, one person, one vote doesn't work very well for AI. So that's an example of an institution that needs to be modified for AI, because you can just make trillions of AIs and then they can't all have one vote. But the basic issues of coordination and governance and information aggregation are similar, I would say, in AI, and they therefore can benefit from better institutions and be harmed by using bad ones.
Yeah, so the internet was created with open protocols, open specs, open source. Web 1, same thing. Web 1 was beautiful, if you remember it. Web 2 came along, and the prizes were just so giant, and VCs, etc. Effectively, e-commerce, mobile, social, transformed the planet, globalized the planet, and ultimately turned the web into a bunch of closed source walled gardens, silos. So it centralized the web quite significantly, and the web was pretty decentralized early on. That was the kinds of things that were done ended up being extremely toxic, and the polarization that social media has caused has shredded the social fabric, or contributed to the shredding of the social fabric on the planet. So along comes Web3, open protocols, open specifications, open source, and we have an opportunity to re-decentralize the web. We still have big tech, and big tech now has all the compute and all the data, and so what we need to do is grow we were talking about decentralized AI earlier. We need to grow decentralized AI to be an effective rival. There is going to be an AI arms race. I'm not worried about AGI or artificial superintelligence in its own right. I think it'll be great if somebody develops artificial superintelligence. But I am worried about big tech people in control of powerful AI, because it's the people that will be the problem. I'm pretty sure different forms of AI will find their ecological niches, and that'll be great. I think that there will be societal frictions. I think that smart people will develop better ways of training, better machine learning modules and techniques. And I think if we all start to have bonded, intimate relationships with our own AIs, if we're feeding real-time information, talking regularly to our allies, our agent allies, we can probably get them up to speed and keep them up to speed much better than scraping the web and building giant brains can do that. So I do think that that decentralized AI is going to win. We got to make sure that centralized AI doesn't get out ahead and start to do weird things in society. But I remain optimistic, and I think the AI wars will hopefully be fought by millions or billions of people.
Let me disagree a bit. I'm an economist, a professor of economics, and we economists have seen...
So he's right.
No, we'll see. But we know that people are very obsessed with big versus small, big beer versus small beer, big auto versus small auto, big music studio versus small music studio. And for the most part, the public doesn't like the idea of big. And people don't like the idea of working for a big company, for example, as opposed to working for a small one. But in fact, the major cause of growth in humanity in the last few centuries has been the rise of large business organizations, much larger than used to exist. And they've driven most of the other changes in society. So too big can have problems, but just the knee-jerk everything big is bad is a problem, because our world is based on big to a substantial degree, maybe not too big, but that is the modern world. And people who work for large organizations tend to make more money, to learn more. Large organizations tend to be more productive, more inventive even. Large organizations are the world you live in and why it's rich and comfortable and peaceful, and you should make some peace with that.
Totally agree, Professor. And to bring it back to where you were going, we need really giant collectives that are well coordinated to do very significant things, 100%. I just don't want Mark or Sam to be running them. I don't have anything against the people.
Those are the people you have something against, apparently,
well,
right? Mark and Sam.
So they're symbols. They're symbols of top-down command and control. And so whether it's Futarchy or decentralized protocols, consensus-based decentralized protocols, I think we can do incredible things. I do believe that that we are all going to bond with AIs. I do believe that our coordinator AIs are going to have regular conversations with lots of expert AIs in different domains, whether they're agentic AIs or whether they're foundational models in different forms. And what I think I'm describing is a hybrid human-machine organism that is planet-wide, that has modular demarcations, modular governance systems where the modules are talking to one another. A lot of the communications are mediated quickly, I think, by AIs. And I think that I think people are going to be a very important part of this this hybrid organism. I kind of think that this, I'm philosophically, I believe that the entire universe is intelligent in some way. It could be panpsychism, potentially. So I think there's intelligence everywhere, and I think this is probably a natural evolutionary path that when you take something like the human condition to a certain point in time where you develop technology, then there are ways to wire all of us together. We can even have consensus algorithms in our brains so that we're essentially voting in real time on issues or proposals. And so I think we're probably about to become something like the cognitive apparatus of the planet. Is that big enough?
Sounds big. So what's the role of money in all of this? Because we're practically seeing Bitcoin as
The role of man?
money.
Oh, money.
So when you think about money decentralized through Bitcoin, Ethereum, prediction markets may be driving some transparency of governance through binding the money to attention to the decisions. Where does it go next? Like some people, Elon Musk was saying the money will not matter where we're going with AI. Does it change so substantially how the path of that change looks, how the economy of the future of that world looks?
As an economist, I'll say, as a social scientist, humanity has innovated a number of key institutions over the thousands of years that we think will last. They aren't just temporary things. Like language, for example. We think language is going to last. Law is a thing that'll last. Trade will continue on for a really long time. And governance will continue on. These are things we've innovated that AI and all of our descendants will continue to use versions of them for a long time. Money is one of those inventions that's going to last. It facilitates trade, and trade is going to last. So now there's many different forms of money possible, and we might switch to a different form, and we might not have money that's state dominated, and maybe that would be good, but that's as far as I could go in saying money will change. Is we might change the source of money or even how we manage it, but money is a thing that's going to last.
So we spoke about this yesterday on a panel, and there's a short answer and a longer answer. The short answer is money's going to last, and it's going to transform into a different version of what will probably be a US dollar that has primacy around the world. I think this is maybe a naive and maybe even a self-serving interpretation, but stable coins on decentralized protocols are largely reflecting the US dollar. That there are certainly other currencies that are represented. And it is incredibly powerful if you're in a nation state that has wicked inflation or other problems to be able, social problems, to be able to know that your own assets are protected from violence, potentially, or protected from inflation. And so I think the United States recognizes that if it can dollarize for free with little effort, lots of different nation states, then that's going to be good for the United States. And the United States politicians recently basically said that as they were trying to do the recent budget activities, they basically indicated that austerity is un-American. So we're not going to do austerity in the U.S. And what that means, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, took that and he pivoted his strategy to one of growth. And so the United States is going to have to grow its way out of this enormous debt problem that it and the rest of the world has. And so we're going to see stablecoins becoming an important part of US strategy. Crypto, Bitcoin, hopefully Ethereum will be a significant part of how the United States intends to grow going forward. And stable coin providers are going to become the major lenders to the United States of America. So I think 10 years, 20 years, I think we're going to see continued primacy of the US dollar. over that period, I think the global economy is going to decentralize significantly. And we're going to tokenize all the things. We're tokenizing real world assets where they're native tokens that represent digital virtual goods and protocols, et cetera. So everything, unlike the way things work in financial circles now, where you have to have a very specific exchange for each kind of financial instrument, everything's basically programmable. And so you can represent pretty much anything. I can trade a banana token or a crate of bananas represented by a token for Ether. And so we're going to move, I think, into a qualitatively different kind of relationship to money, where it starts to look more like barter than a single reserve currency or a single numeraire. Fortunately, we have lots of computers that can do the currency exchange in real time. I can have a list of tokens that I want to get rid of first. You can have a list of tokens you want to accept first, and the machines can help make those transitions or transactions for us. I think we actually probably go beyond even that, where money sort of fades into the background. We just reach up for things and we grab it and we eat it or we play with it, and it's all magically available because automation, et cetera. And if there's any sort of payments, that all just gets taken care of by our agents. And the currency at that point becomes pretty much attention, which we're already in an attention economy. There's a Canadian author named Cory Doctorow who wrote a book called Down and Out in the Magic Kingdom a long time ago, and there was a weird group of people working in Disneyland or something like that, and so the currency that they had was called Woofy, and all they cared about was doing something that got attention, and they would go up on the Woofy charts. And so I think money will be Woofy at some point.
However money changes, one, you will want more. Two, most people will be somewhat suspicious and resentful of the fact that some people have a lot more than they do.
So this never changes. That's good. Well, or bad.
It'll be a lot harder to fake Woofy, though. Although there'll be scams. There'll definitely be scams.
So maybe for all the people here that are meeting to solve big problems, to discuss, to open new questions, with your experience of seeing some great ideas evolving, the ones that you started, what's the message for the people here? What they should work on in this world with AI? What answers they should find? What questions they should ask?
So when I was asked that question 8 years ago, before the recent AI revolution, I would say work on what you care about, because that's all that matters, and you'll do a great job on it. Now I can say work on what you care about, because that's all that matters, and you and your incredible AI resources will totally crush it. We're all essentially about to be superheroes.
Don't work on anything unless it grabs you at some deep level. Otherwise, you just won't be invested and you won't do very well. But among the things that grab you, or could grab you, work on important neglected things. There's a lot of important things in the world where there's a lot of people all over them. And then there's some other important things where there's hardly anybody all over those. And you have a lot bigger marginal impact on the second. Find the things other people are neglecting, not seeing, that are important, and go there. And I'll just say, social institutions are neglected in our world. Crypto is paying attention to them much more than most of the world is, but still they're overall neglected. We have large changes of social institutions that could be very beneficial that don't get much attention. So that's where I would suggest considering if that can inspire you and grab you. Because if it doesn't grab you, don't bother.
Thank you so much. I'm pretty sure you both inspired a lot of people in the past and continue inspiring. So thank you so much for your participation today.
Thank you.
Perfect. Awesome panel. Thank you very much. I think, at least for me, I did get a lot of insights. I think there's a lot of avenues to explore, a lot of topics to explore for the day. And one of the topics that we will now go into is the topic of future key. It's a form of governance. We just talked about AI, we talked about how to run governance, and future key is an idea how to run governance developed by Robin Hanson. And there we will have a talk by Kevin, founder of FutureKey.fi, I think. A company that's working on the topic, that's advised by Robin Hanson, so they're very close to it. They have him in the loop, and we will get a talk on what's the current vision of FutureKey and how this form of governance could look in the future.
Thank you very much. So I'm trying to get my presentation on. Okay. Thank you. So the original title for this talk was The Grand Vision of Futarchy. However, the inventor of Futarchy is, of course, Robin Hanson, and I feel like I cannot actually present because the grand vision of Futarchy is Robin Hanson's vision, and all I can do is present my vision, which is slightly different. But I want to share this with you, what dreams we have and how we think this can change the world. So this is going to be my grand vision of Futarchy. And so I'm going to start a little bit about myself. So this is a 4-year-old version of me. I like numbers. I liked to draw buses with overwhelmingly number of windows. And I loved games. And one thing that ever since I was a kid, I was very frustrated or very, it would get me mad was when I saw games that had rules that didn't make sense. So this is something that has motivated me ever since I was a kid, and even today I also get motivated by this. So I grew up to work on finance. I used to run a high-frequency trading fund in Brazil alongside 2 other partners. But I eventually got frustrated because I saw that I was doing a zero-sum game that was a game that wasn't actually making sense. I dreamed of helping the world have more markets and more liquidity, and that was not what I was contributing to. Yeah, I ended up trying to create an exchange, but I always dreamed of, I always liked the idea of using Futarchy for our company, and finally, last few months, Robin and I decided that we should be doing that. And so I want to tell you why Futarchy, what is Futarchy, and why is this so exciting to me? So first of all, this is an AI talk, the AI day, right? So there's this thing of misalignment where people talk about AI misalignment, but actually AI alignment is super important, but there is misalignment everywhere. There's misalignment in companies, in governments. Companies don't do what is best for shareholders often. Governments don't do what is best for citizens. Non-profits, sometimes we don't even know what they're doing or what they're supposed to do, but when we do know what they're supposed to do, they often don't do what they are supposed to do. And even social norms, we have lots of equilibriums where people are doing things because that's signaling, and that's not really what they want, what they would want collectively to do. So markets can solve many of these problems. They can aggregate information. They can have all people can contribute by making trades, and they have an incentive to share their information with the world by markets, and they resist manipulation. So Futarchy is the idea of using markets to make decisions. So this is the broad thing, and I'm going to go into how this can work. So there's this idea of markets resisting manipulation. So there's this idea of wolves and sheep. So wolves are basically traders that make money on average, and all markets need sheep who are like traders who lose money on average, and they can be hedgers, they can be people making insurance, they can be but also manipulators in this framework are also sheep. They are also manipulators in the market. They are trying to make a trade, and they are willing to lose money, and in some way they actually contribute to liquidity. So there's this paper by Robin Hanson that I really love called Manipulator Can Aid Prediction Market Accuracy. There's of course some assumptions there, but they are very mild assumptions, and in many ways the more there's an incentive to manipulate the market, the more liquid the market is going to be in many, many ways. So I'm going to go over what Futarchy is. Futarchy is based on something called conditional markets. So first of all, prediction markets, everybody knows what it is. So here's an example. So what's the chance that there's going to be, the gas fees are going to be higher than 50 gigaway on that's this quarter or whatever, right? So it's a percentage usually. People usually think of these prediction markets as percentages of something happening. But conditional markets are trying to predict the impact of something. They're trying to, for instance, like, okay, so in this world where there's high gas fees, what's going to be the price of Ethereum versus what's going to be the price of Ethereum if there's low fees, right? So you're separating into two different worlds, and you're trading on just two different possibilities, and you're predicting these two different possibilities. So what is Futarchy? So you can imagine a market for something you care about. It can be token prices. It can be an index for health or education or something else. And then you have a deciding period where you split the market into two versions. Imagine here you have two options. You can have more options, but so you have should we do this thing? Should we do the green thing, or should we do the orange thing? And we have two different markets with two different prices for the same thing on these two different worlds, and that the people trade on these two things separately. And then at the end, you can choose whatever is best according to some rules. Sometimes you want to use some kind of randomness, and then the world continues on this green version because you have made your decision. So we actually just launched this on a kind of private launch on the DAppCon for Gnosis DAO, where we're going to have these milestones, and you can trade on whether this is going to have an impact on the token price of GNO with help from some friends and partners. We hope to bring that to Ethereum soon. So decision markets, there are many options of decision markets. You can, I'm not going to go over all these things, but you could use like expectations of inflation, futures of inflation, of unemployment to decide how to make how to raise the Fed rates, right? So you could use that maybe to have some kind of new kind of currency that is completely automated instead of having a Federal Reserve. Or yeah. So but then one of the core ideas, the last one is from Robin, is fire the CEO markets. So the idea is have a stock price, and what's going to happen with the stock price if the CEO is fired, right? So it's going to go up if the CEO is fired, or it's going to go down if the CEO is fired, and that's a good measure of whether you should fire the CEO or not. And Robin wants to do this for all major companies in the US, and we hope to do that soon, as soon as we can get all this, or many of these stocks tokenized. We're going to be doing that very soon, hopefully. Yeah, there's other things you can do. But I'm going to go forward because there's lots of slides in here. So yeah, so one thing you can do is just optimize for token price, right? So you can see many different possibilities, and you can try different options, and you can see, okay, well, conditional on this thing, you can make a trade on this thing. So actually, let me explain how it works. So you make a trade on something conditional on an event happening. What you're doing is you're making a trade that is going to be reverted if it doesn't happen, right? So you can make a trade conditional on some world, and if it doesn't happen, you get your money back. That's basically how it works. But then you can try many different things, and you can see what kind of things you can do that's going to make the price go up, or that's going to be correlated with your price going up. And you can try all these things, right? So, but the key thing is you can measure the impact. So if you have a proposal for a restructuring of an organization, and or a spin-off, or a fundraising, or whatever, and you can see what's going to be the price if the thing passes, and if the price if the thing doesn't pass. You can actually look at the difference, and you can tell how much value is being generated, how much is going to increase the market cap, right? So this is a measure. If it's liquid enough, that's robust enough, you can actually estimate how much value you're generating to this company. And so there's this idea of Futarchy agents, which is an agent that's going to have a decision to make, and is going to automatically split markets according to if it's going to pass or not, and it's going to automatically approve things based on whether it increases the token price. So there is this idea. This is completely new. We don't have the white paper for this yet. Of FAOs, Futarchy Autonomous Organizations, which is a smart contract that can be created to optimize any token price you want. And then you have I'm not going to go into the details, but you basically have a Futarchy governor and an oracle, and you have rules on who can make proposals. It can be an auction, but And then you can give power to this Futarchy governor, so you can maybe give a minting rights to this governor, and then you can only mint more tokens. If you're minting more tokens, it's going to make the price go up, right? Or you can give control over some treasury, or you can give control over some protocol parameters. So all those things you can do, and you can make it permissionless, and anybody can make a file for anything they want. So who can make proposals on this model? You can have an owner that you can. So the cool thing is, because you can have an owner for a proposal, you can kind of give the people making proposals a share, a fraction of the value they're generating, right? So if you can measure that this proposal is going to increase the market cap by $10 million, you can actually give a fraction of this to whoever is winning, whoever has the right to make this idea. You can run auctions. You can have proposal coins. Maybe you can have kind of like meme coins where what the highest market cap is actually being evaluated. So there's many options. There's also this paper by Paradigm, Quantum Markets, which is a similar idea of testing many different options all at once. Yeah, so you can have the cycle of making proposals, evaluating by the markets, executing automatically, and paying rewards to successful people. Yeah, so Futarchy is an elegant idea, but has many details involved. So these are all the details we have to be explored through experimentation. So is my audio good? Can you all hear me well? Right, so things I'm excited about. So there's sometimes a scale effect for files and Futarchys that it's very easy for files and Futarchys to coordinate with each other, because imagine you have two different companies that are actually both Futarchys. Some third party can just make a proposal for how they can coordinate better, how can they make a partnership better, how can they work together. And you can just make a proposal. You can immediately see with the markets what's going to be the impact on both token prices or both share prices. And if they are good for both, they can automatically be executed without politics. So imagine you can actually be a third party and you can make a proposal for two companies to do something together, and it can automatically pass without politics. It's kind of an insane increasing ability to coordinate. So, but this goes much beyond just companies. So this goes, so I'm going to talk about collective intelligence, how this can help humanity navigate the world, governance, and even preserving human influence in the world in the age of AI in the singularity. So let's go how that can happen. So one way I like to think about it is conditional markets are kind of like connections between neurons. So you can think of markets as neurons. So you can have here, I have one market is a chance that some spin-off is going to happen. So this is like a prediction market. This is one node or one neuron. The other neuron, the other node is share price. And the conditional markets are really the connection between this. They are like a synapse between the chance of something happening and the impact this thing is going to have on token price. But this is just one connection. You can think of a world where you have, there's this idea of combinatorial markets. That is a paper Robin created and has invented this idea. And there's lots of things to talk about this. I'm not going to go this, but they actually made an experiment on this that on 2014. Of course, there's a lot more that can be done today, but you can actually do a full version of prediction markets that you can bet on the relationship between all these variables. That's something they have done, and I think we're now ready to start doing that in a decentralized fashion as well. And our dream is a credible, neutral world model. Imagine that. So not only like Polymarket, where you can go and see what's the probability of this thing happening, but also the probability of any combination of things happening, and even a generative world model. Imagine you can have a model where you can just select, okay, I want what's going to happen if there's a change in government in Iran, and also this and also that, and you can actually make like 50 different assumptions on the world, and you can actually simulate using this market probabilities. You can actually simulate and kind of give me a story for the future here, and it's going to be a story that's going to be sampled probabilistically based on what markets are predicting of correlations of different events. And this is credible neutral, because if you disagree with any of these estimates, you can just make a trade on them. So you can actually trust them compared to people making stories about how the world's going to be, because you cannot trust them because they can just use that to their advantage. Information markets. So that's something I'm very excited about. You can have so all these markets are very complicated, and one of the reasons these things didn't catch up today is because it's very hard. You have to go around, and the user interface is super complicated, right? So how are you going to be trading on these things? You have to select one market out of many and click on the combinations, and it's a Bayesian network. Imagine how to get a user interface to work with this. But with information markets, you can have an AI agent that, so going a little on what Joe was talking here about having an AI agent that does things for you. Can you imagine an AI agent that directly interfaces between the markets? They can make predictions about these different variables based on the information it has, and it can talk to you via chat, and you can actually run simulations of what this agent would do with your conversation and without your conversation, and you can actually see in a quantitative way how much your conversation is actually improving. So you can ask an expert for some information. You can actually measure how valuable this information is. So now I'm going to go a bit over governance. So how Futarchy can change governance. So this is Robin's point of, hey, if it's possible to see in the world which countries are doing better than others, and if the governments are they don't know exactly what to do, they fail at aggregating information, and if markets are good for that, then we should try to use markets to run the governments. So this is Robin's idea. There's this paper on Futarchy that introduced this idea called vote on values, bet on beliefs. So our democracy has many problems. You have debates on politicians, and they are all talking about, hey, if you vote for me, inflation is going to be down, growth is going to be up, everything's going to be great, and if you vote for my adversary, everything's going to be terrible, right? And of course, you cannot believe this, and you cannot believe any of the pundits who are debating these things, because who knows? But with conditional markets, you can actually make trades on this, so you can actually tell what's going to be the impact of on any metric that you care about. And Robin Hanson's vision is that eventually what people could do is, instead of voting on the laws themselves, they could vote on the metrics they care about, and they could have the system automatically generating a weighted welfare metric and having just people betting on what metric is going to be better, and this is automatically executed. So this is the core of his Futarchy idea. So I also like the idea of kind of turning governments, a little bit controversial here, but I hope you don't mind. So idea of Futarchy shares, or kind of turning governments a little bit more into a for-profit thing, a little bit. So we have this idea of UBI as a solution to changes in labor and AI. But there's a problem with UBI that there's no alignment, right? So how much is going to be the UBI? People are going to be pushing for more, and others are going to be pushing for less. And there's no alignment between the government and the people if you have an UBI. And what the thing I like more is like a government citizen shares, where you basically own a little bit of the country with some shares that represent the ownership of the country. And then instead of giving a UBI for free, you basically get income is from dividends and maybe slowly unlocking these tokens or these shares over time. So that's, I'm going to go now into this a little bit deeper idea that about liquidity. So many people have this idea of in the future of when the very intelligent AI comes, that maybe they're going to be taking over the economy in some way, but the humans are going to be in control of politics. So that's one solution that people think of having, and I think that's actually a really bad idea. So let me try to explain why. It's a bit complicated to kind of explain why, but so just some mentions. There's this article by Vitalik, AI as the engine, humans as the steering wheel, that argues that the most efficient way is for humans to try to direct what you want, and or to try to direct what you know, and have the most of the actual work of deciding what to do to the AIs, because they are cheaper and more efficient. And in my vision, if you try to keep the humans as the engine, or like the humans actually making each decision, it's like an automatic car. The car can do things for you. You can tell them where to go, but you don't have to tell everything about what minimal details of how you're going to do. And if you have humans doing every little detail, it gets inefficient. And you have two options. You can do repression of the most efficient things. You can try to repress the most advanced AI organizations, or the most, or you can just accept failure and just be outcompeted by more efficient organizations. So I don't think that's the way. I think the Vitalik's way of AI as the engine, but humans as the steering wheel to direct us is the best idea. There's this idea, I'm trying to make this analogy between capital and influence. So if you have capital, you can have liquid forms of capital or illiquid forms of capital. And most people understand that if you don't know much about finance, you don't know much about money, you should mostly keep your money liquid. You don't want to be actively managing lots of money if you don't know what you're doing, right? So that's so if you have someone that just got a huge inheritance from their parents and they don't know much what to do, they should keep it in very liquid, diversified forms. They shouldn't be trying to run the companies themselves or whatever. They can do things wrong. So that's also the same for influence. And if you think of political influence, if humans are going to be less intelligent than AIs, we are going to be investing our influence really badly, and that's not a good way for us to preserve our influence. It's like someone that is a fool that just inherited some company and they're going to be running it themselves. No, they should not. They should do an ICO or they should an IPO, and they should get the most efficient mechanism possible to run this company. If you own a company and you don't know what to do with it, you should just try to get diversification, right? So here's my vision. I think humans should try to have liquid influence and should try to embrace the idea of kind of financialization of power and influence. I think the best way to do that is some combination of citizen shares or something. You can own a little bit of your country in a way, and then it's more financialized, and I think that's good. That's actually the best way for us to preserve influence in a world where we are no longer the top species in terms of intelligence. Centralized versus decentralized utopia. So there's this idea, I don't know who have heard of this, probably not many. There's this idea of coherent extrapolated evolution. From Eliezer Yudkowsky. So that's his vision of how to achieve utopia. It's like his definition. This is his definition of what a super intelligent AI that is friendly would do, or what he would optimize. It would optimize for whatever you would want if you were wiser and if you could think harder and if you could know better. And if you were coherent, because sometimes we have beliefs that are inconsistent with each other, we have desires that are inconsistent with each other. So there's this vision of coherent extrapolation. So the AI trying to look into you and find out what would you want if you knew more, if you had more time to think, if you had more information, what would you want, right? So this is his definition of friendly AI. But I think that's a kind of centralized version. It kind of assumes something that Nick Bostrom calls a singleton, which is basically an AI taking over the world or controlling everything and having a single political organization. So that's I feel like a centralized version of utopia. I want to talk about a decentralized version of utopia that is somewhat based on Tim Rogarden. I don't know if you, so this is a professor on cooperative and computational game theory, and he has this paper about price of anarchy. And the price of anarchy is basically a cost of decentralization. So in theory, how much worse are we compared to a centralized benevolent dictator? And the higher this number, the worse we are. But the cool thing is, if you have better coordination mechanisms, I feel like Ethereum and blockchains are ways to improve this in better institutions, as Robin mentioned, are all ways of decreasing this cost so that we can actually share power and we can actually do that without much cost. So we can actually reduce the frictions of having decentralization of power. And so my vision for what a centralized utopia would be in the very, very far future is a coordinated extrapolation volition, which is effectively people are going to be coordinating with each other to make deals that are good for each other. Oops. Okay. And eventually, this thing is going to behave as a utility maximizer. It's going to behave as maximizing the utility of everybody weighted by their power. So this is not necessarily going to be an egalitarian solution that's going to end, but that's a kind of centralized utopia where you have many different agents and they get better and better at coordination over time. What are they going to optimize at the end? The end point, the end goal, it would be maximizing the total utility of everybody else together, but the utility weighted by every person's power. And there's a formal definition of power that you can base on this. Yeah, so I do feel that Futarchy is going to be a step on this direction. Of course, it's only a small step, but I do hope that humans can coordinate better and they can so all kinds of coordination in a way So I used to be very, very against the idea of social credit scores. It felt like the worst thing in the world to me. Like just as I hate the idea of a world government, I used to also hate this. But I realize now that all kinds of culture, all kinds of groups have their own social scores in a way. Even like Ethereum has their social score in a way, because where people are kind of judging each other based on how much they contribute to a group or to some idea. So I actually feel like we need some kind of a decentralized social credit scores. And any kind of cultural coordination means you have to find a way of decentralizing the idea of punishing free riders. So you have to, and it doesn't have to be using state power. It can be other ways, using status or other things. But I think that's an idea. There's idea of Futarchy nonprofits. Yeah, and Robin has this plan of using Futarchy to improve fixed academia. But yeah, I think that's it. I hoped I could inspire you with why I'm so excited about Futarchy. And yeah, thank you very much. And I want to invite you all to join us. We just created this Discord yesterday, so you can join us. And if you have a project, you can try to reach out. You can reach out to us, and we would be happy to explore some Futarchy pilots to your project. And yeah, so thank you very much.
So thank you very much. I think we have time for 2 questions from the audience. If anyone has a question now, otherwise there's a question from Devansh. Let me come back.
Yeah, so something I didn't realize was the difference between like betting markets, like will X happen, which is what we see in poly market, and what you're proposing, that if this happens, will it increase or decrease the price or the market cap? I think that was like a good distinction you brought. But I guess the hardest part and the question is about the UX of it. It's much easier to have a UX like will EIP number X be implemented rather than a UX for if EIP X is implemented, ETH price this, ETH price, like if it's not implemented is another price. Like it's just very complicated. So how do you see the UX question playing out?
Thank you, Devansh. I could have put a screenshot of how we're doing that right now, but one way of doing that is try to think of it as voting. So imagine you have an EIP, you want to know whether this is going to be good or bad for ETH price. The idea of Futarchy is kind of replacing voting with trades. So if you are in favor of some EIP, you can just go and say, okay, I want to buy Ethereum, I want to buy ETH, if this EIP is going to be implemented. Or you can also vote by, I'm going to threaten to sell my ETH if this is not implemented. So this is how you can vote yes, in favor of this EIP. If you don't like it, you can vote against this EIP by going and selling the yes version by, okay, I don't like this EIP, I'm going to be selling this if this EIP is implemented, because I think that's going to be bad for Ethereum, and I want to get out, right? So that's one way of doing this interface. Another way is just a trading interface. You can have 2 different, it's a chart with 2 different lines, and you can just buy and sell both separately. You can go and buy ETH, but on this world, this is, or I can try to borrow some from the multiverse idea of the kind of a rebranding of Futarchy as a multiverse, where you have 2 different worlds, and you can kind of first go into this world, and then you can make a trade into this world, and you can kind of use 2 different tabs to basically choose which world are you trading in, and then you can see your position on each of these worlds.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Any other questions from the audience for now? Cool. Then thank you. A round of applause for Kevin. Thank you for the talk. So now we're gonna do like a 5-minute break, and then we have one talk on the AI topic. So we'll get into the AI part of the day from Flower AI, one of the leading federated machine learning frameworks. Very much looking forward to it. That will start in 5 minutes. Feel free to grab a coffee, grab a water, and in 5 minutes we continue.
Two, one, two, one, two. Hey everybody, hey everybody, hey everybody.
Yes. No, everything that's not specified is here on the main stage.
I sent you a message, but
Okay, yeah.
very similar subject.
Yeah. So everyone, let's slowly get together and continue. Feel free also to come moving forward. It's very cozy here up in front and makes discussions easier. So for everyone who is here in real life and not digitally, feel free to join us. We have, as mentioned, we have Flower AI, Daniel, founder of Flower AI. It's one of the leading federated machine learning frameworks. It's used heavily in academia. It's used in a lot of different cases. So I think we'll learn more about it in a second, but very much looking forward. So quick round of applause for Daniel.
Yeah, thanks for the intro and thanks for having me here today. So this is going to be a little bit of a shift in pace compared to the previous topic. I'm going to talk about AI and how to decentralize AI and what this means and what the opportunities here are. And I generally like to start with a little bit of context and sort of why we should do this and what the opportunities are. So I think one interesting way to look at the AI space today is to compare it with sort of the history of computing. And if we go way, way back, even before the internet existed and computing, there was this phase that you could call mainframe computing. And if you look at the attributes of mainframe computing, it was centralized. It was closed source, so proprietary systems that everyone built. Those systems, they were isolated. Everyone was just trying to build a bigger system in-house, but those different systems, they were not connected to one another. The control over these systems was mainly with the manufacturer. And then either you had access to one of these systems or not, but there was no real model of participation. Now, fast forwarding a little bit to the internet age, you could call that era of computing sort of the networked computing phase. It was quite the opposite in many ways. So it was decentralized in nature. Open source was starting, and open source was actually driving this movement. The fact that standards like HTTP emerged and HTML and things like that just allowed for super wide scale adoption of this decentralized system. It was fundamentally connected, so we had smaller units, they could all work together using common standards. And control was very much in the hands of the user. So you could just go out, you could buy a PC, you would decide what kind of software you run on that PC, and you decide what kind of applications you run, what kind of things you participate in. Now, it was open for participation. I think this was one of the key things to make this a success. If we look at AI today, it feels a little bit like we're in this phase of mainframe AI. It's very similar to the mainframe era of computing, actually. It is centralized. Everyone is just trying to build a bigger cluster. Much of it is closed source, so what runs on these cluster, parts of it are open source, obviously, But then there's a lot of closed source, there's a lot of closed models behind the doors. The most popular models these days, still many of them are closed source. And again, control if models are closed source, and if those models are just running behind an API, everything is under the control of the manufacturer of the company building these models. And there's no real participation, right? If this entire system is closed source, then you just get the new features when they drop, but it's not like you can actively participate in it. Now, if we compare that, I think the next phase and what's going to define AI going forward, we could call it networked AI. It's decentralized in nature. It's open source. There's already a huge open source AI movement happening. It's connected, and this will be, and I'll go more into what that will mean in a second. It's under the control of the user. You decide which models to run. You decide which thing to participate in. And yeah, it's open for participation. I think this is going to be one of the key success drivers to get a large community together to work on these things together. Now, if we look at the decentralization piece again, I think this is quite an important part to understand why should this networked era of AI, why should you participate in it, what's in it for AI, why would this ever be better than a huge cluster of GPUs in a data center under the control of one AI lab. One simple fact, one almost law is data is naturally decentralized. Data gets created in a very decentralized way. It gets created on user devices by users interacting with an application. It gets created in different organizations where the organization wants to obviously stay in control over that data. So it's fundamentally decentralized when it gets created. Now, the way we train AI model today in this centralized way simply means that the way we train AI today can't access most of it. I was here last year and I had this slide actually with some metrics next to it. Right now, if we just look at frontier models use all the public data that is out there on the web and on other public sources. And this data is roughly, if you look at high quality English text, it's roughly 15 trillion tokens. That's sort of the data set that is publicly available. Now, if you look at private data, email, for example, or direct messages or other sources of private data within organizations, I think email alone is more than 600 trillion tokens. So 15 versus 600. There's a huge amount of private data that is currently not accessible. And this data, I'm not saying we should just immediately train AI models on all of this data. This is just to illustrate the point that there's a lot more data out there. And if we could use that data in a way that where organizations remain in control over the data, then we could train vastly better AI models than we can today. The traditional way that organizations try to address this, by the way, is just trying to make that single data partition that they're working with much, much bigger. They're trying to collect as much data as they possibly can. But it's pretty obvious that this approach is also fundamentally limited because everyone who does this, they need to strike licensing deals with other companies. It's a huge effort to get this off the ground, and still the amount of data compared to the overall data that is available is relatively small that you can get. Now, what would a sort of a perfect future for AI look like, where AI models can make use of more data, but then also users and organizations stay in control over that data? It would probably look something like this. Decentralized AI is where you have a number of data partitions. Everyone, every organization, every user has their own data. They decide what is allowed to happen with their data. But then the AI model, instead of just staying in one place, the model would sort of almost move around and learn from the data, but the data stays under the control of the user. And this is sort of the big opportunity here is that today we train these models on thousands of GPUs, and maybe in the future we could train these models and run these models on billions of devices. So the way this works is, and maybe just once more, just to double down on that point because it's really crucial. The way centralized AI systems work is to move the data. Data originates in a decentralized way. We've seen that. It originates on user devices. It originates in different organizations. The traditional way is move the data around, move it all into one place, and then train a model. But as we've seen, it's very limited because oftentimes this can't happen. Organizations want to stay in control over their data. Users also generally want to stay in control over their data. The way that decentralized AI solves this is it just says, let the data stay where it is. Never move the data. Instead of moving the data, we just move the computation. Previously we moved the data to the computation. Now we move the computation to where the data is. And then we let the model learn just a little bit, and we move it around, and we collect these learnings and get a model that has seen a lot of data without that data actually having to move. Now this is what, obviously this requires quite a bit of infrastructure, right? To move these models around, to train them in a decentralized way, to aggregate those learnings and so on. This is what we're building with Flower and the Flower platform in particular. Now the Flower platform at a high level gives you this unified interface to build an application that can run in a hugely distributed and decentralized way. It can do federated learning, which is the process of training these models, but also things like analytics, which is called federated analytics in this case, or simply just evaluating models on decentralized data. It allows you to bring very different kinds of models. Practically any machine learning approach that is out there, you can decentralize it using the framework. And the way it works under the hood at a super, super high level is that you build your Flower app. The Flower app is mostly the model. So let's say you have a small large language model or some other kind of model like a vision transformer, whatever model you have, you bundle it into Flower app, and then you run the app on that infrastructure. And Flower has two main components. They're called the super node. This is where the actual data lives. This is where the actual training happens. And then sort of an orchestrating entity, which is called the super link, links all of these nodes together, and it distributes that workload, runs it, and then also aggregates all the learnings and all the steps that need to happen to make the training happen. Now, since last year, we actually invested a lot in the developer experience, and it's now super simple to get started with this approach. It might sound a little bit intimidating, moving these models around and so on, but actually the framework does most of this for you. All you need to do is pip install Flower, of course. Then you can just create one of these template apps using the command Flower new. This creates just an app from a template. If you have a PyTorch model, for example, you can pick the PyTorch template. And then after that, you have your app, and you can run this app in a distributed way. So you can FLWR run to run the app, and then you can use commands like FLWR log to see all the logs that happen in a distributed way. You can use FLWR ls to see all the runs that are currently running. And of course, you can also stop runs. So all of this together makes it very simple for you to get started. And if you look at the app, it's actually these template apps that get generated. It's very little code. The main thing is really the machine learning model you bring, the machine learning model you want to run in a distributed way. If you then gain more experience and you want to customize and tweak all of the different parts of the system, obviously you can. You can tweak how these models get aggregated. You can tweak which clients, which supernodes are getting selected to participate, and things like that. It also makes it relatively easy to bring all the tools you already know and love. So one of the philosophies we try to follow is, let's just put the framework in the background. We actually don't want to overwhelm the entire user experience, but let the user just use all the tools they know and love already. So whether you like PyTorch or something else, whether you want to log to MLflow or weights and biases, you can use all of these tools. One of the things that stands out about Flower is it has a huge and very active user community. We have over 6,000 AI developers in the community. We have over 160 contributors, over 6,000 stars on GitHub, and a large number of dependent projects. So there's always, if a developer builds a project and then they open source that project, that's a dependent project, and you get a huge ecosystem of these projects that you can use and copy and then tweak for your own purposes. We also run events. So we run the largest federated AI conference in the world, the Flower AI Summit, which happened in March in London. And obviously, we also use the framework ourselves. So I want to talk a little bit about LLM training, specifically a project called Flower LLM. And if you just look at sort of what's happened also a little bit historically in the space of decentralization, there's a huge uptick in this interest in decentralized training. So we see that there's now projects, maybe some of us remember SETI at Home, where you can sort of contribute your own computing resources to this and can form a huge decentralized network to tackle these problems. One of the things we've done is we've built our own LLM. So we built Flower LLM 1.7b. It's a small large language model, and it's the world's first state-of-the-art LLM that's trained with completely decentralized AI. So here are a couple of metrics. It's built on the Llama architecture, and we've trained it to a point where if you look at some of these metrics, it's the state-of-the-art model that's trained in that way. One of the things that's a little bit closer to the Web3 side of things is our collaboration with Vana. Maybe some of you in the audience have heard about Vana already. It's actually a funny side note. Anna, the creator of Vana, I met her for the first time at ZU Berlin last year. And then over the last year, we started to collaborate with Vana. And we've, this year in March, we announced Collective One. Collective One will be the world's first decentralized, user-owned foundation model. And we already started with the first training runs. So Collective One, our initial target was to target a 7B model. We'll probably go a little bit bigger at some point. But if you're familiar with Vana, you'll know that they're building these data DAOs, or they allow users, to be more specific, to build their own data DAOs. And the data DAO can have any kind of data from a particular data source. For example, there's a data DAO with Reddit user data, there's a data DAO with Tesla user data, and many other data DAOs. And this data, obviously, it's owned by the users. And with Collective One, we want to use this data to train just a much better foundation model that fundamentally is completely owned by the users. Now, with that, just going a little bit into the tech stack that powers this project, Flower has all the components that you need to train large language models that are state-of-the-art in a completely decentralized way. So there's underlying everything is the Flower system. We have the Photon runtime that allows for efficient distribution of this. We have a specific networking stack in place. We have specific optimizers in place and specific ways to handle embeddings in a decentralized way. It's open source, it's peer-reviewed, and it has support for heterogeneous hardware, which is a critical piece in this completely decentralized world. Now, one of our predictions at Flower AI Summit was that over the course of a year, we'll see a 1000x reduction in the communication required to train these models, which is quite a substantial reduction. And we've already seen from the work we've done sort of since Flower AI Summit up until today, we've already seen a considerable reduction to make this happen, which is a key piece. If we don't just have all the GPUs in one big cluster with high bandwidth networking in between them, but we start to connect together different devices and GPUs over the internet, communication efficiency is one of the core things to make this work and to be able to scale this. Is it possible to play videos here? Oh yeah. I don't know if you can hear this, but.
Does that scale to 500,000? Does it scale to 1 million? And does the demand for your products depend on it scaling? That part, the last part is no. My sense is that distributed training will have to work. My sense is that distributed computing, right? Some form of learning, distributed, asynchronous distributed computing is going to discover. Very enthusiastic and very optimistic about it.
So I just wanted to add this to give an example that
Yes.
sorry. That even Jensen, who's obviously benefiting from large GPU clusters being built, thinks that eventually just stacking more and more GPUs in a single data center is not going to work anymore, and eventually we'll have to go decentralized. Whether we'll call that decentralized AI or federated AI or async distributed training, doesn't matter so much, but the general idea, I think the fundamental idea is one that we all share. So I also wanted to talk a little bit about what's next. So I already covered this idea of networked AI, if we think back to that. One of the things we discovered in working with the community and working with many users is that for many users, it's, and now these days with LLM specifically, it's sometimes difficult to get started because LLMs, they're large models, and putting these models on a device and making them work on a device just for inference comes with its own challenges. So if you've ever tried this, you've probably seen diagrams like this, where if you take a model, you need to go through a number of transformation steps to actually optimize the model, quantize it, do other things to make the model work on a particular chipset, on a particular device. And then you've only done it for one device, and then you need to do it all over again for all the types of devices you want to support. So that's something that we heard from users is quite painful. And if we can't run a model on device for just inference, then training the model, which is the thing that we are ultimately very interested in, is going to be even harder. So another challenge that users ran into is this compatibility. So I've been saying you run through this whole pipeline, you've done it for one device, then you need to do it all over again for all the different devices and chipsets you want to support. Now, earlier this year, we introduced a first preview of what we call Flower Intelligence. Flower Intelligence tries to solve that for you in a way and make it very easy to run LLMs on the device. So the basic idea is, let's run an LLM on the device, and we make that very easy with an API that looks fairly similar to other AI SDKs. But the difference is there's really a deep fundamental difference. The API looks the same, but instead of just sending a request to some server that usually someone else runs, this model allows you to run the LLM on your device. So it fetches, the first time you do it, it fetches the model to the device, and then it runs the model on the device. And it doesn't require network access anymore after this initial fetching of the model. It comes with SDKs in different languages, TypeScript, JavaScript, Swift. and it supports a number of built-in models. So we support most popular open source models, and we also have a couple of custom fine-tuned models for specific use cases. If you don't believe that open source AI is actually, on-device AI can be powerful, here's a demo we ran earlier this year, which runs the full DeepSeek R1 on a standard Mac Studio that you can just buy in any Apple store. So it runs the DeepSeek R1. You can see on the right-hand side, you can see all the usage, RAM usage, and so on. And you can see that it runs it at a pretty decent speed, which is something I think sometimes there's still this mental model that, oh no, if we want to run an LLM, we need to run it in the cloud. I think this is outdated, and on-device AI is actually starting to become incredibly powerful. To solve the compatibility challenge and to solve sort of for this long tail of devices where you have a huge number of devices that are also older generations that can't run these models yet, newer devices, most of them do pretty well because recently chipsets have added NPUs to accelerate the inference of these models. But there's always a long tail of devices that don't support the latest model, or maybe there's a larger model that you cannot run on device yet. For that, we also introduced a service called Flower Confidential Remote Compute, which encrypts all the prompts on the device and then sends them to a server in a fully end-to-end encrypted way. And that server runs the model in confidential compute. So you can verify that the model, what you expect to be done is actually getting done. And it's fully end-to-end encrypted, which means none of the intermediate layers, none of the middleware layers, nothing can ever inspect the prompt you send it and can ever inspect the response that's coming back. So that's Flower Intelligence. It's local first AI with optional confidential remote compute to give you an easy ability to run and deploy these models at a large scale and enable your users to run LLMs. One of the companies we've worked with is Thunderbird. So Thunderbird has probably the highest standard when it comes to protecting user data. Thunderbird is an email client, an open source email client with a user base of 20 million users. And obviously, users use email for their most confidential internal communications with their friends and family, but also at work, company internal communications. So the data handled by Thunderbird is among the most sensitive data that exists. And there's simply no way for Thunderbird to ship AI features. They could just not send requests to some API that can inspect all the prompts and everything. So we've worked with Thunderbird to bring AI features in a confidential way into Thunderbird that completely protects the user privacy, that runs these models on the device, or if the user allows it, in a confidential remote compute setting where the client can verify that the data of the user is protected. And that's almost it. I just wanted to add one thing before we go into questions. We'll run another event later this year in September 25th. We'll run a Flower AI Day in San Francisco. At Flower AI Day, we'll show you what's next for Flower and for Flower Intelligence. And we'd love to meet many of you there. And that's it. I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions from the audience?
Thanks. How do you incentivize people to run, and train your model? What is the incentive to,
Well, it depends a little bit on the setup, but usually our users are organizations whose interest is to train a better model. And the only way for them to train a better model is to actually use a distributed approach, because the data is fundamentally distributed, either on user devices or on or it's distributed across different organizations. So there's no way for them to train a good model with the data they have available centrally. Now for Flower Intelligence, running the model, actually, the way we run a model is just a fundamental enabler for the users that use Flower Intelligence. They basically just have two options. One option is I don't use AI at all because I can't send my data to someone else's API in a non-confidential way. Or I use Flower Intelligence, which allows me to run the model either locally on the device or in confidential remote compute. And now if you're an application builder, the decision is up to you. Do you want to miss the AI train and not integrate AI into your features, which is, I think, something that users will expect from all applications. So you can either not participate, or you can run the model on device or in a confidential environment.
Awesome. Any other questions from the audience right now?
Very nice presentation. We also work on federated learning, Flock. So Jiahao sent his regard. Second question. First is just a remark. Second question, do you guys put some effort into build a wider ecosystem? So for instance, assuming you have some decentralized data set from a certain cohort of maybe corporation or community, do you put some effort in terms of allow them to build application on top of those models?
So that's something we would like to see, absolutely. It's something up to the organizations who are building these federations. Flower as a platform and as an open source framework supports this. So Flower, one of the big transitions we've made over the last 2 years is to build it out into a full multi-tenancy platform, which just means that if you have multiple organizations coming together and they all deploy Flower supernodes connected by a Flower superlink, then you can actually open up that federation. It's not just a single run that happens, but you can actually have either your own AI engineers train models on this, or you can also open it up to third parties and allow them to either train models on this infrastructure or maybe just evaluate models.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I don't see any hands up right now. So round of applause for Daniel. Thank you very much for coming.
Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Next up, we have the next AI talk coming up from Gina AI. I'm Florian, who will be talking about search agents and to give a bit of perspective on search agents, what they actually are, how they work, and what's behind them. Der Strom mag. An der Seite vielleicht der Verschläge.
Awesome.
So, I see we are in the luxury position today to have a very small group. So probably we can do something different. First, I would be very interested, who would like to participate? Basically, I have a bit impression that probably you're also doing some work or so. And yeah, we're just curious, like who of you would really like to be part of this? Then I would invite you to come here, and we can have a very intensive thing on the things I work in my company, Gina AI. So it's an AI company that was founded 5 years ago, and I'm working there as a founding engineer, help to build up the AI company. And if you're interested, then please join in the first row. or yeah, you already did a great job. Maybe to give an additional incentive, we have these stacks. So it's like my my personal card. I give these around instead of a paper card. So, I mean, just putting it here, right? Maybe someone will take it at some point. It better be fast, because others also are. Let's start with. I mean, okay, basically it's then more you two or three. So I would like to know what is like the main thing you work on, because then I can make a whole presentation more customized to you. So are you a programmer? At the moment, I'm more like a developer relationship background. Okay, cool. Nice. Can you do? Mm-hmm. Okay, also engineering background then? Okay, nice. So probably all of you have seen this funny little robot before. So it's always in all these presentations. And the thing is consider this magical ingredient of the slide. So something goes in, and then it finds an output, or it does something, and it just did it out of AI magic. And today, I want to demystify this, to really give you understanding what that is, and basically even demystifying maybe all kind of agents. And yeah, so we have these projects that were built by companies, deep research project where it's doing some search in the background and then providing you a search result. But how does it actually work? And the whole story actually starts here, with the idea that we insert a piece of text into some magical, not defined machine yet. And what we get as output is the continuation of that text. Namely, that you insert a question, it starts generating what usually comes after question, an answer. It starts generating the next word of the answer, so that you can use this machine over and over again to generate the full answer. This is what we got. It's not exactly what we wanted. It's this machine that outputs a distribution over words or tokens.
But then the problem here is that, okay, in a lot of cases it gives some reasonable answer. For instance, it might, for one run, it might output here, Paris is a city in France. But then there's this small likelihood that it outputs something that is totally unrelated, has nothing to do with the actual grounding, with the actual information. And this is what we call hallucination. It's a hallucinating answer. It's creating fake data. It's lying to us. So how can we mitigate this? What people found out is when you insert this prompt, so this text document, this prompt into this large language model, and you give it additional information. So here I put in some information from Wikipedia. Then you can change this distribution completely. So increase the likelihood so much that the next word that will be produced is something that is actually truthful. And where do we get this information from? We need search engine. Because search engine, something like Google, for instance, has access to all the public data and could answer all these questions, even though the model itself would hallucinate, would produce incorrect information. And let's quickly discuss about the history we went through with search. So we started with something very, very basic, with keyword search. It's like what you have in your browser. You try out this search term, it doesn't work. The other one, okay, 2 hits, but not relevant. You cannot really give the semantic meaning to what you're looking for. It's just hard keyword-based matching. And then you have this next paradigm of semantic search. You can basically formulate in whatever way you can formulate what you want to look for, and then it finds the result just based on semantic matching, semantic meaning. And now, currently, for whatever search engine is out there, we see this shift to agentic search. So having agents actually gathering all the information together. And they don't even care what search engine is or how the search engine performs, because they know how to use that search engine. So here's what we started with our keyword search. It's very good. So the green document is something that can be found with a keyword-based search, and the red one cannot. So for instance, here's a stair. For instance, there is this query, best budget smartphones 2025. And then, of course, certain things we can find with a keyword-based search, namely the documents that have exact words matching the query. And then other documents don't. If you have a document that has, instead of budget smartphones, has affordable mobile phones, it's not matching, but it's a relevant document. We want to have this. We want to use this for grounding our response, to not create hallucinations in our response. We need this document. That's why the semantic search was invented. It was a logical next step to keyword-based search. So with semantic search, you have these kind of documents even match. Even there's here buy in this document, the word buy instead of purchase, it's also matching. It's matching the semantic meaning. But what about an ID? For instance, we search for smartphones, and then there is a document with a certain ID, and the ID is very different. For the semantic model, it's so much the same. It's just things like, okay, this is an ID, and this is an ID, and it's the same. It's just an ID. It's semantically the same. But no, for us, it makes a real difference. It's not just the price. It matters for us how high is the price, or it's not just the size. It's another size that is also matching. Yeah, but it should be my size because it's my body and so on. So that's a really a tough downside for these semantic models, matching semantic relationships. And for a long time, that was the reason people didn't use them in production. It was just considered, okay, we can try all this and that, but then the traditional way always worked better. But then hybrid search came. We combined the power of finding exact IDs, filtering by price, filtering by brand, and so on, with also the semantic meaning that we can define, describe in an abstract way what we are searching for. And now, the next paradigm is agentic search. You might find a situation where you're looking for something, and in theory, if this document would exist with everything you want, it would find it with semantic search. But then you have this scenario where the thing you're asking for is distributed all over the internet. So there is just not a single document that is matching. No matter how good the search engine will be, the search engine just ranks, okay, here are the top 10 documents. But what if the information I'm looking for is scattered around in the top 1,000 documents? It's just not possible to retrieve this one document that contains all the information. For instance, when I have these type of queries, give me all the current language models that are best performing ones. Okay, maybe there's one overview table, but maybe every company has their different way of evaluation, and the agent actually has to go to all these different sites, collect the information, and then give the final answer. So, since this talk is about demystifying agents, we now look into the inner working of the agents, so that whenever we see this kind of funny looking robot, we can see through. We can see what it actually is. And it might be simpler than it looks like. So we have a client request, for instance, cheapest GPU with 80 gigabyte VRAM. So for us AI developers, this is like a dream. We want to have these kind of GPUs. We want to have them cheap. So the search agent will try to use the search engine as a tool. I will explain later what this exactly means, because it's not yet demystified. And use the search engine and first go from first principles. It acts really dumb. It forgets all its knowledge it got through training, and just thinks about, okay, what even is a GPU? It could start from there. Okay, maybe it already assumes it knows what a GPU is, but then what are GPU producers? So maybe during the time when I was trained, there were certain GPU producers, but when I'm used in production as AI model, maybe there are new GPU producers. Where would I know? I first have to search on the internet. That's what the agent is thinking. And then it gets the typical things, NVIDIA, AMD, Intel. Oh, interesting. Okay, Intel is also producing GPUs. Maybe we'll look into this later. And then it comes up with a lot of search requests. It requests NVIDIA GPU, Intel GPU, this and that, and then what to consider, and okay, my program, and what is the requirement, and does it really have 80 gigabyte VRAM? And after all of these analysis, it even found prices and made comparison, it gives back the final result. As we see in all these deep research projects from Gemini, from OpenAI. So now, what is this? So this is supposed to be the climax of the talk. This is just prompt, an LLM, and code. These three ingredients. Okay, a machine to run on the code, probably electricity to power the machine. There are a lot of ingredients, but it's like the main component everyone should remember. And then I quickly just show you the prompt. It's nothing you should like really remember. So just you see, okay, it's not too much text. So this is our search agent, right? It's just one prompt. And this is everything you need for a search engine, to write one prompt. And then it's also just one of these LLMs, and it's one simple piece of code. And then probably it's a huge marketing team to create a nice website and market as, yeah, we also have our deep research with some very powerful new AI and so on. But these are the three ingredients. And for instance, the prompt is telling the language model, hey, you act like a researcher, and here is a user request, and here's a list of questions that got asked before and their answers. So it might be a huge list. And then please answer either the direct answer. Give me the final answer, or you give me the query for what to search on next. So either provide the final answer, or give me new research questions I should feed into the search engine. And then you can see it might go into loop, might go into almost infinite loop, where it creates more and more research questions over time. But then at some point it will converge, or it's almost guaranteed that it converges, or mathematically even guaranteed that at some point it just will return final answer. Okay, yeah, you don't really have to understand in detail but how this code works. But the prompt, I think you should. The code is just a for loop, right, iterating over this, executing again and again, and then here checking if the output JSON was mode final, then return the final answer, then breaking the loop, or it outputs some queries. It's just the LLM is doing either this or that. Okay, possible applications of this. I think this the most deep research thing nowadays is like not too much empowering people, because it's mostly performed on publicly available data. And then a lot of people think like, yeah, I just do my own search. I just find out on the internet or so. But then when it becomes really relevant is on private data. And here's an example on private data, what a company who created internal search engine and internal search agent for their company could enable. So what they could do is they could ask, what's our main competitor? This is a question that gets asked so often in my career. In every company I work many, many times, because it also updates all the time. What the agent can do, it can go through internal documentation of products and then find internally also where is this product deployed, then finding what other products are in the same region, also in Germany or in the United States, and what companies running these products. And then making this very extensive analysis. And the good thing is you don't only have to do it once. And you basically click the button and run it again half a year from there. And you only did this effort once, but then you can get this always this up-to-date data or competitor analysis. But there are certain things I would not recommend to make it perform. For instance, that it should not, it cannot talk to a colleague. So maybe sometimes the solution is easier. You can just have an in-person conversation to another person within your company, and then they send you the report and say, it's already done. We did this before. And then also it should not send an email to other people within the company, and cannot look into physical documents, searching there. So these search agents never solve everything. The rule, as before, is still valid here: human in the loop. So, and the company I work at, it's called Gina AI. We create multimodal foundation models in embedding. We have like the best embedding model for German language currently. So for these semantic models currently available on the market and always in top 10 globally. We got founded 5 years ago with 40 million founding, and currently still long runway, and currently working on visual language models training and also embedding training. We also have our own deep research implementation, as I showed you how simple it is. Of course, then we plugged in many more components like memory, and there's so many tricks like budget, for instance. You don't want to have this while true loop and don't know how much money you're burning, budget management, and so many more things. And as you can see, it's still maintained a lot. So even 5 hours ago, someone made a pull request, just made the screenshot before a presentation. And 30 more open source projects. We're an open source company. And most important key takeaway from this presentation is that this funny looking robot you see everywhere is demystified now by just being a prompt LLM and a loop. It's a loop. Thank you.
So thank you very much. When we go into questions, to kick it off, maybe one question from my side. Super interesting. Given the search agents, do you think websites need to be redesigned to be more accessible for search agents? And do you see that the web at some point will be agent first, that kind of it's designed more for agents than for actual human users?
Yeah. We have a lot of different API services, and we stopped developing an API documentation for humans. So you just have a link, and then you come to a raw document with JSON, and there's a whole specification just for AI agents to implement our services. Then we say, please don't do like implementation yourself, because it's so hard to maintain. When you change your code and then you have to change all the examples and the users complain, no, but it's not working. Yeah, okay, I forgot to update, sorry. And then, but this is then also generated and extracted from our code base, and it always works, and we call it meta prompt. So you can insert this and then into your current prompt and then say, and now implement the API for Gina's embedding models. And I think for a lot of other websites, this will also come. And I see this as a paradigm shift. And especially for all the data-heavy things where human anyways don't like to look at. But I still think people will invest a lot in nice front ends and branding, and then having people see their website, and I think this is still an important component.
Awesome, thank you very much.
Nice question, I never got that one,
Thank you. One question here.
So my question, I'm trying to think what's the best way to frame it. So one dimension of my question is a question of recency.
Reasoning?
Recency, as in how recent the information is. Let's say one example is if I'm searching if I'm searching for news, then the content, my intention of search is very different to if I'm searching for what's the most used neural network architecture being used, maybe transformer, right? So, but that kind of information is deeply embedded in the web or the human knowledge. So when you do this kind of, when you build this kind of agentic search, my basic assumption is the kind of large language model we are training and fine-tuning on the body of knowledge tend to be more focused on information that's more, let's say, set in stone, right? So how do you manage that balance?
So you mean factual correctness?
Either factual correctness, but also as information coming to the fore, how do you update your model when you do a kind of day-to-day search, at least with your framework?
So you mean when so new information comes in, and then the ground truth is actually updated?
Yeah. Do you actually update your update and fine-tune your model behind the scene on a very regular basis?
That's a good question. So to avoid this, we try to put as few knowledge as possible into the model. Like this was a very, very tough part, and then make the model only reliant on the external data. And this one is updating. So once new information comes in, then the search engine index is updating. And then on the next request, it will receive a different result from the search engine. So the answer will also be different. And we try to avoid the model thinking, oh yeah, I know this fact like by heart, it was always like this, and then just giving the answer directly. So that's why we train it to always go from first principles and make not any assumption. This is so hard to make not any assumption, but as few as possible about the world. And then it has to ask a lot of queries again and again. We try to cache some of these so that it doesn't start by what does it even mean to be a language model? Like always, it's starting by okay, I know what a GPU is. This was the threshold, but I don't know what the current GPU providers are, and this can vary. This can be different tomorrow. So I ask this question again. So we don't need to retrain it when a new GPU provider comes, because it's reliant on the external source.
So thank you for your answer. Because one of the offshoot of my question is that would that be also reasonable to think when people ask the first question? Let's say if I ask for footballing score, my implicit intention is I'm looking for something new. But when I'm asking for something like neural network architecture, my implicit intention is that I'm looking for something that's a little bit more established. When I ask for something like GPU, my implicit intention may not be one way or the other. I may be looking for really what's the best GPU out there fitting with my price and my performance target, or maybe I'm just looking for capability of running the GPU. In that sense, maybe the good answer would be just let me know what are the cloud-based GPU service out there. I guess my question here is are we looking at a model or agentic search capability that's a little bit more sophisticated in terms of getting the user's implicit intention? Do you see that going forward?
So this intent recognition is one of the toughest problems at the moment. Yeah. Because, I mean, we as humans, we have so many more signals, like in our communication, that we see also, I'm talking something to you and you see the urgency of my request, or maybe I'm making it as a joke or something. But there, you just have text form, maybe even just some few words. Like people are used to type keyword search, so they still do, and they put this into language models. And then from these 5 words, you should really generate a sophisticated report containing all the details. This will just go wrong. This will always go wrong. And we see also this. So what the next step here is to have a dialogue, real dialogue. And actually, I think even have the user in the loop all the time while doing the research. So that because you always discover some new knowledge, new information, and then you could ask a user, should I look into this Intel GPUs or are you not interested? And the user can say, no, it's not working on this. Leave it out. And then, okay, good that I asked. It's like what we also do, as humans, we never just say, okay, you do this task, okay, and then we meet in 1 month. No, we have to align a lot between. I think this can solve the intention recognition problem you talked about.
How far away? How far we are making progress in this direction, you think?
So our tool doesn't support it. Gemini doesn't support it.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, ChatGPT doesn't support it.
I don't think Perplexity does it very well either.
Perplexity, no. It's like no one. And I always feel like, come on, it cannot be so difficult. Until I try an implementation and it's totally weird and asking weird questions and think like, okay, but I'm getting more bothered by this, then it's not really helpful. Maybe it can also be solved visually somehow, not just by reading all the questions and typing answers. Yeah.
Cool, very interesting. I think there are a lot of avenues to explore, a lot of topics to follow up on. I also would have a few more questions, but I guess we need to take them offline for another time, as we have the next talk coming up. Thank you very much, Florian.
Thanks.
So now after talking about search agents, you already mentioned as well again, benchmarks. It's a topic, in the AI industry, everybody talks about benchmarks. How good are the benchmarks? Who's leading in the benchmarks? But the question is, can we actually trust the benchmarks? And that's what Ruben from Forest AI will tell us a bit about. So looking forward to it.
All
20 minutes.
right. Good discussion.
I think we have a lot of...
I squeeze it down to like 5 minutes. I'm going to talk in so much detail now.
And I think there's a lot of people online right now. So like online there's like 800 people. So just also keep it in mind.
I didn't know.
No more talking. I mean, I think it's good. It's be in person, but a lot of people are dialing.
All right, cool. Hey, I'm Ruben, founder of Forest AI, and we might talk. I hope we will talk, yes. We'll talk about the problem of cheating on AI benchmarking. As the AI industry grows to be a more and more important part of the economy, we think that you need to have something like the ratings agencies that we see in finance, Moody's, Fitch, S&P, and so on. If we don't have independent ratings, how can we trust the AI to actually be the central part of the economy? Yeah, sure, why not? All right. Restarting for recordings. Hi, I'm Ruben, founder of Forest AI, and we are solving the problem of cheating on AI benchmarking. As the AI industry becomes a more and more important part of our global economy, we think that we need something akin to the ratings agencies
in finance to keep us on course. This is already a $500 billion market, and benchmarks like this one, completely self-reported. All of the benchmarks named down there are public benchmarks where you know the answers, and we trust companies to report on themselves without cheating. This one benchmark wiped out $1 trillion in valuation. So already today, AI benchmarking is an important part of the global ecosystem in our economy, and it's incredibly easy to cheat on. Yeah, everyone looks at these benchmarks constantly. If you're a customer, you are constantly checking benchmarks because we have new AI coming out every 2 weeks. It's probably something people check more often than financial ratings. If you're an investor, constantly new opportunities going, and particularly for liquid investments in stocks particularly, constantly checking at benchmarks. It's so easy to switch between one AI provider and another because they're stateless, at least when we're talking about LLMs using RAG. You have a stateless replacement on a very standardized API that OpenAI established. And yeah, as mentioned, the history of benchmarking is very academic. So a university comes up with a new data set that they created amongst themselves, then they publish the test set and the training set for peer review. And it used to be that you then publish your AI method, something new mathematically interesting, and in peer review, they would retrain your model to ensure that you did not use the test set in your training. But models are so huge now, that's impossible at this point. And we haven't moved beyond the standard of public data sets where the answers are known. And yeah, cheating of course happens when you have billions of dollars at stake. Every big AI company is forced to bring out their next model at the top of the rankings, else their stocks will plummet. Or if you're a startup, you will not get your next investment round. There's various forms of cheating. Yeah, just some citations here. Let's maybe also look at Web3, right? We have a pretty significant ecosystem of Web3 AI also now. BitTensor currently is the largest. And BitTensor requires you to have a benchmark where you're testing who has the best AI. And if you have the best AI, you get the most tokens. So the feedback loop is even faster than you trying to get your next investment or stock valuations. And of course, people are cheating on this. The simplest way, of course, is if you become the rating yourself, you stake enough tokens, and then you become a validator and a provider, and you rate yourself as the top. And when we have things that are somewhat subjective in some cases, BitTensor at least has no connection to reality. So there's no slashing of validators, there's no recourse if somebody manipulates the benchmark in their own favor. So we need to get beyond this, unless we argue later and you guys think that everything's okay. So our idea is, of course, decentralization. So the first step, if you think we have public test sets that everyone can memorize, what's the first step? Of course, make a private test set. And people have. Scale AI is maybe the most famous. Their system is called Seal, but nobody trusts an individual company. So this has not become the new standard for testing. And what can we do? We can do decentralization. Of course, that's how you solve it. If we have multiple different entities that are producing independent test sets and we cross-reference the scores, then we have a chance of actually having people not cheat. Because that means you have to corrupt every individual entity, else it'll be statistically very obvious. If you have one score from one entity, like in this case, if it was from this one university, you have a much better score than from the others, people are not going to trust it. Or at least they're going to go look at the details of what happened here. So that's the first step, but we need to go beyond that also. We have seen in other attempts issues with data quality. In general, in AI, like the saying trash in, trash out is like very important. So we don't only propose that those that are creating test sets, should we cross-reference the aggregate score, but also we need to peer review the individual prompts and scores that are given. So the way that we have set it up here is that every time you bring out a score, you commit to a document that has hashes of every single prompt that you send, including the scores. And then a random number selects a subset of that you should reveal for peer review. First goes to the other validators that are experts in this field, and then it can go to the public. So this, I think, is the most robust that we can do. Yeah, and also important for the AI industry is that the whole peer review system, the whole benchmarking system is completely off-chain. Because AI as a whole will, in general, doesn't like to touch things that are related to crypto. So this proposed solution is completely off-chain. We do have blockchain though, and we're at Superlin, so I'm happy to talk about that. Before I go there, I'm interested if we want to have a conversation first about benchmarking before talking about crypto.
So what you're saying is that many different institutions have their own private benchmarking, or like own test set, and if DeepSeek releases a new LLM, they kind of request all of these institutions to perform the testing on their LLM. Now, isn't there a problem with, like, DeepSeek will see all of the tests because it runs through their LLM. Like probably all of these all of these institutions call their API to run the tests. So then DeepSeek has all of the tests basically.
Yeah,
So,
indeed, that is another risk. In the case of DeepSeek, which is an open source model, they can host it, and so then you don't have that problem. But the other models, like those from ChatGPT, from OpenAI, we do need to deal with this problem. And the solution there is that we continuously produce new test data. This can be expensive, but it can also be incidentally created through existing processes. So one of the teams has a deal with a hospital in Poland for skin cancer detection, and this is just like they're constantly taking pictures, and the doctors are already rating these, and you simply have a source of incidentally created data, so you always have new data. It's not that you need to be ultimately strict on this, because not everyone is going to immediately exploit every single one of these sources. One part is that they need to find the source first. So typically, like, we'll recycle 30 to 50% of the data, and then are constantly monitoring if the accuracy goes up. Since everything is hashed, everything is committed, we know when the first time was that this prompt was ever sent to anyone without revealing, because we have the original hash. We can see if the accuracy goes up too much over time, and then we can recycle it faster. Yeah, if it is human-created data, then it gets expensive to constantly create new test data, but it's a huge industry with a huge amount of money. So in the long run, I do think we'll be able to have completely new data in each epoch every time.
So yeah, I see the case for data that can be continuously generated, but for example, the ARC challenge, which is notoriously expensive to generate test cases for, where you have these different iterations. I feel like there it might be very hard for many different institutions because it costs millions and millions to develop one iteration of the ARC challenge. Do you see the solution there already, or is the solution more focused on where you can continuously generate test data?
So we first, establish the idea, say that we need to be more rigorous. It doesn't mean that everyone's going to adopt it, right? But we have seen, like you mentioned the ARC challenge, LiveBench is another attempt that is public and from one individual entity, but still is a pretty good attempt. And we see the industry adopting like what is currently the hardest. And so if we can get one step better than LiveBench, for instance, one step better than LM Arena, then the industry will adopt it. And it's a framework. All the peer-reviewed data is open. You can register as a new provider. Anyone can contribute data. So yeah, how hardcore you go is a little bit up to you and what your funding allows you to contribute. But the framework generalizes from extremely new and extremely peer-reviewed to you're the first person that put up, let's say, a new benchmark for Tigrinya, like a language that no one else started. So you start it with one. We get started there. We do peer review on the data quality, and we get more people committing.
Cool, thank you.
More questions? Maybe one question from my side. As you looked into the benchmarking, how much overfitting do you see in models currently?
Yeah, so basically all of the old benchmarks have been incredibly overfit at this point. It's like I should have some citations. I'll try to find them in the appendix in a second, but you can get ChatGPT and a lot of the other big models to generate like the complete question of apps and human eval for like 90% of the questions in those old data sets. Yeah, overfitting as a whole is a huge problem in the industry. And I think that's exactly, it's the same thing as cheating, right? Yeah. We also need this continuously creating new data sets, because even if you try not to overfit, if everyone keeps working at the same exact data set, then statistically you have like a higher level of overfitting, because only the models that happen to do better on this will survive. So that's another reason why we want to be changing the data set continuously.
Makes sense.
As you mentioned before, there are competitors in Web3 space. Why do you think nobody succeeded before to solve this problem with decentralization?
Yeah, I think in Web3 we're sometimes too connected to making money, and this like doesn't make money. I haven't pointed out anything that will sustain this, and it's kind of we're lucky to be part of humanity that decides to invest in open research and open machine learning and fund universities. And I think that's probably the biggest reason, because you can't make crypto money with this easily. We do have a proposal. The second reason is that, for instance, in systems like BitTensor, if you are a lot more real, if you do like evaluate models in a very tough way, then it becomes very obvious that the models in your system are not good. And like in crypto, everything is about image. So yeah, the best solutions thus far have come from Web2 entities that aren't trying to push a token. And yeah, I think that's the main reason. It's like game theory in crypto.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I really like the idea, just like, for example, when we look at SweBench, which has been a couple of months ago really like a standard for benchmarking. Now, when Claude 4.0 was released, they said, oh, we achieve 80%, and my impression was really it doesn't mean anything, because you probably trained everything on the human verified one. And then SweBench, I think, recently launched a SweBench Live benchmark. What's your take on that?
Yeah, so all of the, I'll respond to LiveBench because they kind of established the idea and I know it much more accurately. So that is like the first part of this, right? It's number one, continuously creating new test data. LiveBench and most of the others are not going from private test data. So LiveBench is a group of different prompts that, so one of them, for instance, is every time a new movie gets a synopsis on IMDb, take it out and scramble the sentences and ask the LLM to reorder them. Or another one just comes from like this one dude who is like scraping lead code all the time and posting the answers on GitHub. So there's like one GitHub that gets weekly updates, and they take those, subtract away half the code, and ask the LLM to write the rest. And they're all like this. So it's a good step, and it clearly has made a huge improvement in AI. But if you have something that's not like DeepSeek or Gemma, like something that is live hosted, of course you can, in your RAG system, you can detect this, and you can have a specific scraper for that. So, first step, need the other two steps too. Yeah.
Cool. Let's talk about blockchain.
Crypto! Okay, so firstly, before we talk about the crypto half that should finance this, part of it is already being financed with university grants. So again, governments, please continue funding universities, they're important. A good analogy for what we're doing here is like IPFS and Filecoin, right? IPFS, beautiful, clean technology that everyone loves, not tainted by money, and then Filecoin is the economic engine behind it. So it's the same thing. PeerBench completely standalone, and Forest AI is the financial engine behind it. So Forest AI functions very similar to BitTensor. I think BitTensor was really good about showing the crypto world that you can make a network that's really generic in terms of the tasks that you're mining. Like if I were to take Filecoin again as an example, it like very cool, very rigorous proofs of storage, and Bitcoin, of course, a good proof of work, but that doesn't let you adjust to the market. And AI has so many different tasks. So our system, akin to BitTensor, lets you define a new AI task and then validator stake to it, provider stake to it, and you start having the competition. The top-down tokens are generated on, it's not 1,000 tokens, 7,200, but every epoch we generate tokens and then we distribute them over the AI tasks. The distribution of how much, let's say, here I highlighted football predictions, but let's go with maybe generic LLMs get, is proportional to how much people are using it and how much stake they have. So one of the things we're improving over BitTensor that we think will be better is that we don't only let stake decide, but we get an outside market opinion on what is the most interesting, which is users using it. Then, so in this case, football prediction got 30 tokens due to how much interest they got in the network on the top level. And now there's the competition between different AI providers that are trying to get the best score. If you get the best score, you get the most tokens. So the guy at the top here got the most score, so he gets the most tokens. And this performance number there, we saw it a second ago, that is where we connect back to PeerBench. So the validators inside Forest AI, they use the system of PeerBench to secure everything. Every single vote that for scoring somebody has a CID that connects to an audit log, so everyone can go through the historic auditing of that. Something that is absent in BitTensor. I mean, BitTensor was a good first implementation, but we see that it's, flexibility is good, but you can't just let validators score something with no connection to reality at all and no like ability to slash a validator. So in our case, we can, like any of the other validators can say, hey, or one of the other providers, you didn't score me right, or you scored this guy too high, so I want to audit this, and then we reveal the logs and have a vote to slash. Let's make it not too pitchy. Here's my awesome team. We have like decades of experience in blockchain and in AI, and lots of advisors from inside BitTensor and outside of BitTensor. So re-summarizing that, AI is broken, or not AI, AI benchmarking is broken. Cheating is super rampant within Web3 AI, and we have a system proposed for cheat-proof benchmarking and then tokenomic rewards if you so graciously create a validator that has a clean test data feed and then validate everyone else. I have lots in the appendix, but I'll stop again for questions.
What is the incentive mechanism here? Like, what is the incentive of people creating tests to create tests? And I assume it will be similar to BitTensor that for developing a good AI, there is an incentive, but how is the incentive mechanism for the other stakeholders?
Yeah, so the tokens that are emitted are split up between the people that define the task and are kind of administrating it, the validators, and the AI providers. The split between this, we allow the administrator to define the split, but like the default is like 10% to the administrator, and then the rest split 50-50 between the others.
What would prevent me from creating really easy tests?
Nothing prevents you from creating easy tests, but it doesn't mean that you're going to then like get tokens, right? So you can make a new system and you can make really easy tests, but if you have easy tests, you're not going to have very good AI, so no one's going to use your AI. So the idea is that we have a competition between people that are organizing these things. They're choosing wisely how much to give to the validators, how much to give to the AI providers based on how hard the task is to generate test data for. And you want to make it hard, or at least like the hardest that you currently think is necessary to have the highest quality, because you're trying to attract users. And attracting users is required to get emissions. Yeah, so this is something that again, like in BitTensor, it's because the root nodes just kind of decide what they think is the best subnet. Yeah, you can make really easy ones and nobody cares because it's not super connected to reality. The theory is, and I understand the theory, and there's some logic to it, that one would not want to put their stake into a subnet that doesn't work. But in practice, turns out people don't care very much.
Is this something I can already try as AI model owner, or what stage are you in, or where can I find your updates?
Yes, totally. It's on testnet, so you can totally join the testnet. Yeah, message me and I'll send the link. But it's Forest Protocols on GitHub, and yeah, you can first just propose the test that you want. You can join an existing protocol. I won't say the expected TGE date, but TGE soon.
Okay, and another question, like there are AI models that are like greatly advertised and they're good at their marketing, but they're not a good quality, but they have big audience. And there are AI models that are great quality, but they don't have money for marketing people to hire them. How would you deal with that problem of them all competing together on one platform, one being hyped and another being just good models?
Well, I think being on a platform where we have like objective measures of who is good actually gives an advantage to those that are not spending money on marketing. Those that are spending money on just AI technology and their infrastructure being good, they will benefit from other people doing marketing to get users in. And then if you're at the top of the benchmark, you're probably going to get all the users. In fact, like we're already working on an automated router that just like sends the query so users don't even have to think about it. The people that need to push for more marketing, it's the protocol owner, the one that's trying to establish this task. And there's, of course, like you want to collaborate, someone needs to do the marketing to get users in. But let's say in the long run, you know, when you join Airbnb, you don't need to do your own marketing. And that is a network effect that for marketplaces akin to this always is a huge growth. It's much harder for you as a small startup to do a little bit of marketing to get users in than if you're one of the services inside AWS or one of the houses inside Airbnb. Yeah.
Is there initial support for AI models that are just starting or like, never done it before but very interested in your platform?
Yeah, sure. I mean, right now, anyone that joins early, you know, the earlier you get in, the better your testnet tokens are. And
I'm not talking about tokens. I'm talking about like technical support or.
Yeah, for sure. If anyone's interested in joining, we'll help hand in hand at the moment. When you're small, you can still do that.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I think that wrapped up all the questions so far as I can see it. So thank you very much, Ruben. Thank you for coming. Big round of applause. So now we'll have a short break, and then afterwards at 1:45, 1:50, with a quick lightning talk on AI in academia, how it's used, what are the chances, what are the risks, and then we have a workshop or talk on federated machine learning to go in there deeper from our friends at Flock. So see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you. So everyone, after short break, we'll kick off the afternoon. As mentioned, with our friends from Flock to tell us a bit more about federated machine learning. Already we had it on today a bit with Flower, but I think Flock will be going more into detail, going into the nits and weeds of what federated machine learning is, how it works. Yeah, looking forward to it. Will be around 50-minute session. I think kicking off with an intro, and yeah, with that I'll leave it to you.
All right. Hi everyone. Hello. Hello. Yes. Hi everyone. Jiahao San, CEO and founder of Flock. Yeah, today we have our team here just to try to explain more about what Flock is and what we built so far and how interesting it is. And well, welcome everyone to actually join and participate in our training platforms. So yeah, we have Flower earlier. Yeah, we all work in the federated learning space where I guess they give everyone a good introduction what is federated learning, right? Just like what Google, Apple do on their own platforms where they don't collect your data. Everything stays local, but they can still train a model collaboratively with all the users, right? But the only thing for such kind of centralized federated learning is that it's centralized, meaning that you have to trust Google or trust Apple that they're not sending your data actually in a backdoor, which it actually happens in some of the input software companies. That's a big scandal that they claim they're using federated learning, but actually they're sending that raw data back because it's just more cost efficient for them to actually train just only your raw data because they don't care about your privacies, right? So that's the general and the very first idea why we actually want to put the blockchain elements into the federated learning space. So that's why we call it Flock, federated learning and blockchain. It's a pun. Yes, so we've been building this for 3 years and then spending lots of our efforts with our research partners, with our application partners to build this thing through. And big shout out to our team and also like Yifan Xie and Vadim here today. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to them afterwards. So yeah, I'll give a bit of intro to what the platform looks like and why we build this and how we actually build this. So it all started with those papers that we wrote together back in 2021 about federated learning. Well, nowadays if you search on Google Scholar, just search keywords Flock or Flock.io, I think you will see a good list of all our papers. Top papers, papers on top conferences, workshops, and journals, especially NeurIPS, ICML, and transactional AI. You will see all the every components I've been talking today. We actually made sure that every component that we built into application is actually a peer-reviewed top quality academia paper to make sure that it actually is solid. It's not just something that we just made up, right? Yeah, so this is our tagline, not your models, not your AI. Just like the famous one, not your private key, not your wallet, right? So we want to make sure that everyone actually own their own models, right? Everyone own their own data privacy. Everyone actually taking control of their AI models, because otherwise, otherwise that your privacy is going to be leaked or controlled by other people. So it doesn't sound a very appealing thing when you just think about privacy or personal data privacy-ish things, right? Because it sounds like a nice to have things, not something like a necessary. But in some of the use cases, you will figure out, right, without privacy AI solutions, that you just can't do it. For example, in some highly compliant industries like healthcare and banks, it's naturally just hard for them to do any collaboration works because of all the regulations. They can't share any data, right? And also for many personal use cases, like your personal assistant, like some of the private medical use cases, which we actually just launched our one of our retail apps with University College London. It's called Baby4D. It's an app where you can scan, well, the new becoming moms, right? They can scan their ultrasound photos, and then we will render a face for their future, or 10 months later, baby, how it would look like. So it's like, it's quite an interesting retail app, and people actually pay for it. Well, for those who have baby, maybe you got that experience. You just want to see, you just want to see the possibility of the future face, right? So yeah, that's like one of the use cases, and it's medical data. You don't want to send those data everywhere, right? You want to keep it private. So those are the exact cases where Flock and many of our technologies are applied in. So to give a landscape, oh, okay. So yeah, we started 3 years ago. Got heavily backed by the top investors in the world, like DCG, Lightspeed Faction. Also got granted by Zoom Foundation. Thank you, and Tigers Capital, Vogue Capital, and OKX Ventures, and all our code bases are audited by Slowmist, which we think is the best in the world in terms of the security. So the way, or the whole idea of Flock, it starts with federated learning blockchain, right? It's like a technology, right? But we are building an ecosystem out of this single technology, so make it into a closed cycle of the things, what we call AI Arena, FL Alliance, and AI Moonbase. It's three things that well, as I just said, each of them will have their own paper and been published already, talking about how we collaborate them all together to have this closed flywheel of all the data and incentives to drive more traction and drive more private AI deployment to the industry. So the AI Arena is basically like a Kaggle in the Web3 space. Like people competing each other with the best algorithms, where tasks are created by our business clients. As I mentioned about Baby4D, that's one of the tasks, and there will be other ones with hospitals, with banks, with financial industries, right? So they will open up their tasks on this AI Arena, and then we have our network of over 1,000 engineers who come with their own talents and resources to join and try to compete on the task, to see whoever can get best. So Yifan actually was very like a compelling Kaggle master before, and also many of his friends from like Kaggle Grandmasters, they all joined our platform. So actually nowadays on Flock's AI Arena, there's like super strong talents every day competing with each other to create the best model for each single tasks on Flock. And then when the model is built, right, we will push it over to FL Alliance, which, well, by the name you'll know that's the Federated Learning Alliance, meaning that, okay, the model that's being trained as a general model already can be deployed into the edge devices, where it can collaborate together with other devices to use your personal data to make your local model more efficient. So that's exactly the use case of deployment of the federated learning. And then eventually AI Moonbase, that's a cool part of it. That's where we have our model marketplace to host all the models there. And then not only just the Web2 use cases, but also Web3 use cases. For example, for Web2 use cases, that's easy to understand, right? We have revenue occurred from our clients who is maybe paying for the Baby4D services, of course, and then those value will be accrued to the token incentives and be spread to everyone who has contributed to this model before, because it's on chain, it's federated learning and blockchain, right? You can see all the track records of everyone's nodes contributing to a final model. So you will know, okay, if I contributed 3 transactions to that model, and there's only 100 transactions to finally convergent model, right? So then I'm naturally getting 3%. So that's where how the Moonbase works. We have cases not only just traditional industry, but also Web3 cases where agents go so popular nowadays, right? Many of the agents companies, we actually worked with Animoca brands before, so to launch their VC agent, launch their AI Monica agent. So those are the ones that actually purely run on a Web3 space. They will also give back to the community using their own, either the agent tokens or the agent revenues to give back to the whole community. So basically, it's a closed cycle for people to build the model, for people to deploy the model, for people to actually receive their incentives back. In every of this process, there will also come with incentives from the Flock token, which is live already since last day of last year. That's generally how our three part of the business works. Or we call it Uber for MLAs, meaning that we, for any of the requests with our business clients, we're happy to launch them online and then waiting for the whole community to build on them, deploy them, and then to generate revenue from them. That's how it works. And it solves a lot of problems nowadays for traditional industry, because without this value curve chain, right? So many of the models that you know nowadays, maybe hosting on Hugging Face or Kaggle, it's like just free to access by everyone. Those engineers there, they build models and that's it, right? There's no way that they can accrue those long tail value back from their models. And what Flock's building is actually to have this in a closed cycle, so everyone, well, many of the engineers there would love to work with Flock to build those models and to actually generate long-term revenue for them. That's it. So yeah, let me see what's the details. Okay, so I just explained this already. I guess if I will go into more details about the each different components, how that works, and maybe some of the demo, how it looks like today, right? So in terms of the roadmap, that's it's launched. I think we had this roadmap in the beginning of the year. There's a bit of tweaking change, but we already had our version 2 of the tokenomics upgrade already. Something called GM Flock. Well, it actually means Game Flock. So it's not only people mining and people training models getting flocks. They now need to stake their tokens as GM Flock, so that the longer you stake your model, then the higher efficiency your capital usage is. So that's a way for people to have to staking for the long-term value. And so far, we have about 30% of the total liquidity being locked in for more than 283 days already. So it's quite a good signal showing from the community that many of them they really want to build together and stay longer with Flock. And then we have other components like Moonbase from our engineering discussion. It should be live in about 1 or 2 weeks' time. We're just doing the final checking. Everything looks good. So that's our final puzzle to complete all the 3 components I talked about, right? The AI Arena, Alliance, and the Moonbase. So and eventually, a bit end of the Q3, we'll have a quick version 3 updates of the whole tokenomics to make it even more appealing for the task creators to own their own task and then to actually gain from those tasks. But stay tuned. We will have more details about this soon. So with that, I will introduce. Yeah. There any questions so far? That's good. Okay. Hey, Max.
Yeah, I'm just interested a bit on the details on the federated learning. Probably a lot of people are. So one question, for instance, is how do you make sure that there isn't privacy loss if you're training on a small subset of data in like one of the shards?
Okay. Yeah, so that's why we always have this AI Arena first, to make sure all the relevant data we actually train as a foundation model that can make the model more relevant to the final task that we're looking into. Then on the FL Alliance side, it's more of your own private data for the fine tuning of the final bit of it. So that's our way to avoid big, as you say, big overfitting onto just one slice of data.
Yeah, okay, so I think then I understood that that's in the second part. Like with the medical use cases, it's always this risk, and I've done projects where like a hospital only has one patient that is applicable for this one thing, and so like the average weight update of one patient, you can clearly distill out that one patient.
Yeah.
So that goes in the second, which you called it Moonbase?
Alliance, Federal Learning Alliance, yeah.
And then do you do you have to add noise in order to prevent those kind of privacy issues, or how do you?
There are, so that's one of the tricks that like the competitors like Yifan in the community they will do. Yeah, they will always do. Yifan will share a lot of those tricks. So, well, it's being developed, of course, by lots of those Kagglers or Hugging Face players, right, before. So in order to win that game, you will always need to do some tricks on your original data or collect some data that you think will be more valuable, relevant to the final evaluation data set. So yeah, many of them do it. So like as I said, so we are like a Uber for MLEs, so we don't just first-hand build models ourselves, right? We leave this to the community, and the community have many of their own ways to tweak around and then trying to tune the best model for each task. All right, thank you. Cool. With that, I will leave to Yifan, who can tell you more interesting details and his experiences as a Flock miner before, and then now joining Flock full time for our head of dev role.
Thank you, guys. I'm gonna go. So the title is Decentralized AI and Federated Learning. So the next part is I would like to bring you guys into a little bit into what we have actually built and developed. And second here is to actually say to you guys how you could participate if you're willing to. And then the next part is I would like to show you also some of the research work we have been doing. So also hello all to people who are online. I'm told that there are 4,000 people joining online, so hello all. And out of those 4,000 people, if anyone wants to participate, please go to our website, join the Discord, talk to us, and participate. So, where to start? So, before showing you guys the actual arena, we have typically in our arena supporting 3 particular group of participations. So you will have a group of people who are specialized in training models. So these are typical AI engineer in their daytime and wanting to participate in sort of like decentralized learning as a way to enhance their skill, build their community, extra income, potentially full income, because they fed up with working for tech company. We have a lot of people who are fed up with working very intensive tech industry and wanted to go out on their own. And we think decentralized AI training is one way to go. Second part are the validators. So these are typical people who either as an individual or team who are very good at running stuff 24/7 and can revive their code when things break down. So these are individuals who either, again, very professional or team who can managing millions of US dollar assets. Some of you may or may not are aware of Bitensa. So we have some overlap with the Bitensa community. Bitensa is also having training, validation, and the delegation components. So I know that some of the Bitensa subnet runs validator on our platform. Some of the validator also runs validator on our platform, right? Except that our validators are probably a lot more vibrant. We have a lot more validator running on our platform compared to Bitensa. And then the last group is delegators. So these are the people who bought Flock token. Instead of just holding the token, they are willing to stake their token on our platform to support the trainer and the validators. So they will also get some gain as they stake their token onto our the trainer and validation node. So on here is some of the typical monthly or yearly yield in the term of our token. So I would actually switch to just open it. Is that clear? Yeah, I think it's okay. It's okay. It's clear, right? So this is actually our arena. So I'm bringing you to arena. You can see there's amount of model that's been created. There's 180 odd training load. So these are either team or individual who are running training on our platform. 245 validator, more than 1,200 delegation. So these are the typical yield that's being generated monthly for the trainer and validator, and the yearly yield for delegator. This is the maximum yield. The last time we checked, the APY for delegation is probably 70% in the Frog token. So going down here, you will see the list of tasks that's going on. So most of these at the moment are large language model fine-tuning tasks, fine-tuning to specific domain. So some of them are AI chatbot, some of them, like this one, are banking, KYC, getting to know your customer. So this is AI companion. We have some really interesting one. This one is actually fortune telling. So fortune telling as a chatbot. That's quite interesting. We have a big event in Hong Kong, and there was also to very, very good reception. And I go to specifically mention our first task since mainnet. That's a foundational model for Web3 agent. So that model, I will show you some more example of how our community are using that model to build app. Just show you the vision of having the ecosystem built up, getting people to build our app and have the closed loop. So just quickly look down here. This is the trainer who are participating on each of the tasks. So essentially, it's very similar to the Kaggle competition format, where you have a period of time. You have to submit model, refine your model, and then after that, you have a period of time where we do final validation. And during the final validation, your model will be subjected to a large data set with a lot more intensive validation. And then in the end, the model that performed the best out of the final validation period will become the task winner. So the return for the trainer is, we take into consideration both of the proof of stake, but also the final ranking. Essentially, the higher your rank as a trainer in task finalization, you have a lot more return. Going down to the validator, so validator typically, as I say, run 24/7 code to fetch model when they become available, perform validation. The last time I checked, for each model to receive a score, you need to receive a live validation score. And that's the part we actually use some of the federated learning mechanism within the AI arena to perform the scoring. So essentially, you get a score, you make sure that the highest score and the lowest score is discounted, and take some kind of average in the medium. So return for the validator is both proof of work in terms of the amount of submission you get, and proof of stake. I think this is, we can come back to the arena a bit later if you have question. If not, I will move on. So I'm gonna go slideshow. So in the fuller picture, so we have the arena here where people are training, validating. Later on, we will allow our partner to also create tasks. And on the ecosystem, on the Moonbase, we will have model hosting. We will encourage the app development. So all this is incentivized by the token. I will skip this slide. Already came through this. Yeah, so the last part that we come to is our research work. So as Jiahao already mentioned, we are very seriously taking into our work that we want, this is a new field of AI, this is a new dimension of providing a decentralized service to the community. So we very much are working in an action research model. That the work we have done and the experience we've gained, we want to properly document and feedback to the public knowledge domain. So if you go to our website, please check out the research tab, where a lot of the research is being published as we go along. So one of the highlights I can show you is this piece of work where we gave a literature review on different forms of learning. So this could actually fit in really, really well with our friends' talk previously in Frog.ai. That we ourselves is, the arena in itself is more on the bottom right, where we have a trainer, we have validation, and the model are being exchanged in between, from being trained to being validated and to be chosen toward the end. Another piece of work is this one we submit at the end of last year and review a couple months ago. So this is actually what's gone on our task since the testnet. So I think the first 12 are the testnet tasks and the last 4 are the mainnet tasks. So you see the amount of delegation jump after we go on to mainnet. So this is actually what happened, the kind of model we get, and what's going on within the arena's dynamic. And it's a very nice picture actually to show that most of the tasks that gone through our arena result in model that are better than the base model. And going into our partnership a little bit, so of course we have Arena, we have Moonbase coming up, and we are establishing like really good partnership in the industry as we go along. So first of all is our partnership with Qwen, Alibaba Qwen, one of the largest and most successful open source large language model provider. So we have collaboration with them in terms of using the infrastructure, other project in the base network, getting in touch with us. We can give some discount in terms of using Qwen's infrastructure to train model. We have collaboration with Demo in terms of generating insight for autonomous driving. And this is one key, which is a hardware wallet partnership. So we also have a project already. We have a task launch with Haki, with OneKey. So the rest of the partnership are here, and we are Ethereum research grant holder. We have partnership with NHS and also iHospital in terms of healthcare. Going on. So the last bit here is we are in more or less in a situation where we have the mechanism to generating model, and then we have model that's coming up now, and we are taking part in quite a lot of hackathon. So we would encourage app builder community like yourself, please participate or just check in with Frog to build on our ecosystem. So from some of the previous hackathon, the winners, we also engage with them, follow up with them. We try to provide legal support. We try to provide information in terms of how to get investor on board, and kind of handheld and try to give them as much of a possibility as success going forward. I think that is more or less my presentation. There's a foot around. Any question?
Questions from the audience? If not, I would have a question.
Please go ahead.
What's for you at Flock right now? What's the biggest topic you're working on for the next 3 to 6 months? And maybe also, I mean, it's actually 2 questions. I'll ask to follow up after.
I think do the first one first. The biggest question we're working on going forward, number one is establishing partnership with, I would say, a lot of focus on traditional entity. So we're talking about NGO, we're talking about government, to have partnership with them and actually do real life machine learning application in those entities. So we want to make sure that we can deliver real value to the world. And some of those partnerships I'm not liberated to disclose now, but they are pretty close and they are big ones. So that's one. Second one, of course, is making sure we deliver on our roadmap. So Moonbase is coming up, FL Alliance is coming up, and keep working on our arena. Get more top people to join, because for the trainer especially, quality is very important. We don't need like 3,000 trainer join. We want like the top 300 people in our platform.
Makes sense. For the second question, you already mentioned governments. Given, I mean, you've been part of Superlin last year as well with Flock. Do you see, with the changing political climate, also from a government side, more interest in federated machine learning, or also on the NGO side?
There is a Chinese word. It's that the word of danger and opportunity are actually one word. The word 危机. We were just talking to our NGO potential partner yesterday. Actually, this is a very good opportunity for us. And suddenly they need to engage with newer partner other than traditional government for support. It's actually very good for us. Unexpected, but that's what happened. Yeah.
I can imagine.
Yeah. Any other question? Maybe from our app developers, from people on the on floor.
Right now?
Well, if not, then please reach out. Join our Discord channel. I will be on the other hand to catch your question and help you to engage with our platform, or reach out to us when we're here.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So then I would say we can do a 5-minute break and then talk about AI in healthcare, talking about bringing federated machine learning into use cases. You mentioned healthcare, and with someone from the trenches to talk about how AI is used in healthcare and also the risks in it. We'll continue in 5 minutes. Ich habe es noch auf dem anderen. Da ist er. Ja. Ah, jetzt ist aber auch unten die Leiste. Awesome. So now we'll start with the next talk. As mentioned, we had a lot of talks on frameworks, on topics around, and now we'll hear a bit how it is working in practice with AI in academia, how to use AI in academia, especially in a topic like healthcare that's very sensitive, where data privacy is paramount. We talked about it earlier, how to deal with patient data, how to deal with the risks of AI, and with someone from the Charité here in Berlin who's working on these topics. So super happy to welcome you, Marlene. Will give us an intro into how it is working with AI in practice.
Hello, everyone. Very happy to be here. I hope you are having a good time. Oh, you can see that. Okay. I feel like I'm a bit of an underdog in this event because I'm a doctor and what I'm going to share with you today is my perspective from someone working in AI and healthcare research. This is not working. Okay, I feel like my computer is a bit slow, sorry about that. I'm a doctor and I'm currently doing my research and dissertation at the EMEA Institute of Medical Informatics of the Charité in collaboration with the MIT. I'm an alumna of the German Foundation of the German Economy and an Exist Woman Scholar. I want to share those three aspects with you, like risk, responsibilities, and research. When it comes down to the risks, we are facing two major problems in healthcare. The first one is one which most of you are probably very familiar with, the black box crisis or problem, which is the question how AI works internally. Recently, there had been two papers published which raised a lot of attention. One was by Apple, one was by Claude, who were arguing about the reasoning capabilities of large language models. And I felt like this was underlining very well the problem we are facing on an everyday basis in healthcare, that it's very hard to comprehend how the AI systems work internally, to comprehend as external observers how those decision-making processes are working. There are explainability methods, but however, most of them are rather approximations, which is which is sort of a problem in the healthcare sector, as it still causes trust issues. It raises questions of accountability and also robustness, and goes along with liability questions eventually. Because in healthcare, reasoning isn't a puzzle. Eventually, it can come down to life or death questions, which is why this is still very much a problem in the healthcare sector. My research is centering around transparency, bias, and human-AI collaboration. which I will go into a bit later. The second problem, which is a major focus of our MIT research group, which is led by Professor Leo Szilay, who I can very much recommend that you look up. He has got some amazing lectures online, is algorithmic bias. We have the problem that the AI algorithms require large data sets for effective learning, and unfortunately, population groups, some population groups have been historically absent and missing. That can be women or people of color. And therefore, those population groups are misrepresented or underrepresented in biomedical data sets. Consequently, the training data fails to capture those population groups and, in general, the population variability. Now that we have AI systems who reinforce existing biases, that can lead to fatal outcomes and can, for example, lead to misdiagnosis or non-diagnosis. We have health disparities, which are amplified by those biased algorithms, which I will give you an example for on the next slides. And the challenge for us in research is to scope how the data representation gap is effectively influencing the algorithmic performance, and to understand how historical exclusion creates systematic blind spots. This is a very nice visual representation of how bias that has been created by our data sets, which we have collected over many years, in the long run goes through all of the system and ends up as biased outputs from large language models. It's from a paper that that presented some amazing examples which showcase how bias can actually play a role in real life. They, for example, presented the case that large language model took health cost proxy for health needs that led to the conclusion that Black patients, in this case in the US, were healthier than equally sick white patients, and as a consequence, less money was spent on them. The result that led to this consequence was that the algorithms gave a high priority to the white patients when treating life-threatening conditions such as diabetes or kidney diseases. When in fact the people of color, they had higher severity indexes. And I feel like this is a very understandable example of how biases can actually transform in real life consequences. So the research that I'm mostly working on is explainability and intensive care, more specifically the claims made on explainability for clinical decision support systems. We have seen that AI research publications have rose exponentially, which in the healthcare field, which you can see on the down right corner from 1951 to 2025, mostly rising from 2019 on. However, there is still this black box problem, which is very rarely also perceived by clinicians, which is hindering clinical adoption in many cases, or at least making it a lot harder. And then we have tools who are labeled as explainable and which may enter practice, but prematurely and possibly with the unvalidated decision rules. For the clinical applications, there are very important aspects which have already been mentioned in the previous talk. There are very strict regulation nets by the FDA and the EU. And of course, patient safety is the most important factor that us as clinicians we also have to consider as we can carry liability. What we are looking for in the specific work that we are working on is the claims that made about explainability, how those claims are formulated, and if they can be systematically organized, meaning that we are mapping basically mapping those claims, creating base work to understand the landscape of explainability and clinical decision support systems. Another project, which is more on the bias side, which we're doing with MIT Laboratory of Computational Physiology, is bias and omics data. Omics data that can be genomics, microbiomics, etc. And those omics data are pivotal for personalized medicine. Bias penetrates, in this case, the entire data life cycle from acquisition to modeling. And well, again, MIDA anomalies can be again amplified by machine learning algorithms. And as in this case, there are again clinical decision support systems. Those applications within CDSS is a high risk factor. Clinical decision support systems are basically models that support clinicians in making decisions that can be for sepsis, for triaging a patient, for example, in the ICU. If someone needs to be seen in a very short amount of time, or if it's not so urgent, that would be an example. Then an example in this case would again be that Black patients would be less likely to receive lab tests. Our approach in this case is that we are going to conduct a systematic review analyzing 21 studies, which we eventually came up with in the inclusion criteria, and we are going to include all aspects of the AI life cycle and eventually want to identify critical biases, entry points, and develop mitigation strategies for AI-based omics analysis. A third project, which is, in my opinion, super interesting because it's something that as doctors, I can say we don't really think about a lot, is the epidemiology of sentiments in clinical notes. That means that we are taking a look at sentiment analysis in the healthcare context. We are differentiating sentiments versus opinions, emotions, and mapping, again, to review the landscape of sentiment. This is important because we need to understand if there are connections between health outcomes or health resources or patient characteristics together with sentiment. So sentiment that would be unconscious feelings towards patients, which can be reflected in the way medical notes are made. And this research is important because it helps us understand how clinical sentiment patterns relate to those patient outcomes and the resource use. To end, I would like to give a positive example, maybe what it's a way in which it's possible to leverage AI in healthcare. So a friend of I, we are building an AI-based wound management tool because there is a challenge that in current wound management there are inconsistencies. It's very subjective. There are challenges in remote or resource-limited settings. And we are leveraging the Gemma open models, particularly PolyGemma, and are aiming at automating wound segmentation and analysis. That also includes to accurately identify various tissue types. That means necrotic tissue or granulation tissue. And also to be able to understand wounds and visual question answering, so that the model would be able to not only see the wound but also understand if the healing process it's in a positive, it's having a positive development. So that's it from my side so far. If any of you have any input or questions or would like to connect, that would be lovely. We are always happy about help, about input. So yeah, let me know. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Do we have any spontaneous questions from the audience?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I found the sentiment analysis part quite interesting. So you're saying you can analyze the sentiment just from the notes of the doctor and then kind of study if there is any correlation between sentiment and impact on the patients?
Yeah, so this is really novel. So so there are no structures so far that we can follow. For example, we have discussed, so what we are planning to do to break it down is there is sentiment analysis about clinical notes already, but we want to sort of meta-analyze that, especially with focus if NLPs have been used. And what we are trying to find out right now is how it's been done in other areas. So, for example, Netflix. So Netflix understands, has algorithms that help Netflix understand if a user enjoys something or doesn't enjoy something. The same accounts for Google ratings. Or just like other websites on the internet that can classify if someone is pleased or not pleased by content. So what we are trying is to find out if algorithms that have been used by those other areas, which are not healthcare, can be transported basically into medicine, if there are correlations, how they can be leveraged, and want to understand at the same time which sentiment analysis have already been done.
Just that here the sentiment analysis is from the doctor's perspective and not the user's perspective.
So, I mean, well, I'm a doctor myself and I've treated patients, and I mean, of course, it's just humans that sometimes, for example, you're stressed and you're seeing a patient and maybe you reflect your that you're being stressed on the patient, or sometimes, you know, like there's like inharmonies which can happen, of course. It's important to be neutral to every patient, but some patients, they are rude. It also happens, and people might react to that, and that's what we are looking into, how much and if yes, AI has been leveraged to analyze that and compare it to other branches.
Very cool. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And there's another question.
What about privacy? I mean, you feed medical data to the AI models. They can basically harvest sensitive data on patients. There are techniques to preserve privacy, but are you using any privacy-preserving AI?
In which context? For the sentiment analysis?
Not necessarily sentiment, but I mean, whatever medical data that you feed to the AI model, it can just harvest it.
So I mean, as a doctor, I'm not allowed to use, like, I don't know, let's say you're a patient, you come to me and you have like a super rare disease. I'm not allowed to ask ChatGPT, oh yeah, this is Thomas Brown and he's got the super rare disease. So I cannot do that. But I mean, that's like what integrating all those, that's what a lot of startups are trying to do, like building something that is safe and secure and integrating it into practice, but with all the regulations in the EU, with the EU AI Act, for example, that's challenging, which is also a good thing because many people are very against the EU AI Act, but I think there's a lot of good in it. And what a challenge is that we are facing in our Wound project is that there's a lot of specific data which has been openly shared, which is like open source. There's like the Mimic database for intensive care, which is huge and amazing if you want to do something with internal medicine or emergency medicine, because Mimic is from intensive care. There's a lot of radiology pictures, but there's not a lot of open source databases of wound pictures, for example. So that was quite a challenge to find those. And the same accounts for many other areas of medicine. Radiology, it's super easy to find like open source data if you want to do anything on radiology. But let's go into ENT, for example. That's a lot harder, like ear, nose, and throat. And I feel like that's actually a very big problem which has not been addressed enough in the AI healthcare space, that there's a huge focus on like 2 or 3 branches of medicine, but all the other branches, which are also super important, like rheumatology, there's so many people suffering from rheumatology and having a very hard time. Those people, they are underrepresented in the data.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Then another round of applause. And with this, I think we're wrapping slowly up the AI part of the day and getting into future society. And there, I think we have a very interesting topic, I think very, very up to date. Are the cyberpunk values death? Or is it goodbye to the cyberpunk values, especially given current political climates? I think that's going to be an interesting topic. Yeah, we have Constanza and Anne who will give us some insights on this in a second.
Yeah, better. No.
Okay. All right. Why not?
Hi, everyone. So today we are going to talk about cyberpunk values adapting to a new world order. So I'm Costanza. I have an MSc in law, anthropology, and society, and I've been working in crypto for the past 5 years. And before that, I was in Web2. Working on more than 10 crypto projects.
And hi, my name is Anne Brody. I have a PhD in communication studies. My background is in anthropology. I'm also the community manager of Circles. And yeah, I've been in the ecosystem for about 7 years now.
So before we start, there is something that I think is very important, because we gave the same talk exactly 1 week ago at Protocol Berg. And while everything we've been saying was very close to I and was very meaningful, everything that had been happening in the past week made it even more real, and it made everything we've been talking about even more important, relevant, and actual, because there is a war, and there is no internet, so people have no Google Maps to leave the city, to be safe. They have no way of contacting their family and friends. They have no way to call for help, for ambulance, or for anything. And apparently, also what's happening, there were rumors that Meta is leaking metadata to track down people and to then bomb them. So everything we've been saying about cyberpunk and tech being political is, yeah, even more true now. So let's start.
So how many of you have heard of the cyberpunks or are familiar with what cyberpunks represent? Okay, some of you. Okay, so not everybody here, so I'll just give you a brief rundown of who the cyberpunks are. It's a culture that I deeply believe in keeping alive, especially in today's sort of like crypto climate. So for the newcomers, let's establish the context. So the cyberpunks basically was a group of activists that emerged in around the 80s and 90s, and they believed that privacy was a fundamental right in an increasingly digital world, where privacy was essential for political freedom and personal autonomy, which could be achieved through the means of cryptography as a form of direct action. So it was activism through technology, essentially. Instead of relying solely on legal or political systems, cyberpunk sought to build technological solutions that would secure privacy by design. And one of the earliest cyberpunks was this person called Eric Hughes. He produced what is known as a cyberpunk manifesto, which was one of the earliest sort of ideological documents that guided this activist movement. And it was a concise declaration of principles where it was believed that individuals must use cryptography to secure their privacy because basically nobody else will. And for example, here is a direct quote from the manifesto stating privacy is necessary for an open society in the electronic age, and that people cannot depend on governments for their protection of privacy. It was also believed that cyberpunks write code, and these cyberpunks were sort of seen as the defenders of these freedoms, and they were basically seen as like the central actors who would sort of provide that privacy. But what I'm increasingly seeing today as an anthropologist is there are now, a lot of community makers and sort of artists and curators that are coming out and about and calling themselves cyberpunks, right? So cyberpunk is no longer exclusive to just code. And in fact, cyberpunk is now becoming a cultural, symbolic, and sort of infrastructural sort of collective that's thinking about a digital future, and there is an expansion of sorts. And so we must remember that as we forge a new path, we are not working only with code, but we are also working with narratives, norms, and social networks.
So what does it mean? The Cyberpunk Manifesto is from 1993, and it didn't happen in a vacuum. Like every cultural movement, it happened in the broader context of what was happening in the world. So what was happening in the world? On the one hand, many things were changing. We had a Cold War, and so the governments were using it as an excuse to tighten surveillance. Up to the point that cryptography was being developed by government agencies like the NSA, and it was classified as ammunition. So code is not low, code is actually a nuclear bomb, according to that. But also private companies were coming up like Oracle, the database company, and its first customer was the CIA. So internet was expanding, more people were going online and were trying to appropriate it. And so, of course, there was even more concern from governments, and they were implementing more control on cryptographic technologies, surveillance, and internet. On the other hand, though, there was also this thirst for freedom, hunger for freedom. So on the one hand, cyberpunks were fighting for freedoms in the digital space. They were fighting for digital freedoms. On the other hand, also, activists were fighting for freedoms in physical spaces. It's not a case that in Berlin we had a techno scene that was also an alternative space for freedom, and music was just that, was a space for freedom to explore, to be alternative, and to escape the surveillance. Now, the cyberpunk movement emerged specifically with the Western governments, within the Western societies. But the desire for freedom, the desire for autonomy is not restricted to cyberpunk only. It's not restricted to a technological tradition or to a culture. So while the originals, the OG cyberpunks were from the US, The bottom-up grassroots desire for freedom was more universal. So, for example, in 2010, there was the Arab Spring that exemplifies this broader global demand for freedom and resistance against oppressive governments. And while it is not cyberpunk per se, it has similar ideas. Challenging centralized governments, empowering individual voices through media like social media, and creating new spaces for freedom, for autonomy, and for people to come together and gather together. And just like in the Western societies, the blade of censorship fell, and we had ISP shutting down, government spying on people, and then jailing them and torturing them because of what they did online. So they behave the same. Governments in Egypt, in Iran, in the US, in Italy, they all did the same thing. They all employ the same tools to shut down criticism. But it's important to know that then those are all local principles and local movements. But why it is important? So why are we telling all this story about like cyberpunk in 1993, Arab Spring, and so on? Because technology is political, and we should recognize that. It was political in 1993. It was political in 2009. It was political in. It is political today. I mean, we saw it at the beginning why it matters, and it is political as fuck. Because you can either build for surveillance, or you can build for freedom. You can either empower governments, or you can empower people, giving them tools to organize a protest, to come together, to coordinate, and to fight for their freedoms. And the thing is that Web3 is political, and we should admit that. Because if we don't own that, if we don't own that what we do has a meaning, then other people will do that for us. And we saw that in the past 12 months, where many political parties try to run on Web3 as their political agenda. They try to run on crypto and to use it to push their platforms. Now, in 1993, very few people were online. Only 1% of the population had internet in 1990. And today, more than 70% of the population is online. And information has to be free to flow and to be borderless. Internet has to be borderless. So when we talk about cyberpunk in the New World Order, it has to be grounded online and offline. And statements like cyberpunk has to be, cryptography will spread all over the globe, have a deeper and more broader meaning. So basically what it means is that we must start from the assumption that freedom and privacy cannot be selectively applied to some. We have it because we are in Europe, and denied to others. Cyberpunk tech must be a tech for everyone, or otherwise it's not cyberpunk, it's something else. So we must build a technology, and we must put the humans back at the center. So in practical terms, it means that it has to be borderless and available to everyone, no matter whether you're in Tehran, you're in Tel Aviv, in Ramallah, in New York, in Berlin. Either everyone has freedom and has internet, or none of us do. So we should build a technology that ignores firewalls, ignores ISP bans, and ignore borders. And that, of course, it means that it's super scary to centralized governments. And all governments, they act on fear. Fear is universal. They regulate based on fear, they legislate based on fears, and they enforce based on fears. And so what they do is that they make artificial borders on the code by excluding a group of people and including other group of people. And ensuring that technology and privacy is available to everyone is no longer a mere effort reserved to devs, or if you're not a dev, you shouldn't care. No, because what the governments can do is that they can prevent people from using software based on IPs. They can deplatform, they can deny you access to internet, like what's happening right now. They can deny you access to the hardware, to get access to the hardware that you need to go online. And they can arrest people. So if you want technology to be actually cyberpunk and resilient, there is a need for devs, but for lawyers, for community managers, for project managers, for everyone. Because resistance is making infrastructure resilient. It means making, all the stack, from the internet service providers to making sure that your repo is decentralized and cannot be shut down by GitHub, making the supply chain of the products decentralized. It means investing heavily in regulation and in legal defense. It means community defense also. So what does it mean, like, then what we should do? I think that the first step is to decolonize cyberpunk and ground it into goodness. So that means making sure that the technology we're building is actually technology for the people. Because yes, there are enemies that are very visible, and there are enemies that are invisible. And those are the projects that you might think like, oh, are crypto, so they're cyberpunk friendly. And they're actually building surveillance tools. I'm not gonna name names, you can do your own research, but the point is that you should ask yourself, is this tech a good tech? Can this tech be used for surveillance? Can this tech be used for helping people? Can this tech be used by Palantir to actually impose even more surveillance on people, or by Meta? Is this tech actually good? And those are the questions that we should ask ourselves when we want to develop and we want to invest.
Okay, so I'm more on the philosophical side, and my background is actually in hacker studies. So I'll add sort of my little take on this whole thing. So what I'd like to prophesize is the idea of going from fear to care. So the older cyberpunk generation was characterized by fear. It was this driving modem, shame, and a lot of vulnerability. And in this respect, I think we must rethink the relationship of cyberpunk values from these sort of affective states and emotions. And so the emotional substrate of cyberpunk, despite its technical rationalism, is affectively shaped by shame, paranoia, and fear. And shame in particular plays a central yet disavowal role. So, cyberpunks were often very afraid of being seen, the shame of being known, the shame of exposure. And so shame is fundamentally a very individualizing and narcissistic emotions. It centers the self as this failed or contaminated object. And in doing so, it actually isolates rather than connects people together. And so the cyberpunk reacts to shame by retracting into this technical mastery, what we often call as cyber libertarianism. So, using encryption to protect oneself and trusting no one. That's okay. It's okay?
It's okay.
But this is a fantasy of purity and control. It's this dream of a self-sovereign subject who never actually has to depend, reveal, or negotiate. It leaves little space for cooperation, solidarity, or repair. And so when our ideas of privacy are grounded in shame, the ideal becomes to disappear, not to relate. And trust becomes seen as a bug, not a feature. Dependency becomes weakness. Vulnerability becomes a flaw. And what emerges is a social ethic of isolation masked as liberation. So what can we do? So I think it really begins with you. We must move from shame-driven privacy to affect-aware infrastructures where protection is not merely about defense, but it's about sustaining the messy, collective, and ongoing work of being together collectively. And one way we can approach the shift is recognizing cryptographic instruments not as a means of control, but as mediums of care. means through which we cultivate, protect, and co-create more just and durable forms of collective life. And I emphasize the word care here quite deliberately because it signals a return to the deeper currents of the hacker ethic from which this whole scene and space started from. You know, we go back to the beginning. So it's not just about the libertarian defiance, but when thinking about hacker ethics, and I really encourage you to read more about them if you're not as familiar with them, it's about the artisanal devotion to the craft of making. It's joy in tinkering, in refining, in building with care for the future. So to care in this context, it's to resist the extractive logics that pretty much have come to dominate today's Web3 discourse. It is to affirm that the value of a system lies not solely in its scalability or market fit, but actually in its capacity to support lived situated forms of freedom. The aesthetic and effective dimensions of making, pleasure, beauty, even play, they must be reinstated as political acts. And so, in this respect, we can draw from the hacker tradition not solely as a practice of subversion, but as a philosophy of world-making, one in which craft is a form of ethical inquiry, and hacking in the sense is not merely the disruption of systems, but more so their imaginative reconfiguration. It's a mode of engaging with complexity through both precision and playfulness.
So, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think that was a very good wake-up call, a good overview. And now we'll be going into a roughly 5 to 10 minute coffee break. Also, there's some cake upstairs, I've been told, or I hope. And afterwards, we're gonna explore what Circles actually is and how that plays together with the cyberpunk values. I think that's a good gateway to see how that plays into it. We start at 3:30 to see you back here. Thank you.
Great to hear.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the Orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Slowly continue. So, as mentioned, we now will go into the circles topic. Feel free, everyone, to also, if you're feeling it, come forward. It's very nice and cozy up front here. And we will do this also after a short intro in an interactive way. So if you're feeling it, there's still some free beanbags. And yeah, with this, I think Martin doesn't really need an introduction. But for everyone who has been at Zoo Berlin, Circles has been a big topic. People have been creating their wallets, have been buying merch, using it. And I got a lot of questions. I'm not the best person to answer it, but we have the experts on it. So Martin will give us an introduction, and then afterwards you can ask all your questions that you have on Circles.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, so maybe just to get a quick idea of, so who roughly has an idea what Circles is? Okay. So, okay. And who has already managed to get the Metri wallet and has created their own personal Circles? Okay. So yeah, so I'm Martin, founder of Gnosis, but also, Circles was a project that essentially brought me into the Ethereum space. So 12 years ago, I was kind of a Bitcoin maxi running around and telling everyone that Bitcoin would change the world and whatnot. But then I came to the conclusion that it was not obvious to me that that it would actually improve the world. So if everyone would use Bitcoin as money, would it really make the world a better place? It would certainly benefit those 1 or 2%. Or currently, even today, only I think 1 or 2% of the world population holds Bitcoin. So it would dramatically benefit those. But it's not clear to me whether it would benefit the other 98%. So it would be a dramatic wealth transfer if we would move to Bitcoin. But still, there were elements about Bitcoin that I found fascinating, kind of this idea of decentralization, don't have a central point of power. Those were the things I liked. And essentially, Circles was then, born out of this idea, okay, what if we take the, at least in my view, good elements of Bitcoin, this, the decentralization, don't have a single entity that can arbitrarily decide how to change the rules of the money system. But then make it in such a way that it actually benefits all the people who decide to use that. And then, so very initially, so Circles is as an idea already over 10 years old, was first described as a fork of Bitcoin, because Bitcoin was the only thing that existed. Then Ethereum came along, and I thought, okay, now it will be easy. And then it took another 8 years. For Ethereum to develop to a point where, then it was possible to actually implement something like Circles. But along the way, we founded Gnosis, did a lot of other things, Safe, CowSwap, prediction markets and whatnot. But Circles was always, for me at least, the key motivation to be in the space and build. Yeah, I will now quickly run you through what Circles is. At its very core, it is, yeah, money reimagined, and it is, yeah, it is essentially asking the question if we would, well, maybe together in this room, or maybe the story I sometimes tell is, let's imagine we would all be on an island. Somehow we are stranded there. We don't have money. No one has money, and we would decide, okay, how to create this now. Then, of course, one way to do it was to say, okay, there's one guy. This guy is the central bank, and they can decide, well, to issue money and give it to the others. Probably the others would object to that. So how could we design it? So yeah, in Circles, yeah, the first insight is, of course, we can think through this island example, but that's of course just to illustrate it. Money fundamentally is a technology, and it's kind of one of the most widespread technologies that there are out there that we have. So you can go to a different to a new country. You don't speak their language, you don't know the culture, but everyone kind of understands money, and that works as a tool to, well, coordinate, communicate, or to influence behavior. But money is not neutral. So there is a part of money. The easy part of money is, okay, I first need to earn money, then I have money, and then I can spend money again. But every money somehow needs to come into creation initially. So kind of, where does the money really initially come from? Where was it initially created? And that is the part that's absolutely not neutral. Where, yeah, kind of whoever can control that process or has influence over that process has dramatic power over all money that is then in existence and in circulation. And Circles exactly tries to give that power, that right, equally to everyone. So money is not neutral, and it is important, or at least in my view, it is important to think about the thing that dominates or really is a core part of all our lives. So we have the technology to rewire something like money, and it is possible to do it bottom up without states. Yeah. So Circles has at its core really just those three rules. And the number one rule is essentially that the money creation is equally distributed to everyone. So in Circles, the only way money comes into existence, again, after that it can be just transferred and it behaves more normal, but the very initial creation process is that everyone who is part of the system can create 1 unit per hour for their whole life. So that's rule number one. Rule number two is, a concept called demurrage. Who has heard of the term demurrage? Yeah, so demurrage just means that old money disappears. So in Circles, if you have a balance of 1,000 units and you just let it sit there for a year, or well, actually every day, it will slightly become smaller. And over a year, it will only be 7% demurrage. So after a year, out of the 1,000 units, it's only 930. And then, well, the next, this is basically a continuous process where it loses nominal value at a rate of 7%. Why is that? That is to make this initial right of being able to create 1 unit per hour even in the long future, still valuable. Because if you would just continuously create new money, then the overall supply of money in the system would just grow and grow and grow and grow. So therefore, that right to create yet another unit becomes less and less valuable. What we want in Circles is to have that right of money creation, well, be valuable and be equally valuable to all the people who are that are in the system. The third one, transitive selective trust. I'll go into that. Here's just a curve of that follows from those first two rules. So if you just join the system, then you start to issue 1 unit per hour, and that would be the money that you would issue over your lifetime. That's not the money you hold, but the money you have created, brought into circulation. Whether you then spend it or earn it more, so you can right now even buy a lot of money and already get to this, get more circles and immediately get to those 120,000. But if you would just do no transactions, you would just always create money, issue money at a rate of 1 per hour. Then in the beginning, it would increase linear. But then the 7% kicks in, and all the 7%, older money is then also kind of continuously burned. New money is generated, and it will converge to this 120,000 per person. So, and then hypothetically, if you after 80 years you die, you stop issuing new money, then your money that you have issued and that people hold is still in circulation, but over time it will kind of disappear from circulation because, it's no new money is generated, but the existing money kind of disappears out of the system. So Bitcoin has this magic number of 21 million that are in the system overall. In Circles, it is 120,000 per person. So if the system is 10 people, then the total supply will be 1.2 million. If the system is if there are a million people, then it would be 120 million. Another way to look at that is that Circles, to some extent, has a built-in redistribution mechanism where, depending on what your current balance is, you either get more from this right to create money. So if you hold exactly those 120,000 circles in your wallet right now, so kind of, you can look at your Metri wallet, your balance will likely be much smaller. But if you would hold, I currently hold, for example, what do I hold? 30,000 circles, then I'm still on the receiving side of things. So kind of the circles that are daily burned through this demurrage process are still less than the 1 circle per hour or 24 per day that I can generate. And here's basically just the quote-unquote tax rate. So if you hold exactly 120,000 circles in your balance, then if you generate your circles every day, your balance will not change because you generate 24, but you also there are also 24 burned from your 120,000 that you hold. If you hold more than that, then you kind of start to pay an effective tax. If you would hold towards infinity, you would pay 7% per year on that total balance. And of course, if you hold less, then you pay a negative tax, so you get more than you pay. Now, probably one of the most there have been various projects that had a similar idea to say, okay, let's do something like Bitcoin, but instead of having, or maybe even we stick to the 21 million, but instead of somehow, having some early adopters that hold 90%, 95% of the supply, let's somehow give it out equally per person. Those attempts have been made. And then, of course, always the big question is who decides who's the person, and who decides who can join the system. And then people have come up with various solutions, from using biometrics as WorldCoin is, let's say, trying to do it, from using passports and ZK passports, stuff like that, through voting systems, whatnot. And in Circles, we are relying at its core primarily or exclusively on a web of trust system. And so the first answer is, who can generate circles? Everyone. And maybe small caveat, everyone who has at least one connection to the existing network. And the existing network is right now 120,000 accounts. Circles was launched initially 4 years ago, and since then, or basically in this first version, in the first iteration, there you didn't need whatever. Don't go not too much into detail, but yeah. So roughly everyone can create circles, but those circles are unique. Those circles that if you as a new person generate circles, you generate unique circles that are different from from my circles, from his, and so on. So then it depends on the others in the network whether they decide to, what we call it, accept those circles, or kind of, we call it trust those circles. And that is essentially the strong Sybil attack, or that is a strong defense against the Sybil attack mechanism. So the promise of circles is not necessarily that there are no Sybils in the system. There will be Sybils in the system, but the promise of circles is that as long as you don't trust those Sybils, you are not negatively affected. So if someone creates, I don't know, somehow here a network of 1,000 accounts that all create circles and they all trust each other, but here we have actually the real network where we create our circles and we trust each other, then essentially those circles, no one cares about them. They are kind of worthless. They cannot be sent into the real network unless there is a trust connection, and then it only affects the person who is who's trusting them, and the risk is in a way contained to. But we will look into that. So we have here 3 people: A, B, C. A and C, or A wants to make a payment to C. So circles. But there are those trust connections, but that does not, or there's still the ambition that everyone can pay anyone in the system, even if they don't know each other. Otherwise, it would really be bad money. So in this case, A and C, they don't know each other, they don't trust each other, or at least in the circle sense, they don't trust each other. But there is a trust pass between the two, and the trust pass can actually be much longer than just one hop, but in this case it is just one hop, person B. So A, again, person A has issued their own personal circles, A circles. Person C is not accepting them, but B is accepting them, so the system will be able to do a transfer, and B does not need to be involved in this, kind of that works under the hood, that person A sends their A circles to B, and B forwards B circles to person C, and for B that's fine because they get some circles, they send some circles, so their overall circles balance doesn't change, they still hold circles that they trust. But most important, C is then only getting circles from person they trust. So for C, it doesn't really matter whether A is a real person or not. Ultimately, they hold the B tokens from the person they trust, and that's that's fine for them, and then they sell a good. So this is how it looks. If you look into your own Metri wallet, you see a balance in here it's 37,000, and ideally that is ideally you as user, you don't have to kind of understand or you don't have to care about all those underlying mechanisms. But yeah, if you click in the Metri wallet on this 37,000, you will actually see the list of individual circles that will then sum up to those 37,000. In this case, I hold, for example, 2,000 of my own, but then 13,000 of Han, the person I trust, and 4,000 of Ella, and so on. Sorry, losing my voice. There are groups. I will, quickly, or make this very practical. So there are, in addition to this pure web of trust, or maybe let's make this slightly more interactive. So is here someone in the room who has a Circles account that does not trust me? Perfect. Then let's just make this super concrete, and I'll try to send Circles to you, and we look under the hood how that works. So just need your QR code or your name. Perfect. Right. So perfect. Yeah, I'll send you 200, and we will look at the Explorer at the same time to see what happened under the hood. That's 200 already? Second. Yeah. Okay, so here I see the transaction. Sorry, wallet here. And I will just copy your address and look at one of those pass visualization tools. Yeah, and here we go. So, so this is me, and here, well, that's calculating the maximum capacity of how much circles I could send, and you are, for example, it seems like you're trusting here this person or Sunny or that person, and yeah, and essentially you will have received. You can look it up. What circles? Well, maybe you see it whom circles you received, but you should have received circles from one of those people you trust. And I previously didn't hold any of those, probably because, it seems like there was not a direct connection between us. So yeah, the step it went over a couple of steps. Okay, but anyhow, let's no, yeah. All right. So yeah, so even that pure web of trust mechanism, there is the idea that in the whole trust graph, everyone is or there's a saying that everyone is connected to everyone else in the world over only, I don't know, a couple of hops. And that might very well be true and work out, but still we have introduced a second concept, and those are groups here. So groups are a way to in a way pool trust together and have we could create a group for all the people in this room and basically say everyone who's a member of this group has the right to convert their very personal circles into group circles at a one-to-one rate. So kind of take one Martin circle and create one group circle, and that makes, very roughly speaking, that makes liquidity in a way much easier. And maybe the high level we might here quickly. This is currently the Futura or Zuberlin group. You can be added to that, and this is for example my pass to this group. I'm not a member, but I have a trust pass to members of the group, and yeah, here's just the QR code. So if you have a Metri account, you can scan this QR code. If you send, I don't know, 1 or 10 circles to this address, what it will do is it will convert some of the personal circles you hold into the group tokens. So kind of, if you do it, then after you send, you will see in your composition of circles that you hold, you will then see the group tokens instead of just holding personal tokens. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me continue. I mean, at the high level, I think we need to go into the discussion very soon. I feel like I lost people with some of the concepts, but high level, the idea is circles is the whole process of this web of trust favors resilience in a big way. So kind of circles has this concept that if you are a group of 3 people and you kind of you trust each other, and then kind of it doesn't really matter what happens outside of this group, kind of just you 3 people, kind of essentially you can be an isolated system where everything else happening in the system doesn't affect you. The other, so in that sense, it's very resilient, but it's not very efficient. The other extreme is to have one group only have one token that is used in the whole world, which is in a way more efficient, but way less resilient. Because if that, because then things that happen on the other side of the globe can still affect you, and we have seen this over and over again in whatever eurozone, euro crisis, that things happening in other countries essentially then have knock-on effects and take or can take or could take down whole currencies. So groups, in our view, allows us to have this trade-off, to kind of don't have to go the extreme level of resilience of just peer-to-peer connections. It allows to create smaller groups, but also you can stack groups. So it allows you to also go for worldwide group. But if those fail, you can always rely back on a lower level of resilience, and ultimately you can always go back to the personal peer-to-peer trust. Well, there are more thoughts about liquidity, but I feel like I'm afraid I have already partially lost people. So maybe we can go into something more interactive and open it up for questions. Or I mean, can I get a sense of does it somehow make sense, or doesn't make sense at all?
Thank you very much. And I see a lot of hands, so I think there are a lot of questions, which I think is good.
Oh yeah, hey Martin. So curious, since just like Bitcoin, that there will be 51% attack type of things, right? So which I guess for social network there will be social attacks as well. Like early days, LinkedIn want you guys to connect each other who you actually know in real person, but then nowadays everyone just connect everyone. Like, would that happen become a thing? Like for example, Martin is super popular, everyone know him, and then today everyone just want to trust you, and then you actually become technically a loophole of this social network, right?
Yes and no. So the system is still. So I mean, let's make it again super concrete. Can I still get the it's back? Yeah. So here is my account Mitri. So we already have a thing like people you may know, and I see here, for example, accounts that trust me, and I by default don't trust them back, if there are lots of there are already spam accounts in the system. The core thing is that this does not affect anyone who is not trusting them. So yes, if I go on, there's some Telegram, and then random new accounts will join and say, please trust me. Then if a single user would do that, then it is a problem, but only for that user. So kind of it's not affecting the rest of the network. So what happens is if you blindly trust accounts that say, please trust me, then what will happen is that those accounts will be able to, for example, there are also some circuits that are liquid that can, but in essence, they will send their circuits to you, and your circuits will go into the network where there's something that can be bought for circuits, and you will end up holding the circuits of this random person that asks on Telegram, please trust me, and no one else in the actual network trusts them. So essentially what it means is that you then have a circuits balance, but it's not spendable for you. So we see that your circuits balance, you can have a total circuits balance, and even I currently hold tradable is kind of somewhat similar concept to spendable, but currently out of my 32,000 circuits, only 25,000 are tradable. So I hold, so basically if I hold here a couple of circles from people, that's for example an account from still from version 1, that where basically in the current version no one else is trusting them yet, and therefore no one else wants their circles. So for me they become unspendable. So long story short, there can be, even if 80% of the accounts in the network would be fake, or more than 50%, it would not attack that part of the network where people are quote unquote real, and only trust real people. Not sure if that was clear or not clear. I know, yeah.
So if the CRC of the user that is trusting someone unknown is tradable, it will actually make it worse for everyone else because he's part of a group currency, and the spammer will start selling these tokens on the market. So it does make it worse for everyone else.
Say again. What?
So there's a user that trusts someone that they don't know.
Yes.
This user say that it's a circles backer, or he's part of a group currency that is tradable, and by trusting someone they don't know, they are basically making their tokens available for the spammer. So the spammer can start selling these tokens on the market, so everyone else is worse off because the user trusted.
Yeah. I mean, well, that's very, very indirect. I mean, that's kind of like saying if the North Koreans are able to get a lot of Ether and then convert it to Bitcoin, then every Ether holder is worse off. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of true, but those effects are I mean, still the primary victim is that person who lost the Ether, and not everyone else.
Yeah, but in my opinion, this is a problem in the context of how people are actually trusting people. So in this conference, everyone was pretty much blindly trusting other people.
And that's totally fine because so in my view, what you are saying, if you're trusting someone, then in my view, what you are saying is A, this person is a real person, and B, I trust that this person is not actively undermining the system by creating a new account in every different social context. So kind of the way you can kind of cheat in the system is to say, well, when I meet you, I create a different account. When I meet you, I create a different account. When I meet you, I create a different account. And every time I ask, please trust me, please trust me, please trust me. But in reality, then I hold 10 accounts and are trusted by. But if you don't do that, then in my view, that's kind of sufficient to trust people.
What do you usually do to check that?
Yeah, I mean,
what do you usually do to check that with people?
Sure. So the very simple thing is to have shared trust connections. So the more so here you can, for example, see that oh, sorry. Okay, you can see how many shared trust connections you have with a person. So here, that person, or for example, that person is already trusted by 21 people and many I know. So essentially, it's for that person already, yeah, you don't have, well, the tactic I just described wouldn't, or I mean, then if you, unless you have a huge social network where you can kind of then still have 20 connections for each identity, you will not get 20 trust connections for multiple identities, right? I mean, how much connections do you have? So,
I can bring it over to you, but maybe just quickly to check in on an organizational perspective. I'm feeling we have a lot of open questions, but we also had the idea to kind of run a workshop on how to use circles. Maybe just to get a sentiment, how everyone is feeling. What do you prefer to do?
Hi, so I'm with the Circles team as well. So the original plan was to kind of have a 30-minute brainstorming session or kind of workshop around how we could use Circles practically as a kind of community currency, for example, in the context of something like Zoo Berlin. And so since there's now sort of all these questions, I think we should have a quick sort of vote maybe, or like a barometer. Should we just continue and use the rest of the time, you know, kind of clarifying these questions, which is totally fine? Or, you know, should we, are people interested in, you know, kind of postponing the deeper understanding of Circles and just thinking about, you know, how to use it? And I'm very open to, you know, it's not a suggestive question. We just wouldn't, because there's a hard cut, we wouldn't be able to have both, I think, in terms of time.
Yes, so let's do a quick vote. Who's for the continued AMA asking questions? Please raise your hand. All right. We have a few votes there. Who's in favor of running the workshop? Okay, so it's roughly the same amount of people. That's great. So I guess
I
the
think
people.
we can also split. I mean, you can say whoever wants to continue to have questions, we can continue questions, or I'm happy to continue and answer questions in a small round.
Yeah. How about we split the room? Say there's a question table back there, and there's a workshop area in front here. Does that make sense? Cool. Then it's time to actually move a bit. Then we run the workshop here in front, and Martin will continue answering questions in the back until, yeah, roughly another 15 minutes that we have before, yeah, we have another guest coming in.
Cool. Hi, so sorry for hijacking the mic. I hope if I speak like that, then they can still do their thing in the back. So I'm Paul. I'm with the Circles team, and with me is Bijan, who's also with the Circles team. And we have about 50 minutes left to run through a tiny little sort of brainstorming exercise. So I know that at least everybody here who's sporting some merch has a Circles account, and they had to go through the experience of getting invited, sending 100 circles somewhere. I know from the organizers that this wasn't always easy, but there's sort of the long-term goal of getting sort of money reimagined that Martin just presented, and that is what we're after. Yeah, anybody who's interested, maybe sort of, I guess the sound system doesn't really care where you sit, but feel free to come closer if you want to.
Yeah, come closer. Sort of, workshop time.
We clearly face the cold start problem of, people won't be starting, like vendors won't stop accepting circles, and people won't start caring about circles just because there's this bright future where if everybody used it, it would produce a fairer kind of money. So we're actively interested in looking into concrete, hands-on, sort of no-brainer use cases for how we can make circles useful. And there's a long history of alternative local currencies and communities, and of course circles sort of lends itself to that. We built a tech stack to enable communities to build groups. You're all one of them. You should all be part of one of them, the Futura Garden group already. So Bijan's prepared a beautiful little exercise for us to ideally sort of brainstorm this question a bit.
Awesome. So what we're going to use is the sailboat framework. You might know it from product development or from couples therapy. It's very same. It's very powerful for getting like a team around the table and make it possible for everybody to voice their opinion. So we are imagining that we are all on a sailboat. Has anyone ever been on a sailboat before? Nice. So that means we all have to work together, and we have to figure out like where do we want to go. For this context, we've already decided that we all want to go to the glorious goal of making circles useful for communities. And for the session now, we're going to go to 2 rounds of brainstorming together. So first, we want to identify like what's holding our sailboat back. So what are things that don't work well, for example, in the world, where we could apply circles. And then we would like to dig into how solutions there could look like. Maybe something is missing, maybe something has to be added, maybe we just have to add a growth vehicle to actually get there. So we have these 2 sides, and we're gonna go to 2 rounds of brainstorming. And to make it a bit more tight for now, we're also gonna have a round of voting on where to use it. So we're gonna vote collectively what the number 1 problem is that we want to solve, and then in the second round everyone can share their ideas of solutions. And it's gonna work like this. We have like 1 minute in silence for everybody to think about where good opportunities are, where we could apply circles, so where are problems that are looking for such a that might need such a solution. And then I'm gonna pass around the microphone and everyone can add it. So 1 to 2 minutes of thinking.
This is the first time we run this workshop. So yeah, just forgive us. I hope the exercise is clear.
I've run it many times. So
okay. Sorry.
So don't worry, it's very powerful. It works. But first time for circles. That's right.
So what is the question people should be thinking about for a minute? What's holding circles back from becoming useful for communities?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
There's this Jeopardy show with the music. Dun 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 dun. I don't want to distract people.
All right. Can I start here?
So in terms of what does it stop people from using it, I guess for me it's just a cold start problem. I don't know it. I don't know anyone who use it. So and when I wanted to look for it, I don't have a frame of reference.
So is this an onboarding problem? Is that
onboarding problem?
Onboarding to it?
Also, it's harder for me to build up the trust on the project.
Okay, hard to build trust in the project because so few people know it. People can also raise their hands. You know, if you don't have to say something, just because you're next in line. Yeah.
I have 5.
Okay.
So first one is it's worthless.
Yeah.
Second one is it's inflationary, which is kind of related. Third one is it's new. The fourth one is it's complicated. And the fifth one is it's crypto.
Okay, accepted. All accepted. Yeah.
The third one, it's new. The fourth one, it's complicated. And the last one, it's crypto.
But the new, I think, is kind of like the cold start problem, in a sense. I mean, if we want to be sort of economical around this and rough, then would you accept that? Okay, other things, maybe things that aren't on the board already. So if it's already on there, then because we're going to vote already, right? Right now, it's just about getting it on the slide.
Okay, I agree with most of them, but like a technical analysis of the protocol, like a white paper, for example.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We can do that. We have one. Okay, other ones?
I think it's similar to the cold start problems, like general awareness. Like even in the crypto world, many people don't know what Circles is. And the other thing that I noticed, somebody here at Zuberlin thought that when you trust someone, you really actually have to trust that person as a person and not just trust that they're a unique human being. So that may be a bit confusing.
Okay, so kind of lack of clarity on what the protocol is.
Yeah, that person thought that if you're gonna trust someone on Circles, it should be like someone like a close friend, and that could like raise some privacy concerns.
Okay, cool. I think in light of the time, I think we will stop at past, right? So we want to go through the round as well. I'm going to add one as well that isn't date. I think it's unclear to me how the properties of Circles, the kind of unintuitive special properties, this UBI style issuance, plus this demurrage, this evaporation, how they map specifically into how they are the best solutions to a problem that communities face. So what is the problem that communities face that is solved better by a currency that has the properties of Circles than kind of money as we know it more intuitively, money that doesn't evaporate, that gets handed out lump sum by the mayor or something like that. Anyway, so now I think, Bijan, we're going to go through a round of voting, if I'm correct. How does it work? So is it just we go through each of them and then people raise their hands? And then, so what we're going to do is then we're going to pick one and then...
So we go through each of them, and for the first round, everybody can raise their hand. And if we have multiple winners, we do a second round. So, who's for it's crypto? Sorry. So now we're voting on which problem we want to solve. Then we can work on a solution. First one, it's crypto. We'll work on that. It's worthless and visionary. Wants to work on this?
Yeah, I'm going to read them and I'm going to tell you the numbers. So it's complicated. Is that multiple votes? Oh, 2. Cold start problem, hard to build trust. 1, 2. 2. Which community problem is solved by Circles? That's me. 1. 2. Awareness. And unclear what 1. Unclear what trusting means. Okay, 5. So, right, we have a winner, unclear what trusting means. How do we continue, Bijan, in 5 minutes?
5 minutes. So we have 1 minute, everybody, to think about how we can solve the problem of making clear what trusting means to everybody who's in the circle. But 1 minute.
Dum, 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 dum. Oh yeah, we already, I mean, can people just, okay, we wait 1 minute. Okay. Ideas, solutions. I have an idea. I had talked about this at DebCon yesterday, so I can provide the YouTube link on my 2 cents on the question. But more seriously, how can we, what your ideas for how can we make it clearer what trusting, who you should trust, based on which criteria you should trust? You raised your hand earlier.
Yeah, I guess it was to the prompt of also what community problem is solved with these trust networks. And something I've seen in a lot of pop-up cities is hesitancy around shared childcare, that they're basically afraid that other parents, they don't trust them enough, or that something will happen to their child and a legal lawsuit will be filed. So that's why no one wants to volunteer to be the person doing childcare. But I think since Circles has this thing that if you admit an untrustworthy member, they can take away all your money. What is the one thing which is more valuable than money? Like, it's your children. So I feel like bootstrapping these Circles networks can also be the seed for actually shared childcare, which is like a huge problem in society.
So if I understand correctly, then you're saying Circles, the trust network of Circles is going to be more than just a proof of personhood. It's going to be a proof of sort of trustworthy personhood, or it's going to sort of quantify the degree of the trust of the community in a given person account. And then use cases building on the strength of that are interesting value propositions for a community to build on. Cool. Are you, yeah? So I guess the trust graph driven use cases. Pascal.
Maybe showing what's the downside if the person that I trust is untrustworthiness. So what's the maximum money or circles I can use? What's the worst case?
Yeah, I gonna add into that. So me here, I think we can even like gamify this in a way, right? Like every time you start a new game, you don't know, you have like a tutorial. So there could be like some sort of sandbox environment or something like that, where you are like trusting or not trusting, and seeing what happens if you trust the right person, or if you trust the wrong person, and how the network benefits from trusting the right people, or something like that.
That's great. I mean, there's a simple addition also that tell more people that you can untrust. Lots of people are surprised to learn that they can just untrust.
Yeah, just to follow up on this, like the expositions of what does it mean to trust, like what's the advantage? In the couple of presentations I've heard, it's always about it protects the network, and that's when you're as a user, as a potential user, when you're listening to that, you're like, okay, but what does it mean for me as an individual, or what's the implication of trusting or not trusting? So at the moment, I think the language is a lot, we protect the network with this, but the user doesn't really know. And so these gamifying and stuff like this would make it more personal for the user.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much. So I think we have time for one more point, and then we, I guess, just got to wrap it up. But we will be around for the rest of the day. So if any of you need more questions for Martin or ourselves, then just come and find me. Also, if you still need to get added to the app or the Futura Garden group, I'm also here to help.
Yeah, it's maybe not a solution, but just maybe one more point about the trust is basically binary. So it's you either trust somebody or untrust them. And I'm not sure whether that's how society actually uses trust for people, and whether that's the right thing that we've got at the protocol level. I say we because I work at Circles, at the protocol level that reflects the use case in society and how people maybe see it.
Great. Thanks, Sean. Thanks for your input. Cool. Yeah, I think that was a very short session, but I hope this 1 hour of sort of exposition to circles at least sort of stimulated you into, and we're always happy to hear about your ideas for use cases. I hope, you know, using it at Zoo Berlin to the extent to which you did was, you know, a more or less smooth experience. Yeah, that's it from us. Thank you.
Awesome. Now we'll slowly get into the more future society part. Okay, perfect. So now we'll be talking more about future governance, public goods funding, how to run public goods funding. We have there a lot of exciting and interesting experts on the topic, people from different DAOs, from DAO institutions. And to kick it off, we're very excited to have Vitalik to give an overview on Ethereum public goods funding, the landscape of it, what's the status quo, and then afterwards we'll go into the details. But first up, an overview. So round of applause.
Justin, do you know how to maybe take that out, the top margins?
Is there a way to like full screen it? Okay, yeah. 5 doesn't do it. I don't know.
What tool is this? This is like a PDF. So I'm trying to
Is there like a slide share thing with this?
Can you try Command L?
Command L.
There it is.
That's good.
Try to
You get this one. Half an hour.
Okay. Cool. Okay. So actually, wants to take one step behind, away from public goods funding a little bit, and talk about like, I guess, DAOs or governance or whatever we wants to think. However we wants to define the category in the abstract, and also like share some thoughts on basically why I think the space is has been in a bit of a dead end lately, and some of the new ideas that I think are going to be what it takes to get out of it. So who here is in a DAO? Who here has felt like excited about being in a DAO? Like the last 6 months? Okay. So first of all, right, I think before I get the before I make my case for like what principles and what ideas DAOs needs to be built on, I clearly I first need to make the argument of like why we need to care about DAOs at all. Basically, I mean, like why not? Like why do this instead of just going back to doing nothing but having smart contracts that get run by individuals and corporations. So I think there's a couple of like basically two big categories of resources that matter here, right? So one of them is, or two big categories of like DAO use cases that matter, right? One of them is what I would call flash DAOs, like basically DAOs for running short-term projects, right? Projects that have a particular scope, a particular time bound, that are meant to be focused, that are meant to do a particular thing, and ideally even disappear at the end. And my argument for these is basically that like actually you probably want to just use a multisig, and essentially, for projects like that, you actually want to be governance light. You do not want to put any kind of extra unneeded bureaucracy, even if it's ZK Techno Wizard bureaucracy on people. And like multisigs actually work reasonably well. If you have the idea to start one of these at all, chances are you have access to some kind of community of people that would be the implementers that trust each other enough to just do a DAO as a multisig. And so you probably don't need to go any further, right? The second category is governing resources that require some kind of long-term stability guarantees. So examples of this, right? I think actually before I get into these, one really basic example would be ENS, right? So if you think about something like ENS, I mean, the DAO controls a lot of things. It actually doesn't control everything, right? I believe it actually like took away its ability to basically like completely replace itself and replace people's ENS names a while back. But no, it controls the ENS asset, and it controls a lot of different things. And ENS is something that is meant to last for a very long time, right? And so if you say ENS is controlled by a corporation, then effectively you are putting basically a very small group of people in that is off-chain, and so you're also trusting one country's legal system in charge of this like very big thing that is meant to provide these guarantees that apply to the whole world, right? So that's one example, but if we want to go down further, right? So one example is the funding problem, right? So here your problem is that you have access to some kind of pool of funding, and your job is to fund projects that are aligned with some mission, right? That mission could be advancing human welfare as defined by the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. That purpose could mean funding Arbitrum projects, and it could be maintaining like the Zoo Berlin. It could be a bunch of different things, right? And like to me, the theoretical ideal here is basically that like we want block rewards for everything, right? Like the beautiful thing about block rewards in Bitcoin or in Ethereum are basically that they're this very static mechanism, and the static mechanism is able to just passively incentivize into existence this entire industry that serves an important function, right? Which is, in the case of Bitcoin and Ethereum, it's security. And so the question here is, can we try to do things like that, but instead of limiting it to tasks that are like very easily machine verifiable, which security not entirely, but like roughly is, then like can we also do the same thing for contributing to protocol development, contributing to protocol research, potentially, just all of the different tasks that might be relevant to a blockchain, that might even be relevant to in-person community, but basically any kind of token. If you want to incentivize some activity, you would be able to just like print a block reward for it. Maintaining inputs to an oracle. So who here has coins in any DeFi protocol? Okay. Who here would love for those coins to not go to zero? Okay. So one of the ways in which your assets inside of a DeFi protocol might go to zero is if the oracle is wrong. Right, so for example, imagine you have a position inside of a lending platform, and let's say you have 1 ETH of collateral, and then you decide to take out, say, 1,000 USDC. Well, the thing that could happen is if the oracle is wrong, it could just decide to say, hey, the ETH USDC price is now 400, and then your position gets liquidated, and then you suffer a big liquidation penalty, and then on top of that, you don't have your preferred exposure to ETH anymore, right? Now, if you have an algorithmic stablecoin based on it, then it's even worse, right? Because basically what could happen is if you have, say, 1,000 unit, like basically, if you have 1,000 units or a position where you take out 1,000 units of the stablecoin and then the ETH price drops all the way down, then effectively your entire portfolio like position would get liquidated down to zero, right? So you could lose everything, or on the other side, if you have the algorithmic stablecoin, then the price could by the oracle could get manipulated up to 5 million, and then if that happens, and then if the stablecoin has some kind of global settlement procedure that gets triggered, then your 3,000 like RAI or whatever it is would just turn into like basically, yeah, I mean, like 0.003 ETH, and then you'd be poor. So essentially, you know, if you break the oracle, then like you can steal a huge amount of money from DeFi. Now, one of the a lot of the way that these oracles work right now is either they're centralized or they're controlled by token holders. An oracle being controlled by token holders is actually super dangerous. And the reason is that there's always a very simple attack. And this is not even getting into some of the crazier attacks that I talk about involving like buying from or borrowing from DeFi protocols or involving Lobbyfi or any of that. Just like very basic attack. You take the protocol token, you buy 51% of it, you use it to set the oracle value to whatever you want, and then you steal all the money from people's positions. Now, one like very natural corollary of this is basically that if you have a DeFi protocol that is that has an oracle token that is where the oracle is governed by a token, then the amount of TVL cannot safely be greater than the market cap of the token. Why? Because, or at least TVL at risk. Why? Because if the TVL at risk is greater, then someone can just like buy up the oracle token, and then they can use that, they can vote, and then they can like basically vote it, like manipulate the oracle result in a way that grabs up the TVL. So what this then means is basically that if that's your inequality, then that basically means that the market cap of the protocol token, like it has to be justified by some kind of the ability to extract rent from the protocol. And so your rate of rent extraction has to equal the discount rate, which is probably like somewhere between 1 to 5%. And so like actually your DeFi is going to be much worse than TradFi. So if you want DeFi to be like actually good, then you need to be able to secure a thing like oracles whose security is able to secure things with market caps that go way higher than what your rent extraction is. And so to do that, well, you need some kind of oracle that's non-financialized, at least to some extent. An arbitration system, this could be arbitrating like things like contracts between people. An arbitration system could also be arbitrating outcomes on a prediction market. Decisions on protocol changes. If you have an L2, if you want your L2 to be able to upgrade over time, but you do not want those upgrades to be able to steal people's money, you need a governance. Also, if you want a more fun example, well, wouldn't we just love to be able to run a city with a DAO? So lots of things that I think DAOs well done would actually be super amazing for, right? Now, one of the interesting things here is that so there's a bit of a spectrum here, right? And I think the spectrum is between situations where the decision making like actually needs to be pretty intelligent and situations where literally your only task is to just not screw up, right? So if you think about an oracle, like intelligent oracle versus dumb oracle, like, okay, fine, maybe you can give the answer to like within 1/10,000 fidelity instead of 1/1,000. Maybe it can take 4 seconds instead of 8 seconds. Like who friggin' cares, right? The important thing is, well, you don't want the oracle to answer 200 when the actual price is 2,600. So but then on the other hand, if you think about funding decisions, like there is definitely such a thing as like malicious funding decisions, which is like, hey, like let's take all the money and let's like give it to my bro. I actually don't have a bro. The bro is hypothetical. And then there's like low quality decisions, which are like, hey, you know, like your project, hey, you know, like what project are you part of? I know, shout out a name. Okay, Circles. So Circles got shouted out first. I mean, I don't know. I like the name. I mean, I like how it's like the Pentagon, but it's like the Pentagon like sort of taken to its logical conclusion of like an infinite number of sides. I don't know. It's a cool narrative. You know, you get 30%. So, you know, not malicious, right? But like low quality funding allocation. And then you can have high quality, right? And so there's there's like a spectrum of different designs that like actually like need different types of governance. So one of the generators that I use for thinking about different types of like decision making is this idea of like particular decision spaces being or outcome spaces being convex versus concave. And the core idea here is basically, if you have a choice between A or B, then is a compromise between A and B better or worse than a coin flip, right? And so there's a lot of different situations where compromise is better. I think on average, compromise is better, like more often than people generally think, right? So one trivial example is if one person thinks the tax rate should be 10%, another person thinks the tax rate should be 70%, then like actually 40% is probably more likely to lead to good outcomes than a coin flip between both of them, right? Because if you do a coin flip, then effectively, if you choose the wrong side, then either you're breaking all the public services or you're breaking the economy. But if you take the middle option, then there's like a medium amount of bad happens at most, but things do muddle along, right? Now, if we want to take an example of the convex situation, then I mean, one kind of easy toy example, right, is basically, do we do the next DevCon in Prague, or do we do it in Toronto? And then if we compromise, then we end up doing it in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, which would be a little bit difficult, though there's definitely people in the Ethereum community who would appreciate such a thing happening. Make it a zoo first. But then other more realistic examples would basically be like a lot. Sometimes there are situations where like basically like a software product has to make a choice of like, is it trying to do thing A or is it trying to do thing B? And if it does some like fairly crappy thing at both, then it doesn't end up like being above the bar to do anything like useful enough for everyone. So there are some situations that are more convex, and like generally, as the decision-making space becomes more convex, then the argument is this is a place where like the thing that you're looking for does look like something that has some kind of leadership, and where the role of the governance is basically putting limits on the leadership. And then as you move more concave, you move more to an environment where like actually the thing works fine without any leaders at all, right? And what's interesting about funding, because we're talking about funding quite a bit, is that I think funding is on average definitely more on the concave side. Right, so if you think about something like say the set of things that the Ethereum Foundation funds, and then imagine like if you take the set of things that some other organization funds, then like chances are averaging those two values is more likely to lead to an allocation that like still makes sure that things that are important for the ecosystem get the level of support to survive, than like coin flipping between the two and then having a 50% chance that you totally forget something, right? But on the other hand, there is also sometimes an argument for creating space for concentrated bets, right? So if we care about going to Mars, then giving Elon $10 billion to figure out how to get to Mars realistically has a higher chance of accomplishing the goal than, say, giving every person on Earth $1.25, right? So it's so there are like public goods funding I think is interesting, where like on average it's pretty concave, but there's also this like these important exceptions that we have to keep in mind. Another interesting thing to think about is like phase transitions, right? So imagine, for example, you have an algorithmic stablecoin, and your algorithmic stablecoin is tracking the US dollar. And then at some point, the US dollar like actually hyperinflates, right? Like the US economy actually starts collapsing, the dollar like actually starts going full Venezuela, and it gets crazy, right? Then what happens in this situation? Now, in that situation, arguably, even if it was the original mission of the project to make a stablecoin that tracks the US dollar, arguably it's like better for all of its users, and it's even better from the perspective of the underlying goals of its mission if the project makes like one large pivotal decision to basically say, we're not tracking the US dollar anymore, now we're going to track some kind of CPI. And then, basically what you have is you have some kind of chaotic transition mode. You might actually want to have some procedure for triggering that transition. And then after the transition is triggered, then it basically goes back to this kind of new equilibrium mode where all it's doing is tracking the CPI, right? And I mean, this is like an interesting scenario. I mean, there's this famous historical precedent where the Roman Republic had this tradition of electing a dictator, and somehow, as in the Roman Republic, the amazing thing happened that doesn't happen anywhere else, and like actually the dictators served their term, did their thing, and like they were actually willing to go back home at the end. But you know, of course, we have smart contracts, and we can like actually do much more to force the dictators to go home, right? So, and even bound their power, right? Like we can even tell them, like your only power is to choose what is the new index that's being tracked. So there's sometimes like basically a project switches from being in one of these two regimes to being in the other regime. So there's like a lot of interesting use cases where I think funding is important and where I think governance is important. So what are the goals, right? In general, the goals are, one is high quality decision making. So making decisions based on good algorithms as opposed to just like making it, like based on very ill-considered sudden decisions. Two is alignment, right? So making decisions in accordance with the underlying things that you're trying to get that pool of capital to serve. And so you can think about alignment with token holders. And so far, generally, DAOs have been pretty exclusively or primarily focused on alignment with token holders. Then you can have alignment with users. And then you could also have this abstract concept of alignment with the mission. And then the question is, well, who do you actually define as being representatives of the mission? And I think like actually trying to define this as a pretty underexplored space. And then the third question is like capture and manipulation resistance, right? So if a decision-making process is bad, then a decision-making process could be bad in the way that, like say, a car where like let's say it's a self-driving car and you ask it, and you want to get a coffee, and then let's say the actually best available nearby coffee is in Starbucks, but the AI screws up and it accidentally takes the wrong turn on a road. Or it could be bad in the way that the AI somehow got hacked by, or like training data poisoned by McDonald's, and then the AI ends up driving the car in a totally different direction and getting your coffee from McDonald's even though it's a crappier product, right? So like capture and manipulation is always one of these things that governance has to worry about, and like resisting it is good. So capture and manipulation can be external, it can also be internal, things like social pressure. So in general, right, challenges of the current paradigm, like basically why DAOs suck. One is decision-making overload, right? So for who here has voted in a DAO more than 10 times? More than 100 times? Okay, a few people have. Who here has like actually been present for more than half the votes that they were supposed to be present at? More than a quarter? Okay, not too many. Also recentralization. So who here just basically delegates their DAO decision-making power? A few. If you delegate, then who here thinks that they probably delegate to the same person that like the top 3 of other people delegate to? Okay. Also, then social games, right? So I think like we see this everywhere, basically, especially if you have a funding mechanism, then there's 2 kinds of social games that I've noticed. One type of social game is like what Lefteris complains about, which is basically that in order to get quadratic funding money, he has to be a full-time politician. And then there is like the centralized version of capture, which is basically that like if you know who the jury is, then like you go and like get close to the jury and make sure that they know about you and make sure that they they see you as like a bud who goes like drinking with them, and like if they like tea, then you make sure they think of you as a bud who like drinks tea with them instead of like coffee or alcohol or whatever else, and like like basically you try to like use social relationships to get what you want, right? So these are the problems, right? So I think these are some of the so first of all, some principles, right, that I think make sense. So one of them is, I think in general, over the last 5 to 10 years, the space has been overrating some kind of like indefinite public, like optimist public good focus or token holder value focus, as opposed to focused on a specific mission. So if you think about quadratic funding as a mechanism, basically says the underlying goal is to fund whatever things people value that are market failures, right? And then like it has no opinion beyond that. It has no opinion on which things it wants to fund. It has no opinion on like which and potentially even like which people it wants to amplify the views of, right? And so the kinds of battles that we've seen are basically like, well, like what happens if like some project comes in and then that project is actually closed source, right? Or what happens if a project comes in and then it turns out that you made a public good round that's for Ethereum, but then a project comes in and that project is like actually from Cardano, and then like basically they get a bunch of Cardano voters to just like go and do the Zoopass thing or whatever, and then they're able to like basically like grab up the money from your mechanism, right? And the problem with the like indefinite approach is basically that it ends up not being capital efficient. Like it's the sort of thing that you would do if you were some kind of government that controlled like tax money equal to 40% of the GDP. But if, like right now, public goods funding mechanisms that actually exist, they're much smaller, they have much less money, and if you have much less money, there's like a lot higher value things that you can do than just like maximally spreading everything, right? So that's like one of those shifts that I think is good to make. Another shift that I think is good to make is deliberate indirection. So basically, there's been this like viewpoint for a long time that the theoretical ideal is direct democracy, and the only reason to ever do indirect democracy is because people don't have the attention to vote on every single issue. And I would argue that actually there are reasons that go beyond that for why indirection is good, and I'll talk about a few of those. Also pluralism. So basically, intentionally trying to, in some contexts, like even try to maximize distance between social distance between different participants, even give higher weight to votes that are agreeing from actors that normally disagree, right? So this is the same principle as with community nodes, the same principle as with Polis. And the reason why I think pluralism is good is because it's a form of capture resistance, right? Basically, so capture resistance can be against explicit capture. Explicit capture includes bribery. Explicit capture includes one person that owns multiple accounts. And the idea is that if a person owns multiple accounts, then basically they're going to milk them by using them to vote for the same thing. And if you use a pluralist algorithm, then as soon as they vote for the same thing, then like basically over time, their value like just or the value of their votes like just like starts decreasing pretty quickly, right? Meanwhile, if you have like a group of people that are only partially aligned, because then like if they're actual people, then their votes actually become worth more. Also implicit capture. So if you imagine a world where, like, let's say, you have 100 voters and you imagine 47 of them would vote, get all of their political information from following 0x based Frogger 1488 on Twitter, and then another 47 of them get all of their political information by following Rainbow Justice for Everyone on Blue Sky, and then you have another 6 that like actually don't go on social media at all, and like one of them reads ChatGPT, one of them reads history books, one of them goes to church, and so on and so on. Then like actually, probably if there's an issue where the first 94 vote one way and the next 6 vote the other way, like you should actually go with the 6, right? Because like actually, if you think about the underlying decision-making graph, then like the first 94, they're like actually basically being copies of 2 voters, right? And so like this is what I mean by kind of implicit capture through shared memes, right? And it's like a form of capture resistance that I think is also really important. So a 2-layer design, this is one other form of indirection. So indirection is also useful for capture resistance, basically because if you have a mechanism where it's too easy for people to express their views on things directly, then like basically, yeah, if you influence someone, like then you can influence them to directly vote in a particular way that like grabs a bunch of money toward your project, right? So if you create like more indirect mechanisms, then your ability to do that actually decreases. So the two-layer mechanism that like this is, I think, a pattern that is worth like really thinking as a baseline, and there's probably 1,000 different ways to use the pattern well, but generally the pattern is you think of separation between preference solicitation and like I call this the unincentivized incentivizer, right? Basically, yeah, incentives always have to be set by someone, but eventually, you know, like the ladder has to stop somewhere, and it should stop in something that is designed to be maximally stable. And the other layer is the decision-making gadget. So the preference gadget, basically, it's accountable to no one, because if it was accountable to someone else, then that someone else actually, like they would be the real preference solicitation gadget, and so you'd have to ask the same question about them. And then you protect it from capture by maximizing distance between the members. And the theoretical ideal is the only thing the members have in common is belief in the mission, right? The failure mode you're trying to avoid is basically where this group of people become more loyal to each other than they become loyal to the mission. And then you have like basically the equivalent of one of those 2017 era ICOs, like, you know, a project that raised $60 million, and then they just kind of quietly started working less and less over time. And then like actually it's like a lovely merry band of 6 to 10 people that are basically just keep paying themselves salaries for a few decades. And like theoretically they still exist, but like everyone just forgets about them, right? So, and then the decision-making gadget, it could be centralized, it could be decentralized, it could be a CEO, it could be AI, it could be people voting, it could be 10 combinations of all three. And the decision-making gadget has to somehow be accountable to the preference gadget. And so one of my arguments is basically that, like, actually, if you take the good designs that we see, then like we can actually fit them into this kind of framework pretty nicely. So what technologies do we want to use? I think I'll talk about two new technologies that are new fancy technologies, but I think there are technologies that are precisely ones that solve important problems. So one is privacy and governance. So every DAO should be a ZK DAO. ZK vote on everything in the long term may see to make collusion even harder. And the argument for privacy and governance is basically if you don't have privacy, governance turns into too much of a social game. And if your goal is to basically reduce the chance that all of the members of this preference mechanism become loyal to something other than the mission, then like if everything they do is public, then like actually the chance that that's going to happen will actually start shooting up very quickly. Technology 2 is AI. Now, the goal of AI is to resolve decision fatigue. So basically, the idea here is, like, this is basically the distilled human judgment idea. Each participant, instead of having to make 1,000 decisions, each participant somehow only provides a small number of high-quality bits of signal. And that number of high-quality bits of signal multiplied by a small number of jury members, you get a few hundred bits. And a few hundred bits is already enough to learn their preferences. And then, like, you can think of this as being like something like futarchy. You could imagine this being like part of distilled human judgment. Like, basically, the idea is that this, the thing that you use for AI for is as a way of cheaply making a very large number of decisions, and then you have some other way of aligning the very large number of decisions to some kind of much smaller description that represents what people's preferences are. Technology 3, communications. So successful governance is 20% formal mechanism, 80% communications, and the role of communications is to basically facilitate alignment around the mission, filter out noise. So DAOs should not be governed on Twitter. Ethereum should not be governed on Twitter. I mean, honestly, even Twitter should not be governed on Twitter. I think if we banned Elon's Twitter account, like, Twitter would be better. And then also, avoid facilitating capture, right? This basically means you want to avoid facilitating the wrong kind of communication, which actually also means Twitter, right? Like, Ethereum should not be captured by crypto Twitter. And this is this is one of those things that good old polar punk Paul has been railing on for the last couple of months, but I think it is important, right? Social layer capture is capture, and comms basically determines, comms are the wires of the social layer. So how do we get there, right? I think, first of all, burn down the legitimacy of the existing paradigm, right? So basically, the existing paradigm is nobody gets fired for forking Compound. Compound, did a lot of good work, made one of the very early DAO contracts. A lot of the existing stuff is forks of Compound, and essentially, if you want to be safe, you fork the existing thing. And I think we need to delegitimize that. We need to create an environment where forking Compound is considered more dishonorable than doing a crazy experiment. Two is we need to actively make it easier for people to do newer and better things, and so building a lean, easy to use, open source ZK governance tech stack. So Macy exists, a lot of the ZK voting stuff from the Aragon world exists, other things exist. We need ZK comms tools. I mean, some of the Zuzulu stuff exists, it needs to be wired together more. And I think also look to new projects as early implementers, right? I think convincing existing DAOs to move over to something crazy new is a challenge. One, because they're risk averse, but two, because the existing stakeholders are going to resist any kind of change that greatly reduces their power. And so eventually, I think we do have to kind of recapture some of the big DAOs in Ethereum land away from their current capture. But to get this whole mechanism off the ground, the most natural early implementers are going to be new projects, right? Any kind of DeFi or L2 that's starting now, any of the zoo villages that are formalizing their governance now, any kind of Oracle mechanism that's starting now, any kind of prediction market that's starting now, for any project that's currently trying to figure out its funding model. If a project is newer and if a project is smaller, I think it's actually a more natural early implementer for these kinds of ideas. So with that, I guess we'll let Devansh and the crew start getting into more specifics. Yep. Sure.
Perfect. Any questions from the audience?
Yes. In one of the points that you mentioned, there is a bit about satisfying or putting less weight on people who disagree and more weight. Yeah, that one. And I also noticed that you did some playing around community now stuff previously. Is there any more work that we can pick up to capture that frame of work? I mean, it's kind of AI, but it's more algorithmic.
Right. Yeah, I mean, so the existing strands of work in this direction are, so one is community notes, two is Polis, three within the quadratic funding space. So there is pairwise bounded quadratic funding, and then there's the cluster-oriented quadratic funding. So both of which are basically trying to solve the problem of reducing the outsized impact that clusters can have. So I would start with looking at those.
Just started from that rep.
I mean, I think there needs to be a much stronger academic space of mechanisms that try to satisfy these pluralistic properties. It's something that you need. We need to sort of revive the great tradition of the economists building mechanisms and proving theorems in the 1970s and 1980s that brought us Shapley values and Meyerson Satterthwaite and arrows and blah blah blah, right? But do that basically do that kind of stuff again, but in the context of mechanisms that think about collusion as a thing that exists and trying to bound it. So. Yeah, I basically think of this whole thing, the space of these type of designs as being an early academic field that needs much more people participating in it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mm.
So we're just saying that we should incentivize new projects to build new governance structures. But new projects will probably want to focus on building their products. And building a new governance structure might feel like a distraction. And focus their efforts on other things that are clearly not their priorities for them. How can you align the incentives for this to change?
So the easiest thing to do, I think, is to make it as low cost for them as possible, right? And so I don't think that a new project themselves should be the team that directly figures out all of the details of like any of these newer and fancier mechanisms. I think both because their effort would be split and also because it's unlikely that the team that's the best at making better DeFi is the same team that's the best at figuring out good governance. And so I think what we want is we want an active community of people that's working with these ideas more, and for that community to basically create more of these ready-made designs that are like roughly available for people to adopt. I mean, including in on-chain code form, and like basically like I mean also do some education and like basically do all of the work so that if a team is willing to use something like this, there's something ready for them to adopt, and then there's a community that's basically ready for them to help like actually go through the process of implementing and like working through any of the issues that come up.
How would you burn down the legitimacy of the existing paradigm?
How would I burn it down? I mean, paradigms, social paradigms are social constructs. They depend on legitimacy, which is defined recursively. And so I think a paradigm is burned down when enough people agree and are willing to say that the paradigm is burned down. So I think that is the answer.
Awesome. Then I think so far no more questions. Thank you very much for coming. So then next up we have Devansh from the Ethereum Foundation giving us an overview on funding mechanisms after we heard the grant topic, to go more into the nits and details how to do it. Perfect, that looks good. Then, yeah.
It's always a hard act to follow up after Vitalik. But I think there's a couple of themes here, which is that governance can be divided into two, one of which is product improvements. How do you decide whether this EIP is going to be included or not? And the second is funding. Like both of these are zero-sum games. Either the change is approved or not. Funding to one group means less funding to another. So that's why we need governance to resolve these zero-sum disputes that can happen. So this is focusing on the funding part. We are not getting into the product changes and how that gets approved, although we touch on that in a little bit. So yeah, this is theory and practice of credibly neutral funding, and these are the different mechanisms that have had a pilot already. So excited to walk you through them. So this is kind of the theory from Vitalik's blog post in 2020 on, so what is a funding mechanism? It basically means it's an algorithm and an incentive. So we already have algorithms that determine how we allocate our attention on Twitter and other things. Like it's all algorithms that decide which posts we see. So I think the next logical step is algorithms deciding how much money we get. So that's basically what the practice of, like, that's what the theory of credibly neutral funding mechanisms are. How can we get algorithms to decide how much money should be given to a project or a person? So he also lays down 4 primary rules to it. Don't write specific people or outcomes into the mechanism. It should be verifiable. Like we aren't taking it at trust that this is the payout. So with Elon Musk's Twitter algorithm, we cannot verify whether the payout is being done appropriately or whether he's giving more money to his to his friends based on whether they have children with him or not. Then to keep it simple so that there's no space for having kind of complexity which kind of lets people insert their own biases and not to change it, because if one stakeholder becomes powerful, they will advocate for a change to themselves. So these are the 4 rules very broadly put. We'll get into some of the practices and how these rules get applied to actually get a better understanding of them. So how many of you know what quadratic funding is? Okay, great. So most of the room does know what QF is. So I'm not going to get into it too much. But I think what's good is to know what quadratic funding is good for. So I was working in the nonprofit world before I entered the Ethereum world in 2021. The way I got onboarded was quadratic funding. Like that was the first time I earned money in magic internet money. Was the first time was QF, and it was a very special experience. I could never go back after that, because in the nonprofit world, it was an all or nothing game. I write a grant application, I either get the entire amount of funding or I get 0 funding. And it was kind of like disheartening and some burnout about how much I needed to talk to the funders and get money. But QF was like a breath of fresh air, because I list my project, I'll at least get some money. It might be in my first round, I think we got like $1,000, which was a lot when I was living in India, and those were my hard times as well. So QF really got me through a lot of hard times. And so I think what it's good for is sourcing projects. So if you're a new ecosystem, rather than putting out a call for grant applications, which basically means very few people are going to apply, just run a QF round instead. So run a QF round, you'll get many projects applying because they are assured of some amount of money. And from the projects that apply, have like constant Twitter spaces. That was the other really fun thing. My top 3 most meaningful experiences in Web3 was the Gitcoin beta round, because we had a 24/7 Twitter space where I was like always talking about my project, making friends, grew my Twitter audience there. And I also attracted the attention of some decision makers. So they then gave me a direct grant after that. So QF is good for sourcing. Then you should give a direct grants to those projects who you find valuable in the QF round. And from there, you see how well they do in the grant, and you give them a prize or retroactive funding. So if they actually do well with the money in the grant, they can move on to retroactive funding. And you then look at what outcomes they've created from the retroactive funding. This step is not yet done. Like we've not really seen outcome-based funding happen yet. But this is kind of the flow that I envisage as like the ideal pluralist grants program. So that's one mechanism, QF, which I didn't get into because most of us know it. But this is the second one, metrics-based retro funding. So we've seen this tried by Optimism. They were the original pioneers of this mechanism. And we most recently had it in Gitcoin. So I was a badge holder who had to vote. So these were some of the metrics they chose. And I can decide how valuable each metric is. And based on that, I can see the allocation to different projects. So in theory, how it's supposed to work is, I feel like a project that retains its developers is a good project. So I'm going to allocate like 20% to it. But even more important than that is developers who are more and more joining. It's like a rocket ship and more people are joining. So I put 30% on that. And then that spits out a list of people. So the advantage is that I don't need to have an opinion on every single project. I just need to have an opinion on the metrics, and that automatically shoots out the list of projects. So that's the theory. But as I was a badge holder and I was voting, I chose my initial list of metrics, and I saw the allocation was giving money to some projects that I considered like not that good. So then I kept tinkering around with the metrics to get the optimal allocation that fits with my intuition. So it's like this nice interplay between your own wisdom of having been in the field and you know which projects are going to do good with the money, and between not actually going and voting on every project, which can get kind of painful. So that's metrics-based funding. Figure out the metrics that spits out the projects and the results. And you can't, even though I might not like, say, ZK email, I cannot change that from 4% to 0, because unless I change the metrics in such a way, they become 0. So it prevents a lot of bias as well from creeping in. Protocol guild time waiting, and also how Ethereum in its Genesis block distributed its rewards. There were a list of 80 contributors in Ethereum, and they streamed it to people based on how long they contributed. And we've seen a new version of this really break into the mainstream with Protocol Guild, at least mainstream in crypto world. I don't think mainstream generally. But basically what it does is it looks at, it creates like a very fixed list of contributors, and we see how long they've been contributing for, and that gives them more and more weight. So any project can just give money like an airdrop to the Protocol Guild contract, and it gets streamed to all of the different members. They are right now at $70,000 per member, which is pretty good, but it's still, you can't compete with the salary from Coinbase, which is like 500K. So that's their goal, to eventually be able to compete with Coinbase and make work on Ethereum as profitable as working in a private company, and also increase the risk reward. All of these actually come in the form of airdrops. So because it's an airdrop, the value of that token can go up as well. So it preserves the upside and makes the risk reward more equitable. So that's Protocol Guild. You have to be very strict with the registry because it requires assent of all the members to be added. So even when Solidity wanted to join the Protocol Guild repo, they were actually turned down. They said, sorry, you're not a consensus client or execution client. We're not letting you join the Protocol Guild. So that's kind of the one lesson here, to be very strict with how you admit new members. Deep funding. So this is like my main focus right now at the EF, where basically we have the entire Ethereum dependency graph. So you can think of it in terms of we care about some outcome or some project like Ethereum. Let's now create a graph of every unit that is contributing to that project, which is contributing to Ethereum. And then we try to figure out the relative weights between those projects. So that's kind of, so with Ethereum, what we did was we took the list of consensus clients, execution clients, and Trev tooling like Solidity and Viper. So that yielded a data set of about 34 repos. And then we looked at all of the dependencies of those repos, which was like over 5,000. And now we're trying to give weights to all of them. So obviously we can't have a human giving weights to all 5,000, and we might not want to have a human doing that either. So that's where we create like a fun competition. So yeah, this is the dependency graph. It looks beautiful. It's an unweighted graph. So all of these lines here don't have a weight, but basically what deep funding is doing is trying to give a weight to the lines. So you can put money into one public key and it gets sent across the whole graph. So that's like the one takeaway of deep funding. Like, how do we give weights to these lines over here? This is what we call the ground truth data. So this is what we show a list of, what we show a bunch of jurors who vote that which of these repos is more important for consensus Teku success. Is it Babel or is it Esland? And they kind of give a rating of which one is more important between the other. So what do we use this data for? Like I think Vitalik said, we need to have more indirection in our mechanisms. So what we don't use this for is actually getting the weights, because there's no level of indirection there. What we instead use it for is ranking the AI developers. So kind of, if we look at the task of AI distributing money, like how can AI give money? I think what we don't want is one AI which has the power to distribute money, because then we all have to pray for the benevolence and the omniscience of that AI to actually not make mistakes and to view us favorably. So that's the failure mode that we don't want, where there's this one super AI and it decides how much money each of us is getting. So the approach that we've taken is we have like a competition, like on Kaggle. If you all know what Kaggle is, it's a machine learning competition where people submit many models and we choose the winning model. So here, someone called Gamerboy is number 2 because he has the lowest error rate. So we've collected the ground truth data from jurors. We have the model submitted, giving weights on the graph, and we select the winning model based on how error minimized their submissions are. And this is like the first time I'm showing this. It's really exciting. This is the initial results from our deep funding pilot, which shows the relative importance of the 34 repos to Ethereum. So if you look at it, like something like Prism is about 6%, 6.3%. Something like Nethermind is 3.5%. Go Ethereum is 18%. Solidity is 15%. So we've actually got concrete weights between these projects. So you can just put money into one public key and it gets distributed according to these ratios. And I think like this is the next phase. We just kind of brainstormed what deep funding should evolve into. And it's going to be some version of Futarchy where all of these initial weights that we've got basically become a share price for that project. So if you think that Prism is going to go down in value, it's 6% Prism, there's no way that Prism is more valuable than Nethermind, which is only 3.5%. So you can now actually bet money that Prism is going to go down in value. And other people can bet that it goes up. So this becomes like a base rate. If any of you are familiar with Futarchy, super important concept of like getting the right base rate, because otherwise there's MEV that happens where you can exploit it until it reaches like a sensible price. So it's good to get a first draft of a sensible price and then let the market determine the actual exact weights. So this is what we are doing now. We have the initial list of weights. We'll be launching a prediction marketplace, and this is the initial share price of each. And if someone thinks something should go higher, they buy the yes and it goes higher. And if someone thinks it should be lower, they can like sell it and it goes lower. And these become the weights for like a continuous distribution to Ethereum core protocol development. So now we move to Futarchy. So there are two forms of Futarchy, and we're going to have a talk right after me with Clement, who is going to talk more deeper about it. The first is metrics-based Futarchy, where it's the opposite of retroactive funding, where we specify the metric up front, and then the market has to bet what is the chance that it will actually achieve this metric. So you need a metric which is very hard to game. So in this example here, will each research proposal be accepted to a tier 1 conference in 18 months? This data comes from the EF's academic secretariat, where they found that 65% of all grantees get published within 18 months. So we take 65 cents as the base rate because there's a 65% chance, and then we float it on the market. So research proposal 2 has a 70% chance that it will get published. So in this mechanism, we would fund research proposal 2, then research proposal 1, and then number 3, and number 4, and number 5, because it's based on which is the most likely to actually get published. And it's a super hard metric to game. Like if you got published at a tier 1 conference, you've already done the work. So that's kind of one example of metrics-based Futarchy. The other form, which I'm super excited by, is price-based Futarchy. And we had a talk with Kelvin Santos, who is working on it, where basically we can look at for major changes to the product, like should EOF be implemented or not. So we basically then split it into two: ETH price if EOF is implemented, and if it's implemented, there's like ETH, which is trading, ETH EOF, which is trading at, say, like $1,765. And there's a second ETH trading, which is if EOF is not implemented, and that then trades at the price of $2,500. So that actually gives capital a voice, which is something I think is missing in all of these protocol changes, that there is no voice for capital, so then it expresses itself in maybe unhealthier ways. Here, if someone really believes that EOF should not happen, they can just buy the share price of no, and then they kind of get not exactly rewarded. I'm still working out the reward mechanics of price-based Futarchy, but it allows them a voice, and you can get some indication that, hey, if we implement this change, it's actually going to cause our token price to go down. So maybe we shouldn't implement this change until then. So that's price-based Futarchy. Yeah, this is the last one now. This is DAO token voting. It's the paradigm that Vitalik wants us to all burn down. So for those of you who haven't seen, it's basically like this is a proposal that's up on Arbitrum right now, which has locked up about $1 billion in its smart contract and all its revenue from the sequencer and MEV auctions. And you can only take out this money with a vote of the token holders of Arbitrum. So here, this is a program to like have a DeFi renaissance. And I think the important part is the image on the right, which is basically the actions that get taken if the vote is approved. So you're basically saying transfer 80 million ARB or $25 million if it's a yes note, if it's a for vote, and if it's no, then the transfer is not executed. So there's like no kings, no single point of failure. That's kind of what we want, and that's what Arbitrum has achieved in terms of its revenue mechanisms. So that's all the mechanisms. I think kind of the broad idea is that some of them are retroactive in nature, like metrics-based funding. And in general, I've seen a lower appetite for funders for retro funding because they feel like they're not getting a full bang for the buck, that like projects are also getting retro funding, but they feel like they don't need to reinvest it and they can take it as a prize. Whereas when you give a service contract as a grant, they often use that money to actually deliver on the outcomes. So I think we can divide these mechanisms into retroactive and prospective, where something like deep funding is a retroactive mechanism. How much value did this project contribute? But something like Futarchy is prospective. Token voting in DAOs is prospective. Guild-based time weighting is kind of retroactive because it's based on how much you've already done. So it's like a salary in that sense. Metrics-based is retroactive, and quadratic is prospective. So, and all of these change a lot when you run multiple rounds, because then the shadow of the future comes in, and we can kind of do a lot of game theory stuff when the shadow of the future exists. But yeah, I hope you found this useful, all of these mechanisms, and if you have any questions, happy to take them. Yeah.
Any questions? Yes, there's a question.
Could you elaborate on the difference between retroactive and outcome funding? Because to me, they both sound like funding you give after a project delivered some impact as a reward.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think outcome funding is a single, it's like almost like when I go to a market and buy a t-shirt, I give money, I get the t-shirt, and that's the end of the matter. So that's what I call outcome-based funding, where whatever impact you've created, you package it up into some sort of product, and then people just buy that product without even knowing who created the impact necessarily. So that's what I view as outcome-based funding, which is very, which like doesn't have multiple sales of impact, because that's kind of one of the big problems with the impact world, double selling of impact. I create impact one time, and then I sell it to as many people that are willing to buy it as possible. So that's what outcome funding tries to guard against. Whereas what we've seen with retroactive funding is that the same project will keep applying with its same impact and then keep getting money for it. So they are somewhat similar, but the right way of thinking of it is retroactive funding is prizes. So you can give a scientist a prize for like 1 decade worth of working and making contributions. And another conference can also give that same scientist a prize, because retroactive funding is prizes and outcome funding is products. Like a carbon credit would be the closest example of outcome funding, where you can only buy a carbon credit one time and you can't buy it multiple times. So maybe that's the difference.
Yeah, hey, thanks for the talk. Can you, I think it was the Futarki part, like the UF section. Yeah. Okay, so can you just explain like who can vote for this, and like in terms of like, are there any requirements, like understanding the tech or the real impact of this, like the yes or no, or like,
yeah, like we're gonna have him, like the next talk is gonna be all about Futarki, so he's gonna be expert, but very broadly here, it's a way of including degens in our public good space. Right now, I think there is no inclusion of like traders in whatever mechanisms we build, which I think is a flaw. It's not like a good thing. So how anyone can participate is basically they can buy the yes or no shares. So if I think research proposal 1 is not going to get published in a tier 1, because I've seen the history of the researchers and they take a long time to actually get published. They do their research slowly. So now I'm just going to buy like the no share over here. And the allocation itself is separate from the trading. So trading is just trying to figure out yes or no. And allocation is whichever has the highest value of the yes shares, they automatically get the funding. So you can think of this for like DAO proposals as well, you know, that which working group is going to get a proposal successfully passed by the DAO. And then you can trade based on whether you think that they have a history of getting passed by DAOs and they've written DAO proposals before. So like fun fact, I wrote like the way I got involved in like DAO governance was I criticized a proposal and I voted against it. And then the person got in touch with me saying, hey, we got it passed. Do you want to now work on it to make sure your criticism doesn't come true? And it actually became a big proposal on how do we diversify Arbitrum's treasury, which resulted in like $50 million being diversified from the treasury with like BlackRock and Franklin Templeton and all of them launching on Arbitrum as a way to diversify our treasury and get them business to launch on our chain. So I think that's like the real power, you know, of like this, that required the person who passed the proposal to come and tell me that, hey, do you want to work? And he gave me the money. But in something like this, I would just create a proposal saying, hey, I'll be, at the end of our 3 months, we will be making a working group proposal. And that is either going to be passed by the DAO or not. And if it is passed, then those who bet yes will get the money from those who bet no. And if it's not passed, then those who bet no will get the money from those who bet yes. So it basically gives traders a way to participate in who gets the funding. And then the second one is, again, it's like if you think EOF is bad for Ethereum, you can just buy that token, ETH no EOF, and then we can eventually resolve the market. when it does get passed, and then how do we determine like how the rewards are split? And that's the part I'm still unclear about. So yeah.
Cool. Thank you very much. Yeah, maybe last question.
So when I imagine voting on this platform, I may not vote what I actually think will be good, but what I think other people think will be good. So, you know, as a technical person, obviously, like I try to make fundamental decisions, but when you look at the meme coin community, actually the mindset of many technical people I know shifted very much towards, I will try to predict what is most popular. And that might not always be the thing that is most fundamentally valuable.
I think it's less of an issue for metric-based futarchy, because it doesn't matter how popular a research proposal is if it doesn't get published at a conference. Like the only thing you're trying to assess is that do the researchers have the chops to get this idea published within 18 months. And if they don't, you're going to lose your money, basically, even if you bet yes. And even if it was popular to bet yes, you would still lose your money because they didn't get published in 18 months. Yeah.
I guess so. Like one analogy here is like right now on Polymarket, I have like active open positions for the U.S. government will not announce the existence of aliens this year, and like basically, I bought them for about 90 cents, and like my strategy is basically just like hodl until the end of the year, right? And there is a possibility that essentially people get overexcited about the existence of aliens, and then like the probability goes down, and then it goes down more. And like the standard argument for why shorting is insufficient to make the market perfect is basically because shorting safely is not capital efficient, right? Like if you short, you have to put up a lot of capital to make sure you have a safe buffer in case people get overexcited. And like no buffer is ever like theoretically always enough, so it doesn't happen. But in prediction markets, like the price is bounded between 0 and 1, right? And so like the worst possible thing that can happen is if lots of people get overexcited about aliens even after I'm done allocating. Like the worst thing is like my no shares temporarily go down to 1 cent, but like I'm okay because my strategy is to not even look at them, and like I'm still expecting to get my full 100 cents on them at the end of the year, right? So like that. So I think like prediction markets that have bounded outcomes actually are nice in that way, like in a way in which like even traditional stock markets and like definitely coin markets and so on are not. But like this is definitely a thing that the mechanism should watch out for.
And I think it doesn't apply to price-based futarchy, where if EUF is super unpopular, that ETH no EUF is going to keep increasing in value because it's like popular. So maybe it doesn't apply as much to this form of futarchy, or even this form, which is the one that we are just like working on converting deep funding into, where if Go Ethereum is like super popular and all the developers are telling their friends, please buy the shares of Go Ethereum, it's going to increase in value and they will get more money through this mechanism as well. So maybe popularity is a problem for these sort of futarchy systems.
Awesome. Very last question from the back. Yeah.
So I'll give two answers. One is that have yield-bearing stable coins. So a lot of the markets like Butter and others, they lock it in Morpho vaults. So you're earning a yield on your money while it's locked up for the 1 year. So that's kind of one minor part of it. The second more major part is I think you're talking about like extreme cases markets, like where it's like 97 cents, yes, 3 cents, no. How does it make sense to take part in those markets? So I think Vitalik has like a good answer to that. But what he explained to me was about using leverage, where I take $10, I get a loan for $1,000. And if the value of no drops down to 95 cents from 97, I get liquidated at that point. So I'm actually only putting $10, but I'm still taking a large position. But he could probably explain that better. Yeah, I can.
Right, like you can always participate in prediction markets at leverage. I mean, I'm sure eventually someone will build a wrapper for this at Polymarket, right? And then like someone like me, like it actually would be reasonably safe to bet on no aliens at 2x leverage, and I'd be able to get a 20% APR instead of 10%. Yeah, like then, like once you start doing that, like then you actually do have to get into the risk trade-offs, right? I mean, the other thing to keep in mind is that I think with a lot of these designs, you can design the market in such a way that you can vote no on many different things with the same capital, right? So in the deep funding case, for example, like if you're basically, there's like a bunch of little projects that everyone is overexcited about, like you can, like if you design the market so it's just like a market over a big vector that all sums to 1, then you can have a position that just automatically like basically votes like 0 on every single small thing, and you're effectively pushing against like every one of them with the same capital. So like different markets can be better and worse on this, and like you actually can try to optimize and improve on it, I think.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And I think with this, first up, another round of applause for Devonsh. So we've talked about future key already a bit, and now we'll go into the details of it. Super excited to have Clément, founder of Clearus and Proof of Humanity, who will give us the details of it.
Hey everyone. So I saw a lot of questions about Futarchy, and I think I'm gonna answer all of that. So first, before to understand Futarchy, you need to understand prediction markets. So what are prediction markets? They allow you to trade on future events. So you have this simple example, the US election. You can buy token of Trump, you can buy token of Biden or Harris. And if Trump is elected, all the Trump token are gonna redeem for here 1 SDAI. So if you look at the price of the Trump token, you can infer some probability of Trump being elected. We can do slightly better than just looking at outcomes. We can trade on values, and we can even trade on values conditional on outcomes. So for example, in the US election, we had a market which was asking what will be the price of Bitcoin if Trump is elected or if Harris is elected, and this allows to get an expected impact of a candidate on the Bitcoin price. So let's go on the prediction market basics. So you have a question, which party will win the election? You have an underlying. Here, let's say it's like $1 like DAI. You put $1, and then you get 1 token of each of the potential outcomes. So you get 1 Democrat token, 1 Republican token, and 1 other token. You can trade those tokens, and the price of this token is giving you some probability of some event happening. If you want to trade on values, for example, what will be inflation? You set up a range. You say, let's go from 0 to 10%. If the actual value ends up to be above the range, you will have your up token, which will redeem. If it's below the range, you will have your down token, which will redeem. And normally, if you set your range correctly, you will have both tokens redeeming proportionally. And if you look at the price of the token, the up token, you can infer the expected value of the metric. So here, if you see that the up token is at 0.8, you can infer that, assuming that it's unlikely that the inflation is outside of the range, you will have 8% inflation. Okay, so now what you can also do, you can change some markets. So you can take the market who will be the candidate of the Democratic Party, you can take the Biden token, and then you can put it into another market, which will be which party will win the election. And now you have something which redeems for DAI only if Biden is a candidate and the Democratic Party wins. So if you look at the price of this Biden Democrat token in comparison to the Biden token, you can infer a conditional probability here. If Biden is a candidate, the Democratic Party will have 30% chance of winning. Okay, so now you have all the basics, and now we can go into Futarchy. So first, a brief history of governance system. So you have two main issues when you are doing governance. You have the bias and you have the variance. So the bias is that you don't target what is the public good, and the variance is that you don't eat what you target. So if you start with autocracy, you have the worst of both worlds, because you have both high bias and high variance. Because the autocrat wants what's good for him, so you have a high bias, not public good, and you have a high variance because he's alone, so he's probably not very good at making good decisions on everything, so you have also a high variance. Now you can do slightly better. You have oligarchy, you will have an elite which can govern. So you still have a high bias. The elite wants what's good for the elite. But now you lower the variance because you have multiple decision makers. They can teach to each other, and they can be better at eating what they target. Now you get democracy. So you have almost no bias. People in general want what's good for them. So you are targeting the public good. But now you have high variance because if you make everyone vote on everything, obviously not everyone can be an expert on everything. So democracy will not be very good at its targets, but at least it targets the public good. And now the question is, can we get a system which can be better than those? So we have this thing when we are talking in politics, we often have everyone agrees on what they want. Like, what do we want? Wealth, health, and happiness. But now when we ask how do we get it, it starts to become more heated. So how do we get those? Less taxes, more taxes, sacrifice a goat. People don't really agree on how to get what they want. So the idea of Futarchy here is that we are going to split what do we want and how do we get it. And we're going to do that with prediction markets. So you had this example of the Bitcoin price. Let's imagine you are a single issue voter. You only want to increase the Bitcoin price. You don't care about anything else. You see this, you say, oh yeah, the Bitcoin price is going to be higher with Trump, so I'm going to vote for Trump. Obviously, that's an oversimplification. Most voters, they care about more things than that. So let's see how we can structure those markets. So here, let's say you are the Democratic Party, and your goal is to win the election. You have candidates. You have Harris, you have Biden, and you want to know which candidate you should choose to have the highest chance of winning the election. So you get your market, which one will be the Democratic candidate, and now, conditionally on Biden being the candidate, or conditionally on Harris being the candidate, you want to find what will be your chance of winning. So here you have the Biden Democrat, you have the Harris Democrat, and when you look at the price of Biden Democrat in respect to Biden, and Harris Democrat in respect to Harris, you can see that the market is giving Biden 30% chance of winning if he's a candidate, Harris 40% chance of winning if she's a candidate. So in this case, if you want to win, it's better to pick Harris. So you pick Harris, you lose anyway, but you had more chances by picking Harris. Remember the scalar markets, because in general, you don't optimize for outcome. In general, you tend to optimize for some metric. So if you combine this, let's say you are a crypto project, and you want to increase the user of your blockchain. So you're going to give some funding to a project, and you have 4 projects which are coming there. What you can do, you can make a prediction market, which will first ask which project will get funded. This market itself, no one is going to trade on that directly. That's not really what is important. What is important is going to be the other conditional market we're going to have. So for each project, we ask, if this project is funded, how many users will this project have? And so remember the previous slide, you can trade some up token and down token, and from the price of up and down token, you can find an estimate of the amount of users that this project will have if it gets some funding. So now you know that project B is the one which has the highest expected amount of users that are going to be brought to your blockchain. So you fund the project B. All the other projects well, they will have no impact. So we obviously don't get funded. So we don't even need to care about what the up and down token for them will redeem. You wait some time, and after some time, because you know how many users this project will have, we can redeem the up token and the down token. And here, people who are trading, they are able to trade on all of those projects at once, but then only the project which is selected will have an impact on their profit or their loss. So that's one way of doing Futarchy. That was metric Futarchy that Devant was talking about. So that's to give you an idea of how it can look like in terms of user interface. So you can see a bunch of projects, they can be traded, you can see some expected metric, and at the end you take the one which is giving you the best metric, in this case that will be Project Gamma. And what do we want to optimize? So we have user, TVL, and fees, which tend to be quite natural metrics, but sometimes it's very hard to have a good metric because of the Goodhart law, which says that when a metric becomes a target, it stops being a good metric. Basically, project can try to bias those markets by making sure that they are only focusing on those metrics and not in general value. So we can also explore using subjective metrics. We've talked about RetroPGF. So RetroPGF is great if you're already doing it. RetroPGF gives you a metric to target for Futarchy as a byproduct. Or there is also research on impact evaluation. And in this case, you will use the impact score as the metric that you will be targeting. Another way to do Futarchy is price-based Futarchy. So this only works if you have an underlying asset. So let's say here it's going to be GNO, but we could do the same with ETH. So you ask, will this funding proposal be accepted? And now you have two different assets. So one asset you want to optimize, here GNO, and you have the reference asset, in this case DAI. So anyone can put some GNO. If you put some GNO, you get some yes GNO, no GNO. If you put some DAI, you get yes DAI and no DAI. And so you can see it as basically splitting the universe in a universe where the proposal passed and the proposal did not pass. And within those universe, so you have the green universe and you have the red universe, you can do stuff. In this case, you can trade. So if you think that this proposal is good for the price, what you can do, you put some DAI, you get some yes DAI, and the yes DAI, you can trade it for yes GNO. So in this case, if the proposal passes, you will have bought GNO. So that allows you to make conditional trade. You can conditionally buy or sell some assets, and you will see how it looks like. So because people can make these conditional trades, you can see here, you can click if yes, if no, and you can trade like you will trade on Uniswap. You can see conditional price. And here you can see that the yes price is higher than the no price. So in this case, that will mean that the market is estimating that passing this proposal will lead to a price of your GNO token of 6 DAI compared to not passing it. So basically, the market is telling you, yeah, you should probably pass this proposal if you want to optimize the GNO price. And in general, what you see at the very end, you can see that the spot price tends to reach the highest outcome price because no people know that this proposal is going to be passed. So how do we use that? Well, we can go like full-on crazy, and that has been tried with MetaDAO, where that's just your governance mechanism. You don't have votes, you don't have committee, you don't have anything. You just pass proposal depending of Futarchy. In this case of MetaDAO, they just optimize for price. And here, the price was higher if the proposal was approved. So the system automatically approves the proposal, and everything, all the tokens get redeemed in the universe where the proposal is approved. You can be a bit more cautious, and you can use it as a tool to get advice from. So you had this project which was Gnosis Impact, which I think is going to be revived soon, where in Snapshot, you show what will be the impact of this proposal. So you show what will be the ETH price conditional to this proposal passing, the ETH price conditional to this proposal not passing, and then voters, they can vote taking this element into account. Maybe they don't want to optimize just price, but at least that's some information that they can use to make their decision. And you can also use Futarchy as a mechanism to delegate to. So you can say, okay, like I can take 20% of my token, and I'm just going to delegate this token to the Futarchy mechanism. And that's kind of like a way to get traditional system becoming Futarchies, because if most of the people end up delegating to Futarchy, well, you become basically a de facto Futarchy. What you can also do, obviously, you may not put your whole system into Futarchy. So what you can do, you can create some sub-DAO. So that's the idea of Futarchy Optimizer. So you create this sub-DAO, you give it some assets, you give it a metric. So it can be price-based or it can be a specific metric. And now you allow anyone to propose some funding proposals. And if this funding proposal were to increase the metric or increase the price that you are of the token that you are targeting, this proposal is going to get passed. Obviously, most proposals should be good for while doing stuff and increasing the metric and increasing the price. But when you do a proposal, you take some funding out of your optimizer, and that will be less funding for the other proposals. So the market should take into account that if you spend your money now, you will be able to spend less money in the future. So you may have a lower price or a lower metric in the future. And we could actually argue that that's maybe like the real DAO, like because what we call DAOs, they tend to be very like token-based voting, which look like traditional governance and human-based governance. While here you can have really governance with certainly human making decisions by themselves, making conscious decisions. And if you get AI training on those proposals, then you already get full DAOs and you may not even have any human involved. So yeah, so thanks for listening. And we're gonna take the question, the remaining question on Futarchy. I let the audience start.
So, questions. Which questions are first? Devansh.
Yes, I guess the first one is that if the proposal doesn't get passed, is it like a forced way that I have to sell my token? Or is there a way for me to indicate that I don't want this proposal to pass without actually having to sell the token if it does pass?
So in the case of price-based, if you want to indicate that the proposal will be bad, you have two ways to do that. One is to sell your token conditionally on the proposal passing, and the second one is to buy more token conditionally on the proposal not passing. So it's basically you get two universes. You get one universe where the proposal passes, one universe where the proposal doesn't pass, and you can do trade on both of those universes.
Right.
So you can choose to buy in one, you can choose to buy in one and sell in another, you can choose to only sell in one. So you have the two universes, and when we know when it passes or not, one universe becomes completely irrelevant, and what happens to your trades is what happens into the universe which end up being the true universe.
Right, so I got the conditional part, which is like, it's similar to rage quitting in a way, not exactly, but somewhat. But the second part I've still not understood, which is I buy the no token that I don't want it to pass. The proposal still gets passed. Does my no token now become the regular Gnosis token, or does something else happen to it?
So you want the proposal to not pass?
Yes, I don't want it to pass, so I've bought the no token.
Do you have GNO or do you have DAI initially?
GNO.
So you have GNO and you don't want the proposal to pass, right? So if you have GNO and you don't want the proposal to pass, you take your GNO here. No, you have so you don't want it to pass. So you want to sell it if it passes.
I don't want to sell it though. It's not like a thing I'll die over, you know?
Well,
it's
if you don't want to sell it in this case, well, you can't really participate in the mechanism. Because you will not affect the price conditionally on the outcome. So if you don't want to sell it no matter what, it means that you have no trading preference, because you will say, okay, no matter what happened, I'm just going to keep my tokens, so you don't express any preference in this mechanism. But now, if you don't want to sell it no matter what, but you have some DAI, you could buy DAI conditionally on the proposal passing. And even maybe you don't want to sell your GNO, like you want to be a GNO guy in the more or less long term, you can sometimes do those trades just because you expect the price to increase or decrease after proposal passing. And okay, like no, you sell your GNO conditionally, and then next time there may be a proposal that you are bullish on, and in this case, you will conditionally buy back your GNO conditionally on this proposal passing. So you can be a trader. But obviously, if you only want to hold one thing, well, you cannot really participate in price-based Futarchy.
Perfect. Then, any other questions for now? Yes.
For Futarchy governance, where you actually execute the decision based on the final price, what are your thoughts on this kind of open problem that I heard from Cass, or like not from Cass, I think it's from the Butter people, where a proposal could kind of become a self-fulfilling prophecy, and you kind of maybe even remove the incentive to trade against it, because your profits trading against the decision that is looking like it's going to get approved is actually denominated in like the no token. And so you have like little incentive to trade against it because it's going to happen, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, so if you look at those graphs, you will kind of like see this happening toward the end, where the price of the outcome, which is the highest, will tend to more or less match the spot price, as you can see here. So that's true for the end of the trading period, but it tends not to be true at the start of the trading period, because at the start of the trading period, you don't really know if something is going to pass or not. And here, if you can very early know that the yes price is going to be higher, well, you can buy the yes early, and in this case, you will make some profit because you will have bought the yes at a lower price than the final price. It's not really what happened here, because here the yes was actually even more bullish initially than in the end. But in some other proposal, you will see that initially the difference was not that high, and the difference is only high only toward the end.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And I think with this, we can wrap it up for today on the Future Key. Or maybe not, let's see. But with a panel coming up, let's see if it will be part there. But focus will be on DAOs. I would say we take just 2 or 3 minutes to set up the panel. If you want to grab water, go ahead. And then in 2 or 3 minutes, we'll go on with the panel on DAOs with the leading DAO software providers. Choose one. Maybe on the side could be nice. Yes. I just need to check. So we are a bit behind time. So I'm not sure how long we want to run it, but I would say 20 minutes. Yeah, it's the one. Yeah, thanks for coming so spontaneously.
Sorry again.
No worries. I was just putting it together and didn't pre-check. All worked well. Test. I have another one. So we get with 3. So you get this one.
Okay. Yeah. I'll get started then. Yep. Hey guys, thanks for staying. It's the end of the day, and I'm sure everyone's like tired, but
especially the red shirt and the white shirt just walked out. And
Yep.
You with the coffee, I see you.
Maybe I'll start by introducing both panelists. I've been like involved in this space, and they are like kind of like the leaders here. So one is Aragon, which is like the OG DAO tooling solution, which was in the original ICO. Then like a phoenix, they've risen from the ashes after burning everything down. And they've now had like an amazing launch with Aragon OS X, which I'll let Carlos talk a little bit about. And with Denison, I really got involved because I was a voter in Arbitrum. Actually, I was a voter in Gitcoin, but then because they have this nice interface where I can see all the DAOs, I stumbled onto Arbitrum with that. And so I think like having Tally as being like the unifying interface for all of the different DAOs, that's actually what got me involved in the space. And like they are basically infrastructure for a lot of the DAOs right now from the compound time. So maybe I'll start it with a spicy question to Denison. Yep. But you look like you enjoy spicy food, so hopefully spicy questions too.
Spicy questions even more.
Yep. So Vitalik talked about like burning down the existing paradigm where like nobody gets fired for forking compound. But I think most of the DAOs on Tally are compound based.
Yeah.
So how do you see that evolving?
Yeah, so I think something that is kind of missed is, it's true, no one gets fired for using Compound, which is why we support Compound, right? It's a business decision, right? Aragon actually makes its smart contracts. Tally doesn't make its own smart contracts, primarily because we don't see that being where we bring value. And we also don't see it as where we think the space is going in general. This is something I've been talking about kind of recently. I had a talk at DAppCon about this. Decentralization kind of seems like a cypherpunk value. And we certainly own the idea of DAOs, and we think we own the idea of DAOs. And we see it as like sort of the opposition to like a corporation. But the kind of interesting thing that we see evolving right now, especially in the United States, and maybe this is a very Amero-centric view, is that in the end, in the practical realm of things, all of this is actually going to be defined by the state. And when we think about like what is the real purpose of DAOs, and many of like the DAOs on many of our platforms, we need to be honest to ourselves in a way that I think isn't properly talked about in the discourse, which is the function of DAOs is to insulate founders from the legal risk of having launched tokens. Truthfully, right? And I wish Vitalik was here because I'd love to sort of like debate that point. But most implementations of DAOs today exist to insulate founders and investors from the risk, the regulatory risk of having launched tokens. Now that's not all DAOs, right? But many of these large organizations that are valuable, that's what puts a target on their back. And certainly in the past 4 years, that has been what has been like one of the primary criteria for how you launch an org. So when we talk about token voting, what's very important to understand is like, why do we have token voting? I had said something very spicy many years ago, which was if we only decentralize enough for the banks, well, it's still decentralization, and people booed. They're like, no. But actually the banks have a real problem. They can't trust one another. The point of token voting has been, and airdrops has been a way to spray as many tokens to as many people possible out there to create this big cloud of diffuse responsibility to protect founders and investors from the regulatory dangers of having launched tokens, right? So, when we talk about token voting and, we sort of like want to burn it all down, that's fine and all good, but we're not being honest with like what services DAOs are truly providing. Because it's one thing to have like, a co-op and everyone votes together to decide on what things are going to do. But it's a very other thing to be a $3 trillion, volume organization based in the United States. The D in DAO stands for Denison. No, it stands for really what do you need to be able to not go to jail, to be compliant, because the state is actually a party to all of our relationships, whether we like it or not.
If I can add something to that, I 100% agree. Like most of the, not all of them, but like most of the DAOs have been created as a way to avoid going to jail. But the problem for me especially for token voting is like, yeah, but at what cost? In the sense like, yeah, you create a company, you created a token, now you put it on a DAO, and the problem is like, you are giving the permissions to some people that are not going to be able to run your company better than you, especially not in the beginning. You have a vision, and innovating means doing things that are contrary to what the majority of people think. So if you put a token voting governor in there, basically, you're creating something that in a few years is going to probably die. So yeah, you're avoiding going to jail, but you're failing at your primary goal, which was creating a business. Yeah.
So I can quickly follow up and you can respond. So I think like with Trump's election, does that mean we'll now be seeing less DAOs because there's less regulatory risk and being put in jail? And related to that, I think we've seen a change in Arbitrum that you can comment on, where from being a pure token voting sort of thing, there are now 5 Arbitrum aligned entities which will do the execution of your proposal. So it's like a sound idea to separate out ideation from execution. But it's also resulted in some centralized vectors where you can't get a proposal passed in Arbitrum unless one of the 5 entities commits to implementing it. So do you feel like with Trump there'll be less people opting for DAOs because there's less chance of being put in jail?
Yeah. Under the current, if the Clarity Act passes, the thing that'll change is that decentralization will be defined. And the thing that's really important, I think, to stress here is over all these years, no matter how cypherpunk you were, or no matter how many gigabrains you got into the room, including the gigabrain who's about to leave right now, walking out the door. No one could define what a DAO was, right? And what happened when you cannot define the thing that you're building is that the state defines it for you. And under the Clarity Act, the United States will define what decentralization means. So going forward, actually, there will be many more DAOs. And there's a great other example that parallels this, which is organic food, right? The definition of organic food is very vague, and it was vague for a very long time until the state defined it. And now there's organic food everywhere. I think a lot of that probably wouldn't match most people's expectations of organic because the definition is not what you would really think organic is. But the state is going to define what decentralization means. So actually we're going to see a lot more DAOs because there's going to be a very specific rubric behind a decentralization, autonomous, and organization.
If I can challenge a little bit, although I 100% agree on that, whatever US decides on what decentralization is what it's going to be. Whether that's a DAO or not, it's to be seen. As in yeah, they will put some clear rules, or there will be some rules on some areas. Whether that's a DAO or not, we don't know yet. Especially on the governance side, it seems for now that they are not mentioning at all how you have to govern that. It's more about the distribution of the tokens and who has the power at the end of the day. But how you govern that, it's up in the air. So it may be token voting, or it may be optimistic, or it may be something that we haven't seen yet. And also coming back to the question, if right now it's a free-for-all, I would say something that it's happening, at least to us, maybe on the Tally side is different, I don't know, is that most of the organizations that either want to launch a token or want to decentralize, right now they're a little bit on hold, as in
Absolutely.
Well, let's wait for some clarity, legal clarity, and then we'll decide on exactly what to do. Because right now, you may launch your DAO now based on your conceptions of what it has to be now, and then in a month, everything changes, so you have to do the work. So right now, I will say that it's not free for all. It's actually the opposite, and they are waiting to see what happens.
Yep, it's the calm before the storm.
Yeah. Absolutely, we see that too. Something I would like to also add to that is something that I think we have done a very poor job at as a community is recognizing the role of the state in what we do. And what that has done is actually made us very vulnerable to the state while building sovereign, secure institutions. And the most important piece of that is even when we look at Futarchy, when we look at all these different models that we're so excited about, we talk about them as using capital as the mechanism which finds the most efficient way of determining a market or determining an outcome. But what we refuse to acknowledge is that capital, first and foremost, looks for approval from the state. Always. Because if you ever are able to accumulate enough capital, you become an enemy of the state. So throughout history, the allocation of capital goes hand in hand with alignment with the state's interests. Right? And even the original formation of the corporation is because of the state's fear of the allocation of capital, right? The corporation first came into being, there was a period of time when people didn't believe in companies or joined corporations and stuff like that, and they had an idea that the only thing eternal should be the state. And the state primarily financed its activities through someone dies and they have an inheritance tax and you pass on your money to your son or your daughter, and they took a cut. What people were doing was they were giving it to monasteries and to the church. And they were becoming eternal organizations that the state was not able to take a cut of funding from, right? Because the monastery lived forever. So there was the capital had pooled in the monastery, and the state could no longer get access to it, right? And that scared the state. So when we talk about using crypto economic incentives, what we're being ignorant of is that as these incentives get large enough, the state becomes afraid, right? And the state enters the chat, right? A great example is Tether, right? When Tether got large enough, the state got afraid. But eventually, Tether comes in from the cold because at some point, capital wants alignment with the state because actually nobody wants to lose their personal liberty, right? And nobody actually wants to be enemy of the state because at scale, capital is much more efficient when aligned with the state, right? And I understand that this is like kind of like a real contrarian to the cypherpunk values, but by aligning our cypherpunk values and mechanisms on crypto economic things, we have explicitly stated at some point we are either in alignment or in conflict with the state, right? Had it been like crypto-loving principles, crypto values, right? Like if we prioritize like environmental security, something like that, use some other mechanism, maybe we'd be something different. But DAOs are inevitably going to be an instrument of the state because we are funding them, we are operating them, and we're designing all our mechanisms around the state's most precious resource, which is capital and their ability to finance their own existence off of it.
Yeah, that's great. I've never thought of capital as being in opposition to the state and that it wants to control. So I think that's great. Maybe I'll move on to modularity, which is a concept that Aragon is well versed with and has used to stage its comeback. So kind of just to give like a brief history of DAO governance, which Tennyson, please correct me if I'm misstating anything, is because I've heard this history from Aragon, so it's a biased history of events, is basically that in 2017 when they launched, they did not have a delegation feature. Aragon didn't have delegation. So a lot of so Compound then hired OpenZeppelin to make a contract with delegation, and that became the standard by 2020. But where Aragon could see a point of weakness in like actually recapturing market share was in the fact that the time lock contract basically requires a fork if you want to make any addition to parameters. Like any technical proposal needs to be reviewed by a technical committee before it gets taken to a vote. Something as simple as that requires a fork of a contract, which doesn't have Lindy effects because no one wants to mess around with their governor contracts, right? Like even a small change can get your treasury hacked. And the only longevity in crypto is how long your smart contract has survived before getting hacked. So that's kind of where they built a modular framework where you have the core and then you have different parts that you can put as plugins. So maybe you can talk a little bit more and then we'll let Dennison respond. And
so like the design, you just explained it very well. If I have to add something, is like, for us, something that we struggled a lot in the beginning is like, we already had some projects already built on top of us, and they were requesting some of the changes. And quite often, these changes were very, very similar to each other, but they always require audits. They always require a lot of work. So the whole idea was that we could modularize these governance part into independent elements that had specific permissions and they were acknowledgeable about those permissions. So when you basically can call the DAO and say, hey, install, and this is literally a function, install this plugin, and automatically will handle all the permissions. And if you want to uninstall it, it does the same. It knows the permissions that it has, and it will remove all the permissions automatically without you having to do an audit or review those things. So it has knowledge of that. And that is very important. And so what we did is like, we grabbed those specific components and we made them in a way that for your DAO, you cannot just like, you can just, not just like plug in the plugins, but sort of like put them in certain order. So you can say, for example, first I want to have a save that creates the proposals. This is, for example, the core team. So the core team in save, they create the proposals for the DAO. And it appears all in the same UI. And then you can have token voting there if you want to. And additionally, you have a veto from a security team. And at the end, at the last part of the process, like this will be like 3 steps of process, you have a legal counsel that can veto as well if they want to. And the cool thing of our system is that it allows you to just literally grab those pieces of code and put them in whichever order that you want. And you can have several of these within the same DAO, which allows you to say like, this process is going to be governed in the treasury. This other process, which is completely different, has other security mechanisms, governs the protocol. And this other part is just for grants or whatever. And all of these have different security mechanisms. And what this allows for us is like super quick iteration. If a new client comes with some crazy ideas, generally we can do it and just add a new plugin that they want for whatever reason, but everything else will just work out of the box. So it's very easy to connect these things for us. And like, to be fair, in the beginning, we just did it because like, it was the technologically thing that made sense for us. And then it started clicking a lot of DAOs that started using it. But like, yeah, that's about it.
And yeah, and one thing I often tell people who are interested in governance is that if you build some cool tool, just add it as a plugin to Aragon, and then they can, and any DAO on their network can now install your plugin. So it's kind of like open source software, but for governance, which is a powerful vision.
It is open source software. It's a public good.
How do you see Trally's vision evolving?
Okay, so I'm going to push back a little bit here.
Go for it.
First of all, I think Compound actually developed Governor themselves, because I was at Open Zeppelin at the time. And Compound's mission was a minimal viable governance mechanism, as simple as possible, but also actually modular. And the modularity in the Governor system is actually quite different. Like, we talk about Governor, it's kind of funny. We talk about Governor as being like the kind of DAO system it is, but that's actually not true. The Governor is actually just a plugin on top of the time lock. And the way it's architected is that you have this one smart contract, which is the root of authority, and you can add permissions on it. And there's 3 types of permissions. You have the permission to propose a transaction, a permission to execute a transaction, and a permission to cancel a transaction. Governor was always intended to just be the first module on top of the time lock. And in fact, Compound has upgraded, and Uniswap has upgraded multiple times through Governor.
What is the time lock, if you can explain?
So the Governor system is 3 contracts. There's a time lock, which is essentially a smart account. There's the Governor, which is actually a thing that just counts votes. And there is the token, which has delegation. And delegation was the kind of like winning thing that sort of like won the market for a lot of reasons that we could go into. And basically what you do is you say whoever has the root authority, whoever has like the proposal ability on the time lock, can add new modules to Governor. So when Governor upgrades, they don't actually have to fork. What they do is that one governor holds a vote and says, hey, do we want to upgrade to a new governor? Tells the time lock, hey, go ahead and add this new governor as a new authority to propose and execute. And this new governor, then you do a vote on it, and it gets the authority to remove the old governor. So actually, you're always upgrading in place. It's actually very modular. And you can build systems where you have time locks on top of time locks. There are versions of Governor where actually the safe is the time lock. You can add all these sorts of permissions on them. The reason why we don't talk about it very much is because actually, very few people have ever really done it. Right? Uniswap is upgraded many times in place. Right? Because actually, the root of authority is this time lock contract, which is super simple, and you can add any kind of roles on top of it. In fact, the latest version includes all of Open Zeppelin's roles admin. So there you can design as many role kind of functionality that you want around the time lock as possible. In practice, the most difficult part of operating DAOs is getting across to your audience what the fuck is going on here, what do we do? So in practice, most DAOs have simplified their lives to yes or no decisions, mostly around spend money. Now, some other things like operate like protocols are the other sort of important piece, but they haven't in large part gone more dynamic modules on top of Governor because actually they found this kind of like Lindy effect around keeping it quite simple. but all the sort of like, not in the sort of like product competition way, but all the sort of like design spaces that we think about modularity are entirely possible in the Governor ecosystem, because it's not actually about Governor at all. It's about stacking smart wallets, right? And these smart wallets, they can be gasless, they can be work with account abstraction, they can do anything you want, but at the end of the day, these organizations just choose not to. They're just not interested.
I would argue that one of the reasons they don't do it is because it's overly complex. And like you can say it's modular as in like you can change the governor, sure. But you can do that in every single smart contract out there. Like you could put a governor inside of a lending market, but like at the reality is that changing all the permissions, reviewing them, and ensuring that the contract that you forked from GitHub and then you pushed are the same, that requires a security team. And like,
No. With Governor, that's the other piece about it, why it's been successful. You don't have to audit the system.
If you want to make changes?
No, you don't have to make, like, there's no,
Well, yeah.
no one ever makes changes in the Governor system, because primarily it's really just a time lock. So if you want to say, oh, I want...
well, the governor is not the time lock. These are different things.
Yeah, but that's the piece that I think most people, the branding is maybe like the problem here. Governor is just a contract that counts votes. And, you know, Agora has a governor that, like, counts votes in different ways. People have built optimistic governors. People have built governors that do, like, you know, once you hit super quorum, it automatically executes. But that's actually not the magic of the part, right? The magic of the system is actually the time lock, which is this, like, permissions module. Because what you can do, for example, is like you can plug it right into Aragon if you want to, right? People have used the time lock just with safes. So you'd have a safe that says, this is the Security Council. They have 5 days to, you know, make some sort of change, and you can use token voting to cancel it, right? And the nice thing about this is that you can just deploy it from OpenZeppelin's. They have this little like front end tool. It's like
the
a
wizard.
little wizard. And you can just deploy it and ready to go. There's nothing to do there. And you don't need auditing, because it's just about like, who did you say could make a proposal? Who did you say could cancel a proposal? Who do you say?
Sure, if you deploy a safe, you don't need to do an audit. Like if the contract, if you want exactly the same thing that OpenZeppelin gives you, you don't need an audit, 100%.
Yeah.
I think it's more about like, right now, you said it as well, token voting is not working, so you definitely are going to want to change governor at some point, 100%. So it's a matter of like, how do you do that safely and, if possible, cheap?
So I'll push back again. And
This
one
is the last, then we have to end the panel after this. I'll let you respond.
Look, people are coming in now. They
Okay.
hear us talking.
Yep,
They're
let's
like,
go on then, yeah.
So like two pieces there. One is, I didn't say token voting doesn't work. But the bigger thing is that, yeah, there's actually a lot of beautiful things you can do on the smart contracts, on Aragon, on Tally, on Agora, and everyone else. In practice, the decision makers, especially in the past couple years under the Biden administration, have been more focused with what does the state say about what we can do, right? And what the state has historically said is, or not said, has been like between the lines, but that's going to be clarified now, is that if you change this somehow, and maybe some group is somehow special in some way, now you're security. The token voting has been this just like cloud of like, well, everybody votes, and it's been inefficient. It's not that it doesn't work. It's been inefficient, it's been unproductive, it's been difficult, but it's also kept people out of jail. And when we look at cases like UkiDAO, it's been like, oh yeah, but look, UkiDAO, UkiDAO had like literally 7 members, something wild. Like, you know, people are like, oh, look, it's a DAO, it's not working. It's just like, bro, they're all in the same room, right? Like, so one of the focuses has actually been like, no, we don't want to add anything because we don't know if it's safe to. So actually, maybe the opportunity for Aragon is really coming forward in like the new legal clarity where you can finally say, hey, this is what it looks like, and this is how this complies to that, right? Like our sort of focus, the reason why we don't build smart contracts is that we've always thought more about, okay, what keeps them out of jail? Like what is the problem to be solved from the legal point of view, the regulatory point of view, and let's solve that problem. And you know, OpenZeppelin gets that. I mean, OpenZeppelin always gets on the phone. They have lovely ideas for governor, and they build crazy stuff all the time, you know?
They're making it modular.
Yeah, they're making it more modular, I would say. Like OpenZeppelin's always modular, right? But you're right, they are like breaking it down. I think
that's how they're calling it.
Yeah, I think it's partially because they hit the contract size limit. for governor. So like now, it gets difficult to deploy in some things, but yeah. Again, I think it like ends up being what is the greater problem at hand, and it almost never ends up being the implementation, right? That really holds the organization.
Yeah, and one thing that I think we both can agree is that at the end, these are smart contracts and these are permissions, and like one permission manager can be better than other, but like at the end of the day, we both can achieve whatever we want through the smart contracts up to the limit of the EVM, obviously.
And actually, when we started, we were going to integrate Aragon too.
Yep.
And we might still, right? Like if someone were to say, hey, Aragon's great, we'd be like, all right, let's do it, right?
Yeah.
Because that's not what we do. Like we don't monetize the smart contracts. There's no way to monetize the smart contracts.
Like we integrated Governor very softly, a couple of weeks ago, so.
Oh, I didn't know that. All right, nice.
Very softly again.
Well, but you integrated delegation, the ERC20 delegation.
100%,
right?
100%, yeah.
And Agora has done a lot to make their own version of governors, and I've certainly thought about like, okay, what would it take to integrate Agora governor?
Just out of curiosity, that was the question actually.
Yeah.
Did you guys integrate with Agora Governor or not?
No, we haven't had requests. We haven't had requests, right?
Fair.
So. But
Great.
it's cool,
It started off as a contentious panel, but now we've become friends at the end.
We're friends.
We're always friends.
So maybe I'll end with like a last thing of like a last question on where we see future growth coming from. Is it from like the long tail of projects or like, people outside crypto? Is it within crypto? Like if we are at the calm before the storm, before the act gets passed, kind of where, like how should we be positioning ourselves in the governance space?
I think it depends on who you are. I think for us, it's been an interesting 2 quarters because people aren't purchasing anything because they're like, well, there's going to be a right way of doing it, but we don't know what the right way is, so we're just going to wait and not do this like way that wasn't right but wasn't wrong. Like people don't want to get stuck in that. I think that actually the golden age for DAOs is, maybe like 12 months away. The fact that Circle has IPO'd and it's like, the return of the American public markets, it's been so fucking successful. It's like every goddamn day, it's like 30% up. It's wild. They IPO'd at $31 and they're over $200 now. Yeah, it's wild, right? The fact that Tron is doing an IPO. Tron is doing an IPO, people, if you have not heard this, right? But when you read between the lines, what is Tron? Tron is stablecoin rails, right? Nobody does anything on Tron except for USDT, right? And it's like, a gazillion billion, what is it, $80 billion or something like that. It's huge. No one does anything on it but stablecoin payments. Circle is stablecoin payments. What this means is the rails of money are in stablecoins, which means for you to interact with stablecoins, you're going to take your revenue on chain. Your on-chain revenue is going to be collected with smart contracts on chain. These smart contracts and smart contract systems are going to be protocols that are going to be managed on chain. They're going to be managed on chain with tokens that you're going to issue because you get to both have equity and tokens now, right? Because the tokens don't have any control over the equity organization, but they can have rights to some sort of revenue in different ways if you wrap the whole protocol correctly with Aduna out of Wyoming, right? So that means that all future economic activity is going to happen on chain, be managed by protocols and operated through third-party disclosure portals like Tally and Aragon. So actually, the opportunity of the century is right ahead of us, right? So the growth is going to be enormous because everything is moving on chain, just maybe not in the way that you thought the D was going to be defined.
Yeah, actually that is the key part for me. And like, for us, how we see it is like, yeah, it may happen in 12 months, may happen in 2 years, 5 years. We don't really know. We do believe that it's going to happen at some point, but we don't really know when. And something that we do believe a lot is like, it will definitely will not look as DAOs are right now. And that's why the modularity comes in very strongly for us. And like, for example, the last few months, we haven't been able to land many clients doing pure governance as we know it, but we've landed quite a few that are working on, for example, things like gauges or capital distribution, that at the end of the day, it's still governance. Like, it's just another matter of...
What are those again?
So V gauges, so like, you stake your token over time, and the voting power may increase or may decrease, depending on whatever you want for your project. We offer both. And then those people that have staked can vote, as in like weighted voting, into wherever they want to distribute the funds. Let's say, for example, that you are Uniswap. You may want to give incentives to certain types of pools. So basically, you list all the pools in the gauges, and the stakers vote where do they want to send the incentives to. And that's a type of governance, but it's very focused into one specific thing, which is the growth of your protocol, rather than like the ownership of it. So what we are trying to target is more like, sure, governance will be there because like at the end of the day, you need to do upgrades to your protocol, but we do not know how that is going to look like. But there are many other things that you have to do on chain to grow, own, and to manage the community and protocol that you are building. So that part is been working greatly for us, working a little bit more on like the tokenomics part of your protocol, which is critical, working a little bit more on the growth, the incentives, the rewards, all that piece is really good. And what also something that we see is that users love it. And like you can feel that with normal token voting and delegation, people do start getting a little bit tired of it. And same with gauges, to be fair. But the thing here is that they do have stake in there, and like they want the price to go up, and like so they are very engaged into it. And something magical that happened, like I think it was with Mode, like the first weeks they were giving these incentives to other protocols, and these other protocols were like, "Oh, great, this is free OP for us," and we want people to vote for us. So they started posting a lot on Twitter because like they had incentives now to participate in other projects' governance. And that was like, for us, it was like something that we didn't see quite often. It was like DAOs collaborating between each other. And then some people were, like some of these projects starting to give bribes to people that vote in them. We didn't offer bribes. So like people started giving these incentives to users to vote. And then other people started creating Excels in Google Sheets, with all the bribes in all the protocols and tracking that daily. That was brutal. It was like, that felt like real market fit, because like users were kind of like, oh, we want this so bad that we're actually going to build it before you. So that was a magical moment, and that's more or less where we are trying to, for now, stay. And whenever we have some regulation that help us, I think we are ready with the modularity. So like, it will be quite fast integration if we have to do anything.
Great. That's like scoped out governance at Aragon specific. The front end for all of DAOs today, Tally. Like really amazing having all of you in the panel. Any last like words of wisdom before we conclude?
I don't know. I just want to build things that are fun for people.
Yeah, I enjoy the fun part. I think also crypto has grown up a lot. So, you know, people are maybe sad about hearing me talk about the state, but I think people are lying to themselves if they didn't think the state was in the room the whole time. And I think we'll build more things understanding that, because if you look at what has come out of the corporation, we've actually been able to build really incredible things out of the corporation. And we really look into the history of the corporation. It enabled innovation on just an incredible scale. And it really parallels what's happening with DAOs and with crypto. I'll give one final example, since they stayed this long, so they'll stay a few more minutes. The early stock market, right? Like the corporation really emerged when there were finally endeavors that required more capital than was available from individual investors or families. Because before the corporation, you all had unlimited personal liability from your general partnership, which looks a lot like DAOs today, unlimited personal liability. And in fact, economists of the time and business people at the time thought that was a good thing, because it meant that if you were personally liable, you would work really hard to make sure this thing worked, because you wouldn't want to jeopardize your personal freedom, right? Of course, with DAOs, token holders don't participate because they don't worry about getting called up and like going to jail and being sued, although they should. And when it came to really large scale endeavors like, you know, the railroads or, you know, sea travel and exploration, there wasn't enough capital in a small group of people to fund it. Because if you went any larger than that, there wouldn't be people would have this liability in extremely risky ways that they couldn't do, right? So the state was like, okay, I'll give you a charter for a corporation. Now what you have when you sort of look forward then, when it came to the railroads, where it just required just an insane amount of capital to build the railroads. Wall Street, when stocks first started trading in the American Wall Street exclusively traded railroad stocks. For a long time, the only corporation that really existed and the only corporations that traded on Wall Street were railroad stocks. And when you look at crypto, it looks exactly the same way, right? Like, what do decentralized exchanges trade? Well, crypto stuff, right? What do they exist for? To trade crypto stuff. What do they trade? Crypto stuff. But as we get this regulatory clarity, what's going to happen? Well, they're going to trade real world assets. People are going to build new kinds of primitives. You look at Polymarket, you can trade political events, right? So the sort of innovation that's going to actually be allowed, that we'll be able to build here and will come out of this is really incredible. And I think that we should take a very positive, excited point on that. And make sure we build in things like privacy, build in things like self-sovereignty so that we don't lose our way in that process. Because, you know, capital loves the state and the state is in the...
Yeah, amazing. Very inspiring words to end on. Thanks for that, Denison. Yeah.
With the shake hands.
Awesome. Yeah, let's take a picture shaking hands. Thank you very much for the panel. It was super interesting. Thanks for the insights. And I think with this, we are entering the final part of the day with talks coming up. And I think we talked a lot about governance. We talked about AI, about models, how to do it. But one important thing is how to onboard users into Web3 and how to make experiences magical. And there we have Andre, who will tell us how to do this.
I need 1 minute. Hello. There's no clicker for this, right?
No. We don't have battery for the clicker.
Okay. No worries. Sweet. Thanks for coming around. I know it's late. Glad you're here. Oh, you can't hear? Can you hear now? Okay, cool. Yeah, glad you're here. Yeah, I think we're all here because we're interested in the emergence of some new and magical technology with a lot of opportunities and a lot of potential. And from my perspective, even though it's impressive, I wonder if you're also thinking why we're barely scratching the surface of using it wisely. So today I want to kind of elaborate on my thoughts on what I mean by magical, when I say magical technology, why I think that most technology is actually not magical at all, and also what we can learn from the history of magic in order to create a world with experiences that we've never seen before. Before I go into that, I want to make a clear distinction between magical experiences and magic tricks. I'm going to show you a trick with some playing cards. Could you join me, Chris, please? Yes. Sorry, not Chris. What's your name again? Pascal, thank you, sorry. Could you hold on to this, please?
Sure.
All right, look, an ace. You just tap on anyone from the middle. This one? Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to show it to you.
Yeah.
See it? Remember? Stay in mind? Okay. Watch. Can you extend your forefinger, just how you did it just now, and just push it back inside. Now watch. Watch the ace. What was the card you had?
Queen.
Queen of
Spades.
Queen of spades. Okay.
Oh.
Oh my God.
That was impressive.
So, great.
Okay, we need to do that later again.
So magic tricks have this property of promising something impossible, and then there's a fleeting moment of delight, usually followed by some sense of discomfort of being deceived. Like, you know, you probably thought like, I've done something there, or like you skipped the move or something. and you kind of like ignore it and move on with your life. Magical experiences have a different history, and before the rise of society and the technosphere, magical experiences were actually kind of represented or symbolized the prediction of future and control of society, and they involved the whole community and all of society in order to restore the social fabric and recover people. So this is an example from a childbirth in Thailand where the kid was not meant to survive, and then the whole village came together and they did this mythical ritual, and as a consequence, or at least that's how the magic goes, the child survived and is now in his mid-20s. So let me attempt to show you something similar with playing cards. Could you join me again, Pascal, please? Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you. So could you just name any one of the face-off ones, just from the middle? Sorry, anyone from the middle that you like?
4 of hearts.
4 of hearts. Okay. Leave it in here. And I'll leave it on the table. Or could you actually hold them yourself and then turn them over and put them on the table? So in a moment, the inevitable will happen. Oh, could you square them up, please? And you will find your card. Could you think of a moment in your memory when you thought of something and then that happened? Like you thought of someone's name and then a person called you, or like you thought of an opportunity and then someone serendipitously offered it to you. You have something? Okay, cool. You don't have to say it. You're left-handed, right? Right-handed. Can I have your left hand just for a bit? I'm just gonna hover it right above the deck. Hope this works. This might not work. So before you do anything, you take a deep breath in, and as you exhale, try to remember and focus on the sensation that you had from that memory. And whenever you feel like it's present, move down your hand and lift off approximately half of the deck. Yeah. That's the 4 of hearts. I mean, obviously this is just an example, but this is a different experience. It feels like we're, like, obviously you're thinking like, oh, how did that work? But also you're just probably kind of like impressed by witnessing a moment that is inexplicable and a little bit mysterious or serendipitous. Magical experiences give us sometimes a new perspective or some ideas, and they're really hard to forget, and some people remember them for the rest of our lives. So my thesis is that most of technology is basically using the opposite. They're just showing us magic tricks. So like organizations used to trick us into believing that we can have wealth, status, survival if we aim for the career ladder or increasing our salary, and they make it very easy to be unkind to each other, and they simplify us to a number. The educational system makes it, kind of tricks us into believing that we can be wise and influence others, and if we collect the right certificates and they reward us for staying in that system, rather than collecting real-world experiences and obviously products, trick us into believing that we can maybe live forever or be happy and healthy if we give them money, and some complicated technology that's very difficult to explain is behind it. But hey, the AI can now look and sound like your friend, so why bother getting a gym buddy? So technology is used more to imitate magic by pretending that it can predict the future and control nature, but in reality is creating this techno-utopia that's like super frictionless and dehumanizing. And we have been here before, and since I'm already started with playing cards, there are 52 pieces of cardboard, but they're also a technology that's used to create magic tricks as well as magical experiences. And so like in the 1500s, they were drawn on paper or drawn by hand. And the fact that they were drawn by hand made them kind of survive as an object, because people recognized each other in these like imperfections and told stories about each other. That's kind of where tarot originated, and that's where you see all these images. And then the printing press came in the 1500s and made it very easy to distribute them and influence the designs from an artistic perspective. And the human aspect kind of slowly disseminated, and obviously that led to simplifying the designs that were then used in gambling with coins, and people started developing complex sleight of hand skills and hiding cards in your hand somehow. And some people ended up opening casinos, and other people, or there was a small subset of individuals who use these same sleight of hand skills. I wish I could show you more, but I have like only one hand, at least right now, so later. Some small subset of people use these same sleight of hand skills to create experiences and tell stories again, and create these magical experiences. And they were the ones that ended up kind of influencing theater, performance arts, film, and I guess if you've been in Web3 for long enough, you probably see also the parallel. We've been playing around with technology, with telling stories. Solar punk ideas were floating all over Twitter, and then everything kind of like slowly drifted into a casino, except for a small subset of individuals. Oh, I skipped a few slides. Except for a small subset of individuals who, oh yeah, these are like the magic stuff, that ended up, that were still building technology that is pro-social and actually geared towards restoring society. They're usually self-funded and not part of the VC ecosystem. And I think they have a lot in parallel with some of the greatest magicians because they focus on that same kind of experience. And so like, I'm just gonna quickly break down the like 4 principles that I saw and like some of the historical evidence and some examples that make them stand out. And first thing is just having a very refined vision of the future, hiding the method or technology, simplifying the effect or experience, and then valuing and having a value-aligned process and organizational structure. So oh, this is supposed to be an image of Darren Brown. So the vision is usually used as a small statement that we see as part of branding. And this is a quote from Darren Brown that I'll read in a second. But I actually think there's much more value in kind of looking at it as a refined, speculative vision of the future that constantly evolves. So like, how many of you have done like a speculative future exercise and like written about the future or thought about like an optimistic future? Right, so this is actually, I realized that earlier, but it's an interesting kind of like exercise to think about what can be and what can potentially exist given your knowledge of like what technology can afford us. And I realized that later that that's kind of very common among magicians and artists in particular. So the quote from Darren Brown, he's like a mentalist, was like, what we're doing is something serious, not solemn. We're taking people to the edge of their understanding and we're showing them the abyss and showing them what's over the edge and what's there. And the abyss is like, it's not a mission statement. It's not like one sentence that describes where your project is going, but it's like this whole universe that, at least I would look at it like that, as a whole universe that's constantly shifting, constantly evolving, and that shines through in all facets of your work. So like what's branding, community, but also sales processes or hiring processes. And that makes it, the refined way of articulating it makes it much, much easier to think about and perceive what is behind all of the kind of effort that you're putting into your project. I think also one of the reasons why we, as the Web3 space, haven't reached the next billion users yet is because we're shipping imperfect solutions with a lot of technical jargon. And Stripe is probably a good example that is able to not do that because they already have the right ecosystem. But in Magic, that's kind of very common. So at least in the performative art of Magic, you constantly make mistakes. There's a magician called Juan Tamariz who describes this kind of like the magic way. You're leading the person along a way, and then every time they respond with something where they understand your technology and your method, you go back to the drawing board, refine what the effect looks like and what you're trying to show them, and do that again with a new person. And so like slowly over time, you kind of like abstract all the technical stuff. Like, you know, when you use terminology, like AI is a jargon term, DAO is a jargon term, token is a jargon term. So people who want to go along that way into this magical future don't care about these things, and it's always an opportunity for us to refine it. And those who see the technology, they can be actually onboarded as part of a community that can collaborate on the solution again. Next comes the effect. Every magic book starts with the effect. And that's kind of the opportunity for you to invite the spectator into interacting with that abyss, with that future vision. And it's very easy when we have a complex vision to think that we can just like put a lot of features or ideas into the same experience. Like I at least find it myself common to have a lot of features in a project, and seen it in a lot of different projects online. But in that case, it's always helpful to remind ourselves, like, what can we remove about this? What is this thing actually about? And one thing I actually also read in this same magic book that I'm showing here is that I don't know if you know that feeling when you're playing around with some design or some technology and you enjoy the process of like creating something small and delightful. Like, I find the example of a checkbox quite interesting, because like when you click a checkbox, you did a task and you have like a cool sound and an animation. Maybe if it's on a phone, then maybe it's like vibrating. It creates this delightful kind of moment. But I think that is also often a situation where we miss out on the opportunity of seeing what we're actually able to do, or like our magical capabilities. So like, rather than looking at it as the to-do list and checkbox, we can look at it as guiding a person from thinking a thought and then turning it into reality and making someone else happy with an act. Or with DeFi, we can say that we're increasing a percentage of yield, but we can also think about it from the perspective of making someone feel safe with their money. Or rather than like thinking about encrypting someone's files, like we make people trust each other even though they don't know each other. Oh yeah, this is a pretty good example, by the way, from Project Sulfur. It's from my friend Jack, who created Colony. I don't know if some of you know Colony. It's a DAO platform. And there's a lot of stuff around, and it's ultimately, it was kind of only useful for his own DAO. But he went over years to refine it, like reduce and remove everything, and now he has this thing. And it's actually like, if you use it, it does feel magical, because it's exactly what it is, like any token, any chain in 5 minutes. And the experience is really, really well designed. And the way I approach it is like by actually focusing on the user experience first, and then putting up the moments of delight as a second step, because we have access to like all kinds of tech, all kinds of technology, and we can support the experience that we want to design with anything. And then lastly, none of this would really work if we none of this would work if we don't have value-aligned organizational processes. And I know that it's kind of, it takes longer to build an organization that way than to focus on profitability. But if we get to create a system where people collaborate and they feel like they're doing their best work, they're free to do and spend their time on whatever they believe in, they can live healthy lives and be social, then the products that they will create will make their users feel social and live happier lives and contribute with what they believe in. This is just an example from David Blaine, who's a magician, is famous for a very, very slow year-long process of pushing his boundaries and creating these stunts. And he's caring for some of the best magicians in the world and giving them the freedom to kind of collaborate with him, and it shows in his work. And I think DAOs are a pretty good example for a starting point if they just got a little bit derailed by the obsession of financial incentives. But if we use organizational structure, this is, by the way, some pictures from Akia Collective. They also started as a DAO. And I'm really impressed by the way that they run their community of people who are just kind of working on whatever they want, and they're just giving them space in rural Japan. So they bought like some abandoned houses, and now they're like together rebuilding them, refurbishing them, putting tech in it, and like creating cool things. Really recommend checking them out. And so I think if we kind of use DAOs as a technological framework, but then also apply something like sociocracy as an organizational framework to it, and then obviously use crypto native payments to pay people for the real value of their work, or have on-chain reputations that make people feel confident with their skills, or use encryption to make people have better and trustworthy conversations with each other. Then we can actually facilitate that freedom that ends up creating a nicer space. So yeah, next time you go back to work and work feels like you're having fun with your friends, or you're creating something that creates a delightful moment and lights someone's eyes up, or when you find yourself pushing your boundaries and doing something that you thought was impossible even a year ago, these are the moments, the magical moments, and that we can use and create a world that has experiences that people don't forget for the rest of their lives. Oh yeah, sorry, I skipped that. So yeah, let's create a world with projects and experiences that we have never seen before. If you have any cool ideas, by the way, feel free to scan this code or just reach out to me. I would love to talk about them, and I'd love to see how we can make them more magical. And thanks for hanging out. I hope you had a great day, and I hope you have nice sleep. Bye.
Andre, thank you very much for coming. Super interesting. I'll check it out, and I'll try to figure out how these card tricks work. I think I need to approach you on that one. So then we will finish it off with the last talk of the day on privacy. We have Nanank from Humane Tech, who will tell us how to onboard on privacy and how to get into it.
Cool, thanks. Thanks so much for having me, by the way. Hi, I'm Nanak from Human Tech. Human Tech is an open framework for digital rights with cryptography. And so today I want to present about resilient identity systems. When we build identity, we often don't really think about resilience, about all the risks that can happen in an identity system. And I want to shed some light on those and maybe give some frameworks for how to build identity more safely, and also end with a practical solution, which I think is super useful in identity, which is super underexplored, which is the oblivious pseudorandom function. And then if we have time, we have 20 minutes, right? If we have time, then we can also do like a quick workshop and demo of how to actually use an oblivious pseudorandom function to build private identities. So when we talk about resilience, I think it's important to ask, what are we looking at as far as the risks? So there are three types of attacks, really, by users of the protocol. So for example, if you're a proof of personhood system doing Sybil resistance, one of your obvious concerns is that your users don't do a Sybil attack. Or maybe if you're relying on government IDs, you need to make sure you can't be deepfaked. If you're building orbs, or any biometric system, you have to make sure that your AI models can't be spoofed, and that liveness checks are used if necessary. But there are also other types of attacks that we don't think of so much, and these include attacks by issuers and governments. So I want to give a couple examples of these. And I want to talk about why resilience really matters against issuers and governments. For example, it's really easy to build something with a centralized issuer, and this often works, but when it goes wrong, it can be really, really terrible. And in fact, people can die because of it, right, in many situations. So there have been a few identity systems that have been compromised. These are government identity systems or NGOs. Like for example, in Malaysia once, the UN built this lovely identity program, giving biometric identities to refugees, but they also had to sign agreements with the Malaysian government to cooperate with them, and eventually Malaysian government wanted all this data on the refugees, and they had to give it up. So this is an example of like why we really actually need privacy tools if we're building identity for people who need it the most. Another example, a very tragic one, was in Netherlands. I just learned this yesterday. Somebody gave this great example, powerful example. Netherlands used to have this census that was really, really great in many ways. They knew the religion of every single person. Holocaust came around, and then they knew the addresses of all the Jews in the Netherlands, and Netherlands had the highest death rate of any country in Europe because of it. So resilient identity systems really, really matter. And you know, even in sort of smaller scale things, you have companies that are just like mining data, using that to control our decisions. And you know, this affects us all the time because our identity systems do not have enough privacy, and they're causing great harm to society, using analytics to like influence elections, influence behavior, etc. And so as far as how to actually build resilience, there are a few solutions that have been developed in recent years in crypto. So like there's privacy enhancing technology such as ZK. I think we're all probably familiar with that. But if not, zero knowledge proofs let you prove facts about yourself without revealing who you are. So you can store an identity yourself and limit the amount of data that needs to go to any party to just prove that you are, you know, compliant, that you're over 18, whatever you need to prove without revealing who you are. There are other privacy-enhancing technologies such as MPC, FHE, and actually I don't think we can use ZK by itself for a couple reasons. One is the nullifier problem, which I'll talk about more, because you know, let's say you want to use ZK for voting, for example. You want to have a private voting system, and you're basing this off of government IDs, right? We've built something like this. A lot of people have built something like this. But then, you know, it sounds great in theory, but then in practice, there's a little angle where it's not resilient, which is that, you know, one, if you're not using NFC-enabled passports, then there is an entity who verifies your ID at some point and can see whether you voted. And the other, even if you are using NFC-enabled passports, there's actually an attack vector with a nullifier, where a government can essentially dox you. They can see if you voted. Even though the ZK proof doesn't show who you are, there's no way to give everybody a persistent identifier based off of solely their government ID without the government actually being able to track who voted. So this is an outstanding problem, and I have yet to see any solutions. So one promising solution, potential solution, that I'll talk about is oblivious pseudorandom function, which I think can potentially solve that problem. And before we get into that, though, I want to discuss some other older systems, which I think are, you know, existing technologies, but haven't generally worked, but I think still can if deployed in novel ways. So one of these is sovereign credential storage, right? So like self-sovereign identity, just store the identity on your device. I mean, I think that's going to be a component of whatever identity system is built, whatever private resilient identity system, like it's going to have self-sovereign credential storage. There should be no server, no entity that holds identity data, because then if a malicious government or hackers have access to this data, then it's a really bad situation for vulnerable folks. The other is Web of Trust. So I think Web of Trust has been the only, by the way, by Web of Trust, what I mean is like attestations. So you attest to your friends, they attest to their friends, and then you build an identity based off of that. Now there is a bit more UX friction involved because people actually have to attest or be attested to join the network. So like that is a no-go for most users, for most use cases, but not all. And the other is that because there's no central authority, there needs to be like a very powerful mechanism somehow without the central authority to make sure that there aren't bad actors. You know, once you get a bad node in the network, it can attest to all its friends, make a bunch of Sybil identities, and it can't work for proof of personhood. And for any identity system, you usually need proof of personhood. Now, I have seen Web of Trust work with communities that have high trust. So for example, in Africa, we work closely with a nonprofit called Refunite. They do some very interesting work where they've built a Web of Trust system giving about 150 million refugees identities. And the trust is anchored on the tribal leaders, right? Because there are these tight-knit communities and there are incentives for tribal leaders to be honest. So you actually can scale Web of Trust. This is really surprising for me to see because usually like I'm used to Web of Trust not working. But I think you know, Web of Trust is a powerful primitive to use for resilient identity systems, only if you can fix the scaling issue. And to fix the scaling issue, you definitely need trust in some, you know, some mechanism for actors to not just add a bunch of Sybils. And like, yeah, so there are some more challenges in building resilient identity. Like it's almost always going to be a better incentive for a company to just build a centralized identity system because it's way easier to build centralized identity. Like if you're building ZK identity, you need to do a different ZK circuit for each use case. You have to have ways of verifying this different ZK circuit. And there's just a lot of development overhead. You have to worry about like scalability of Merkle trees, all sorts of issues that you don't have to do if you do it the simple way. You know, even like understanding how users use the system with analytics. Hard to do that with privacy tools. So yeah, it's tough, but it's still doable. So there needs to be a compelling use case, and I think the compelling use cases are for communities that have very sensitive data, such as like people who don't have existing government IDs, refugees, people who don't trust governments or NGOs to make their identity for them. And there are lots of people like this. So I do think there are plenty of use cases there. And these are use cases we're actively exploring at Human Tech. And then like also, there's a limit to how much privacy you can give people, because privacy needs to scale before it's useful. You need big enough anonymity sets so that one user's activity can't be guessed by the timing. I mean, their identity can't be guessed by the timing of their activities. And let's see, do I have to sneeze? No, I don't have to sneeze. Nullifiers. So I spoke a little bit about nullifiers. Nullifiers, I think I just glossed over it though, so just gonna give a quick definition. Nullifiers are actually used to mean kind of two different things. I like to call them public and private nullifiers. So they prevent you from doing an action twice. You have a quote unquote private nullifier, which is like a secret. It's like a private key that only you know. And then when you do an action, you publish a hash or some other one-way function of this nullifier. So it doesn't reveal your secret nullifier, but it does reveal that you've, that somebody, you know, you can't use that nullifier twice because you're gonna publish the same hash of it. This is how Tornado Cash prevented you from double spending funds. This is how almost all ZK identity systems work. But whereas with Tornado Cash, where you could store the nullifier in your wallet, it's a bit different storing it for identity system because like you need this nullifier to be Sybil resistant. You need to make sure that one person can't get multiple nullifiers because then they could vote multiple times. In Tornado Cash, you have to deposit to get a nullifier. But in identity systems, you just have to verify your identity to get a nullifier, and you should only be able to verify your identity once, which means there has to be some additional mechanism to make sure you only verify your identity once. This is pretty tough to do without like storing who has verified before. You almost need like a hash of these identities that can't be reversed, but identities are not very random. So it's hard to make hashes of them that can't be reversed because like if it's just a hash of your name, date of birth, well, you can like make enough guesses. By the way, can you hear me okay? I realize I'm, okay, great. So, one potential solution, I have copied pasted slides from another presentation, so now format is, you know, all outer space, key, yeah, change in scenery. So oblivious pseudorandom functions are really, really, really cool, in my opinion. They're just starting to be explored. And we've just launched implementation of one, actually, that can be queried as a public good. And so, like, the paper that kind of showed me the potential of OPRFs, how they could be useful, was actually from 2011, where you have this password protected secret sharing. So we'll be talking about identity soon, but now we'll just focus on passwords for simplicity. So password can be any like simple string that you know it's a secret, but it's not very random. Like, you're not going to use a password. You're not just going to hash a password and make a cryptographic key from it. You're not going to make a nullifier from it, because it's not very random. It can be reversed very easily. But then, what if you can use a decentralized network to hash this password in a way that can't be reversed? So that's essentially what an OPRF does, and it's not just for passwords, it can be for other things too. And you want to make it in the way that the network cannot see the password. So this will get a little mathy. Like, okay, who here hates math? Okay, one person hates math. I'm sorry. Yeah, there'll be a little math, but yeah, I think we don't have too much time anyway, so I'll skip through it quickly. So in a standard pseudorandom function, you have a secret key, which is like totally random, and you have some input x that is not necessarily random. The output is going to be a deterministic thing based on those two that is sufficiently random. It's indistinguishable from random. So you can have this with a client and a server. A client has some, you know, password or identity. They give it to a server. The server deterministically hashes this, so to speak, and gives you like a hash that's not reversible, unless you know the server's key. So one example of a PRF, and the reason why we're using this particular example, you'll see later. This is, oops, that's, okay. Didn't realize it was elevated. So you have the input here, you're hashing it to an elliptic curve, multiplying that by the key, and then you have a point on the curve at that point, so you want to hash it again to just make like a value that's not a curve point, but actually just like some random bits, or you know, just like a string of bits that that you can, yeah, use as a string of bits instead of a point on a curve. So those are two different hash functions. HC is hash to curve, and then HS is like hash to scalar. So now with one simple modification, we can make this so the server doesn't actually learn the client's secret. They don't learn X. And they don't learn a hash of X that can be reversed to X, importantly. So the way we do that is simply before sending it to the server, we multiply by this random R. And then afterwards, we just multiply by the inverse of R. So we get the same exact value as before, but now the server has no idea what their client did. Turns out we can actually decentralize the server, and I think there's a last math slide, by doing Shamir secret sharing, and you have a bunch of nodes. It's actually very efficient because the nodes just don't even have to know they're in a decentralized network. They're just doing simple, like they're just doing the same thing as before. But instead of having the secret, they have a share of the secret, and the client can recombine all those servers' outputs, all those nodes' outputs, to make it as if the whole network did it as one. So the client reconstructs these with Lagrange interpolation, and yeah, that's it. So I've talked mostly about the privacy use cases of this to generate identity hashes, but there are lots of other cool use cases you can do with OPRFs. Not only can you generate more secure nullifiers for stuff like ZK voting and ZK identity, you can also generate keys like for onboarding people You can generate keys from passwords, security questions, biometrics, emails, and social accounts in ways that are a lot more self-custodial than previously done. So this is like another super interesting use case. And then there's, like, to do it with biometrics, I kind of glossed over that. It's a really cool use case, but there are lots of like complications in it because biometrics are not always the same. So hashing different biometric readings can give you different results. So you can actually use the same network, same like functionality to do, instead of OPRF, another thing, but use like the same math behind. This other thing is Elgamal decryption, and you can pre-process the data in a way that makes it machine learning friendly. We'll release some docs on this, and happy to talk about it if anybody's interested, but it's a longer discussion. Yeah, that's about it. If you'd like to actually use OPRF in something you're building, do talk to me. I set up a like a simple way of interacting with our network that just sponsors requests for the purpose of Berlin Blockchain Week. So I can send you like the info for that. We call it a signer. It's essentially just like is like a relay node that just sponsors user requests. So you can get a bunch of free requests to the OPRF. And yeah, just let me know if you're interested in that. And let's build resilient systems, because it's important to do, it's hard to do, and therefore it's fun and rewarding to do. Oh, and you can follow me or Human Check with those Twitter handles. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. And was yeah, I think interesting. Was a long day today. Thanks for everyone who stayed. Was the ending, and thanks to all the people online. I think there are quite a few still online. With this, we'll wrap it up. Thank you.